Chapter 1605. In the Netherworld, in the depths of the 18 levels of hell, furious roars shook the heavens. Ning Qin turned around and saw a huge dragon corpse charging toward him. Its terrifying might was like a mountain pressing down on him. Unable to dodge in time, Ning Qin raised his hand to block the dragon corpse. Boom! However, with an earth-shattering rumble, Ning Qin was directly sent flying by the dragon corpse, crashing into a mountain peak in the distance. This was a shocking scene. Ning Qin, who had already reached the Genesis tier, was extremely powerful both in terms of cultivation and physical strength. However, he was actually sent flying by a dragon corpse. In the collapsed mountain, Ning Qin struggled out. Cold air spread out from his body, and his strength soared to the extreme. Roar! In the depths of the 18 levels of hell, the dragon corpse roared toward the sky and charged toward him again. In front of the mountain, Ning Qin stepped into the air, and his figure also charged up. Boom! In a physical battle, fist after fist struck flesh. Rumble after rumble rang out. In close combat, Ning Qin grabbed the dragon tail with both hands and directly smashed it toward the mountains in front of him. The rumbling shook violently, and the sound echoed throughout the netherworld. One mountain peak after another was flattened, and shattered rocks filled the sky. Among the shattered rocks, the dragon corpse charged out and continued to charge toward Ning Qin. The huge dragon corpse could be said to have a terrifying physical strength. Even Ning Qin, who had already reached the Genesis tier, could not harm it in the slightest. Sky-shattering, unwilling to be entangled, Ning Qin's celestial slaying sword appeared in his hand. The most ferocious sword in the world once again shone with astonishing sharpness. Celestial slaying sword slashed down, shattering the void. Sword Qi flashed past and slashed onto the dragon corpse. In an instant, a huge sword mark appeared on the dragon corpse, and white bones could be vaguely seen. Roar! The dragon corpse was injured, and its bloodlust was stimulated even more. With a furious roar, it spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, and eerie ghost qi spread out. Ning Qin raised his hand, and cold air surged, instantly freezing the ghost qi that filled the sky. Pum! The dragon corpse crashed over, and the ice shattered. Ning Qin held his sword horizontally and blocked the dragon corpse. This was an astonishing battle. The dragon corpse that had already lost its vitality displayed terrifying battle prowess. Facing Ning Qin, who had already reached the saint tier, it was not at a disadvantage. The cold air around Ning Qin became thicker and thicker, almost solidifying. He had not reached the saint tier, but had the battle prowess of a saint. Ning Qin looked at the huge dragon corpse in front of him, and his expression became serious. He seemed to have found a new way to deal with gods. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, at the end of the netherworld, the sound of a silver bell rang out. A woman walked over. In the sky above, 2 dragon corpses floated. Their auras were extremely powerful, making it difficult for people to pass through. Sovereign of the immortal realms, you have overstepped your boundaries. Ming Ming spoke with a calm expression. Nether Lord. Ning Qin looked at the person who had just arrived, and his expression froze. It seemed that this woman was the legendary master of the netherworld. Suddenly, the dragon corpse in front of Ning Qin let out a low roar and flew back. I think I've seen you before. Ning Qin stared at the Nether Lord in front of him as he spoke in a serious voice. Even though he could not rush it, he had indeed seen this woman before. My name is Ming Ming. A faint smile appeared on Ming Ming's beautiful face as she said, You are the master of the netherworld, the sovereign of the immortal realms. Back then I said that you would definitely take the final step. Now, my prophecy has come true. Sensing the powerful aura of the woman before him, Ning Qin tightened his grip on the immortal sword in his hand. He could feel that this woman was very strong and not easy to deal with. Looks like your memory hasn't fully recovered. Ming Ming smiled faintly and said, "Let's change the topic. Where's that disobedient younger sister of mine? She has been searching for you for over 100,000 years. Yet she hasn't returned even once. Has she already forgotten this older sister of hers?" Ning Qin frowned slightly when he heard this. "Forget it. It's useless to say anything more. I'll capture you first, and then I'll punish the disobedient younger sister of mine." As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Ming's figure instantly flashed before Ning Qin in the blink of an eye. Her delicate hand stretched out like a bolt of lightning, and it directly tore through space with the ability to fight the heavens before slapping her palm onto Ning Chen's chest. Rumble! Ning Chen's figure flew out and stopped 30 meters away. Fresh blood dripped down and dyed her clothes red. Ning Chen was heavily injured with just a single palm strike. However, the body of a saint was already indestructible. Cold air suffused Ning Chen's body and instantly healed his injuries. Ming Ming stepped forward step by step and said indifferently, "You once spurned this power, yet you've chosen to submit now. Sovereign of the immortal realms, what exactly have you seen after experiencing so many reincarnations?" "Nirvana." Ning Qin swung his sword, and thousands of sword lights rose up. They were incomparably magnificent as they slashed towards the Nether Lord in front of him. "Sovereign of the immortal realms, you're indeed very strong. You've just attained the Tao, yet you already possess strength that surpasses ordinary saints of the Great Path." As the sword lights approached, Ming Ming raised her hand to block the thousands of sword lights. She said with an indifferent expression, "However, you should know that I'm different from them." As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Ming clenched her right hand. Instantly, the thousands of sword lights collapsed. The sword will dispersed, and Ming Ming's figure flashed by once again. Her shocking palm slammed onto the chest of the knowing destiny state cultivator. Crack! An ear-piercing sound of bones cracking resounded. Ning Chen's martial bones shattered one by one, and his internal organs were injured. The terrifying Nether Lord displayed his most terrifying strength and forcefully suppressed the knowing destiny state cultivator who had just attained the Tao. The battle situation was unfavorable. Ning Chen clenched his left hand, and the immortal trapping appeared. The two swords moved the world and transformed into two rainbow lights that tore through the sky. The four immortal slaying swords indeed have the ability to shake yin and yang, but it's useless against me. Ming Ming raised her hand and blocked the two swords with her palms. Endless, ghostly energy filled the air and blocked the two immortal swords. The unshakable Nether Lord was shockingly powerful. His every move was filled with a shocking saint aura. After several exchanges, the entire netherworld was filled with ghostly energy. Ming Ming walked forward step by step amidst the ghostly energy that filled the sky. She seemed to be unhurried, but it was unavoidable. The two swords could not stop the Nether Lord's power. Ning Qin took a step forward, and his figure soared into the sky. In an instant, the third immortal sword appeared. The three swords circled around, and the sword pressure rose again. Below, Ming Ming looked at the knowing destiny state cultivator in the void and raised her delicate hand. Suddenly, the three dragon corpses roared into the sky and crashed toward the ladder. Boom! The three swords shook the dragon corpses. In the earth-shattering tremor, a terrifying aftershock spread out and directly pushed the three dragon corpses back. The moment the three dragon corpses were pushed back, Ming Ming's figure flashed into the void and stretched out her delicate hand. The three immortal swords were instantly pushed away. With a loud bang, Ning Chen's figure fell to the ground. Endless dust and sand flew and blocked his vision. Ming Ming descended from the sky and looked at the white-haired man in the dust and said calmly, "Your strength should be more than this. Use your full strength. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that my next move won't kill you." "As you wish," Ning Qin said calmly in the dust and sand. The fourth immortal sword appeared and circled around his body. The 4 immortal slaying swords were unleashed together. Suddenly, the netherworld was filled with thunder. Yin and yang reversed, and the weather changed. In front, Ming Ming narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw this. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the silver bell rang again outside the netherworld. The 3 dragon corpses pulled the palanquin and rushed into the netherworld. Chapter 1606. In the netherworld. Knowing destiny battled the lord of the netherworld. It was a shocking battle that even the 18 levels of hell had to return. Ming Ming, the ruler of the netherworld, had a shocking combat strength that had surpassed ordinary saints and reached the level of a firmament saint and an 8th heaven deity. After Ning Qin fell into a disadvantageous situation in the battle, the immortal corpse patrolling outside the netherworld quickly rushed over and broke into the nether hell. In the palanquin, the Yama king of the underworld rushed out. His red wedding dress was bright red and dazzling. The Yama king in his hand released a dazzling purple brilliance as he slashed his sword at the lord of the netherworld. "My dearest sister, how can you point your sword at your own sister?" Ming Ming blocked the Yama king's sword with her fingers and looked at the red-clothed lady in front of her with a smile. With a bang, Ming Ming's saint vital energy filled her body and pushed the Yama king of the underworld back. Behind her, Ning Chen's expression darkened when he saw this, for swords filled the sky and their power was pushed to the limit. With earth-shattering power, the sword shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the battle, a white-haired figure in plain clothes flashed past, for swords flowed at the same time and collided with the Netherlord. The saint vital energy around Ming Ming shook violently and could not withstand the power of the 4 swords flowing at the same time. With a loud bang, the saint vital energy collapsed. Ming Ming took half a step back, and a drop of blood silently dripped from the side of her red lips. It was the first time the Lord of the Netherworld was injured since the battle. Although it was not serious, it gave people hope to go against the gods. "Back off." With a cold shout, he raised his hand and slapped the knowing Destiny State Cultivator in front of him into the air. "Lord of the Immortal Region, and my dearest sister, you've really angered me." As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Ming's body slowly rose into the air. Suddenly, ghost energy flourished in the netherworld and rapidly gathered from all directions. "Run!" Seeing this, the Yama king of the underworld's expression changed under the red veil. He immediately leaped in front of knowing Destiny and slapped the latter out of the battle. Boom! At this moment in the battle, the Netherlord made his move. A palm that could destroy heaven and earth directly slapped down. Unable to dodge or block, the Yama king of the underworld who took the Netherlord's palm head-on flew out and crashed onto the ground. A large red veil fluttered in the air. It was dyed with blood and was exceptionally dazzling. Outside the battle, when Ning Qin saw the face of the Yama king of the underworld, his heart, which was already filled with endless emotions, trembled violently. Ghost Lady. Even though he had guessed it, he still could not remain calm after seeing it with his own eyes. Lady. Ning Chen's figure flashed and arrived in front of Ghost Lady. He helped her up and said with a pained heart, "It's really you." Time was merciless and had long changed everything. Back then, when he was still a weak young man, she had appeared in his life. "Run," the ghost girl said weakly. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth and dyed her wedding dress red again and again. "Is it worth sacrificing again and again for a heartless man, my foolish sister?" Ming world. Step underworld of the underworld, Ming. In front of Ghost Maiden, Ning Chen stretched out his hand and touched her face. His expression was extremely gentle as he said, "This time, I won't let you leave." His voice was soft and gentle like water. At this moment, Ning Chen, who had almost forgotten about worldly emotions, had a face full of tenderness that was so dense that it could not be dissolved. Devil energy surged like raging waves and huge waves. A heavy and cold aura surged. The knowing destiny devil's expression became even more gentle. In an instant, a huge, great Tao bridge appeared in the void and rapidly solidified at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The Devil Path was a great Tao that was known for its slaughter and ruthlessness. Today it had achieved its Tao through love. Ning Qin stood up and raised his sword. Without saying a word, his heart, Devil's heart, instantly swept out. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the yin and yang were in chaos. The netherworld, ghost energy, and devil energy violently collided. The entire netherworld collapsed with a loud bang. The netherworld collapsed. A terrifying energy spread out, and the three people inside were all sent flying. "You're courting death." In the void, Ming Ming's heart, Devil's heart, Devil's heart, Devil's heart, Devil condensed and blocked the knowing destiny devil in front of him. Ning Qin took a step forward and stopped his retreat. His figure swept past. Devil flames surged all over his body as he condensed 10 times the attack into a punch. Boom! They collided once more. Shocking waves of air surged violently in the void and destroyed the bodies of both of them. Ning Qin raised his hand and grabbed Ming Ming's left shoulder at a close distance. Devil flames madly suffused his body with the intention of burning the nether lord before him. Devil flames burned her body. The clothes formed from ghost energy around Ming Ming's body were instantly destroyed. A large expanse of white skin was exposed, and it was extremely dazzling. Disregarding her cultivation and identity, no matter if it was appearance or bearing, the nether lord was an absolute beauty. However, Ming Ming didn't care about it, and Ning Qin even ignored it. Close combat was extremely dangerous. Ming Ming didn't show any weakness when facing the lord of the immortal region, who was fighting with his life on the line, and she blasted palm after palm onto the former's body. Their cultivations had already attained the saint realm, but their battle had returned to the most primitive physical battle of humans. It seemed ordinary, but it was actually even more dangerous. Ming Ming's left shoulder was penetrated by Ning Chen's punch. Fresh blood flowed out and dyed a large area of her white skin red. Similarly, a hole was opened on Ning Chen's right rib by the netherlord's palm. His bones were faintly visible, and it was extremely shocking. However, both of their bodies were extraordinarily strong. No matter how heavy their injuries were, they would swiftly recover. After a few exchanges, practically all the clothes on Ming Ming's body had been burned away. Perhaps it was a woman's instinct, but Ming Ming would always intentionally or unintentionally cover some of her private parts during the battle. It was precisely because of this that Ming Ming's attacks were restricted, and she suffered extremely heavy injuries on several occasions. It was a horrifying and slightly laughable battle. Neither of them held back, and their only objective was to kill the other. Both of them fought from the netherworld to nothingness, and then from nothingness to an unfamiliar minor world. For an entire 3 days and 3 nights, both of them had destroyed countless minor worlds, and the injuries on their bodies grew heavier and heavier. Even the bodies of saints were unable to recover in time. After another 10 days, both of their bodies were practically crippled. Due to the extremely heavy injuries their bodies suffered, it was already difficult for them to utilize their cultivations. If it wasn't for the terrifying saint might that could be faintly sensed, both of them were already no different than mortals. In an unknown minor world, both of their bodies fell from the sky and smashed into a valley. In the valley, a pink aura filled the air. A devilishly handsome figure, whose yin and yang were indistinguishable, walked over. His gaze was fixed on the 2 people who had fallen into the valley, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. The heavens had treated him well, and it had actually sent 2 saints to allow him to fulfill his dreams. In the next moment, the pink aura in the valley flourished, and it blocked out all the spring scenery. Amidst the pink aura, 2 naked bodies wrapped around each other, and the temperature of their bodies rose rapidly. The spring scenery was boundless, but it was covered by the pink aura that filled the sky. From the outside, nothing could be seen. After an unknown period of time, the valley quieted down and there was no longer any sound. Half a day later, an extremely terrifying roar suddenly erupted in the quiet valley. Even saints had completely lost their composure. Chapter 16:07. In an unknown small world, the most absurd accident happened. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens. After the absurdity, Ningming woke up. When she saw the situation, her rage soared. At the same time, Ningchen woke up from his coma. His extraordinary intelligence came into play at this moment. He instantly realized what was going on. Without saying anything, Ningchen put on his demonic qi cloak and ran. Go to hell! Rage corroded Ningming's rationality. Horrifying power erupted from Ningming as she threw a palm strike. Boom! Immediately, the unknown small world collapsed, destroying the sky and the earth. The shock wave swept over. Ningchen, who had already fled the small world, was affected and injured again. What a terrifying woman! Outside the small world, the strange figure, who had already come out when the two woke up, could not help but be flabbergasted when he saw the destroyed small world. He had long heard that the master of the netherworld was a horrifying woman. Today, he saw that she lived up to her reputation. There are sages. In the distance, Ningchen felt the strong aura outside the small world. He showed a strange expression. However, before the disaster, he did not have time to think. He immediately ran. Behind him, a figure charged out from the small world that had collapsed. The flames of rage on his body were so strong that they were almost tangible. Her rage got to her head. Although she felt the strong aura in another direction, she ignored it and chased after Ningchen. Can't the two of them sit down and have a chat? Outside the small world, the strange figure looked at the two leaving and said regretfully. These two did not know how to thank him. However, it did not matter. This was just the beginning. After a few more days, they might be able to sit down and talk. Two figures flashed by in the void, one after the other. They passed through one small world after another. Everywhere they passed, they left devastation. For some reason, after Ningchen woke up, he did not fight back. He only ran for his life. Ningming had already experienced this familiar scene many times. In his life, he had one lost and escaped. However, this was the first time he was in such a sorry state. He could not fight back. He could not fight back. A huge fire phoenix flashed by in the void, getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the void. Behind Ningming, ghostly qi filled the air. The three dragon corpses roared furiously. Ningming stood quietly on the head of the dragon corpse in the middle. Her expression was unusually cold. She would definitely catch him, skin him alive, and grind his bones to dust. At the same time, in the celestial domain of the seven heavens, the venerables of the human realm each guarded an area, using their own strength to support the celestial domain. Time passed year after year. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, but the knowing destiny state still hadn't returned. Strange. On an immortal mountain, Luo Xingchen looked outside the seven heavens and said, "Why is it taking so long this time?" "You've met a tough opponent." In the neighboring immortal mountain, Mu Qianshang opened his eyes and replied, "It's about time for him to come back." Luo Xingchen was puzzled. If he can't win, he can always run. Could it be that he did something shameful and doesn't dare to come back? Do you think everyone is as ignorant as you? Mu Qianshang sneered. Knowing Destiny's personality is even more stable than old antiques. What do you think he will do? That makes sense. Luo Xingchen rubbed his chin and said, "I don't care. It's up to you whether you want to return or not." In the mortal realm, on a primitive planet of life, Ningchen was hiding in a huge mountain. His aura was completely restrained, and he did not dare to breathe loudly. In the starry sky, the Nether stood quietly on the dragon's head. His divine sense flashed across the vast planets around him one after another. His expression was getting more and more serious. "You can't escape." The Nether raised his hand. Ghostly chi filled the air and destroyed the vast planets, one after another. He showed no mercy at all. Seeing that the ghostly chi was about to spread to the primitive planet, the aura in Ning Chen's body surged. He was ready to defend himself at any time. At this moment, the Nether's body suddenly trembled in the starry sky. The aura around him rapidly dissipated. How could this be? The Nether's face was filled with shock. He looked at his lower abdomen with a terrified expression. On the primitive planet, Ning Chen felt the change in the Netherlord's aura. He concealed his aura with the heavenly book and left quietly. In the starry sky, the Nether suppressed the throbbing in his abdomen. He glanced at the vast planets around him. Just as he was about to attack, the aura around him trembled again. The Nether's expression changed again and again. After a long time, he turned around and left. In the depths of the starry sky, Ning Chen saw the Nether Lord leaving. He was puzzled, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Did you succeed? In the distance, the demonic figure who had been watching the farce between the two smiled and said, "Hard work pays off. It's really you who did this." At this moment, the void behind the demonic figure distorted. Ning Chen walked out and looked at the saint of the great path in front of him. "You should thank me." Yin Fei Hua turned around and looked at the man in front of him with a smile. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. "Thank you very much," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, sword will appeared around Ning Chen. The 4 celestial slaying swords appeared and swept out rapidly. "Your way of thanking me is really unique." The smile on Yin Fei Hua's demonic face disappeared. He took a step forward and retreated quickly. Suddenly, in the starry sky, streaks of sword light brushed past each other. They missed by a hair's breadth, but they could not hurt the figure in the rain of swords. In front of him, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He held the celestial slaying sword in his right hand. His figure immediately swept past and slashed at the saint of the great path in front of him. Yin Fei Hua stepped to avoid the celestial slaying sword. He retreated again and again, unwilling to face the sword head-on. After several exchanges, Yin Fei Hua felt that the man in front of him was not to be trifled with. He took a step in the air and quickly retreated. "Goodbye." Before he finished speaking, Yin Fei Hua's figure faded and disappeared in the starry sky. Ning Chen frowned. He looked in the direction that the former left and did not chase after him. The collapsed nether world returned. His aura was very unstable and shook violently. In the Nether Lord's belly, a young life was growing and devouring its mother's life force bit by bit. After Nether Lord returned to the Netherworld, he immediately went into seclusion without any hesitation. He was ready to end the young life in his belly. In the depths of the 18 levels of hell, dense ghost chi filled the air. Around Netherlord, powerful energy surged and poured into his body from all directions. However, what was shocking was that all the energy that entered the Netherlord's body was devoured. It could not harm the life in his belly. How could a life that originated from one body harm itself? Netherlord was shocked. Anger flashed across his face as he slapped his own belly. Boom! At this moment, ghost chi surged around Netherlord. The energy that had been devoured by the sacred fetus automatically protected him and blocked the shocking slap. Puff! Netherlord's internal organs were severely injured. Netherlord spat out a mouthful of blood and stained the scorched earth in front of him. How could this be? Netherlord propped herself up. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She had lost so much of her energy. Chapter 1608. Outside the mortal realm, in different small worlds, great battles broke out one after another. Ning Chen, who had been fighting outside all year round, hadn't returned to the celestial realm for nearly 1,000 years. Perhaps it was because he felt guilty or something else. But Ning Chen didn't return to the above heavens even after destroying one small world after another. After 1,000 years, the severely injured and unconscious ghost girl still hadn't woken up. Even though the Lord of the Underworld was extraordinarily powerful, he hadn't reached the Genesis tier after all. After taking a full blow from a saint of the Great Path head-on, his body was on the verge of collapse. For 1,000 years, Ning Chen nurtured Ghost Girl's body with his own power of the Great Path day and night, waiting for the day she woke up. In the depths of the collapsed netherworld, the ghost chi became thicker and thicker. In the ghost chi, a beautiful figure sat cross-legged, her beautiful face becoming paler and paler. After 1,000 years, the saint fetus in Ghost Girl's womb grew continuously, and it was almost time for it to be born. At the same time as the saint fetus was about to be born, Ghost Girl's body became weaker and weaker. Outside the netherworld, a figure whose yin and yang were indistinguishable stood quietly with a hint of anticipation on his face. Finally, this day had come. The saint fetus would be the most powerful existence since the beginning of time. In the netherworld, a painful voice rang out. Even the Lord of the netherworld, who was at the saint level, had to endure endless pain when giving birth. It was unavoidable. Ghost Girl gritted her teeth and endured the seemingly endless pain, and the hatred in her heart rose rapidly. She wanted to grind that person's bones to dust. Time flew, and another 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, in the depths of the netherworld, an extremely painful groan rang out, terrifying everyone. After a moment of silence, a loud cry rang out, accompanied by a powerful saint's aura that spread throughout the world. This is... All the saints of the Great Path in the Great World felt it and looked in the direction of the netherworld with shock. What amazing power! At the same time, in a small world created by a saint of the Great Path, Ningchen, who was fighting, felt this aura and couldn't help but tremble. This familiar feeling, why? Outside the netherworld, a cold smile appeared on Yin Feihua's face. He stepped forward and rushed into the netherworld. In the depths of the netherworld, Ghost Girl, who had just given birth, was extremely weak. She had difficulty even standing. At this moment, a pink aura filled the air. Yin Feihua had barged into the netherworld to steal the saint fetus. How dare you? He could vaguely sense it. Anger appeared on his extremely weak face. He forcefully raised his vitality and blocked the saint of the Great Path of Lust. Netherlord, I might still be somewhat afraid of you when you were at your peak. However, you're no threat to me at all now. Yin Feihua's palm strike directly blasted the Netherlord several dozen feet back. He stepped forward and carried the sacred fetus before he turned around and left. Pooh! 100 feet away, Ming Ming staggered to a stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. Child! Ming Ming forcefully endured his injuries and immediately gave chase. However, Ming Ming, who had just given birth to the holy fetus, had consumed a lot of energy and cultivation. She could not find any trace of the Lord of Lust after chasing him out of the netherworld. Child! A look of panic flashed through Ming Ming's eyes. It was the nature of a mother. Even if she was a saint, it was unavoidable. She was completely flustered after losing her child. Outside the endless space-time, Ning Chen was fighting with the master of the small world. An inexplicable sense of irritation flashed through his heart. He forced the saint in front of him to retreat with a single sword strike. He frowned and didn't want to continue fighting. He turned around and retreated. In the small world, the saint took a deep breath. He was drenched in cold sweat after escaping death. 100 days later, Ningchen arrived in front of the netherworld. He looked at the collapsed netherworld in front of him and weighed the pros and cons for a long time before he flew in. That aura came from here. He wanted to see what exactly had happened. The netherworld was filled with devastation. The world that was crippled had been completely destroyed. Ningchen searched the entire netherworld, but he could not find any aura. Even the Netherlord had disappeared without a trace. Ningchen stood in the netherworld and waited for 10 days. However, the Netherlord did not appear. Ning Qin had no choice but to leave. In the starry sky, the space-time turbulence, Ming Ming, who was covered in blood, traversed the space-time and chased after the Saint of Lust for tens of thousands of miles. The injuries on Ming Ming's body became more and more serious as she fought one battle after another. She had no time to recover. Ming Ming did not dare to stop. She was afraid that she would not be able to find any trace of the Saint of Lust if she stopped. It was like a connection between mother and son. Every time the Saint of Lust was about to shake off the Nether Lord's pursuit, the Nether Lord would appear before her very quickly. After the continuous battles, the Saint of Lust could clearly feel that the Nether Lord's cultivation base was gradually recovering. His strength was becoming more powerful. "He's really haunting me." The Saint of Lust looked at the figure that was rushing toward her from afar. After thinking for a while, she changed her direction and rushed toward the eighth heaven. Ming Ming caught up and sensed the remnant aura of the great Tao between heaven and earth. She looked at the horizon and chased after her once again. The eighth heaven was a world where the god who controlled time presided. The law of time flowed. Multicolored light covered one's eyes. It was divine and extraordinary. The Saint of Lust plunged into the eighth heaven. Ming Ming caught up with her in a short while. "Nether Lord, you've crossed the line." However, at this moment, a majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth. It directly blocked Ming Ming outside the eighth heaven. "God, are you going to shield the Saint of Lust?" Ming Ming looked at the world in front of her and said in a deep voice, "You don't have to worry about my affairs." The god of the eighth heaven opened his mouth and replied. Ming Ming's expression sank when she heard this. Her body was filled with ghostly energy as she charged toward the great world in front of her. In the eighth heaven, the god raised his hand. The law of time filled the air and blocked the Nether Lord's attack. As the strongest among the saints, the strength of the god of the eighth heaven was above Ming Ming. Now that the latter was severely injured, the gap between the two of them became even wider. Throughout the 10 seasons, the two of them continued to fight. Ming Ming lost miserably every time. If she could not enter the eighth heaven, she would not have the chance to take back her child. In the last fight, the god's palm almost pierced through Ming Ming's heart meridian. If it were not for the immortal body of a saint, the Nether Lord would have been erased from the world in this battle. In the end, Ming Ming dragged her severely injured body and left to find other ways. In the seventh heaven, Ning Chen returned to the immortal region for the first time after more than 1,000 years. Ning Chen's return did not alarm too many people. He dragged his exhausted body into the immortal palace to recuperate. Qing Ning went forward and asked softly, "Why are you only back now?" "I'm in trouble." Ning Chen closed his eyes and said tiredly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ming Ming's figure appeared out of thin air above the immortal region. Without another word, she directly slapped her palm toward the immortal palace below. In the immortal palace, Ning Chen sensed it and opened his eyes suddenly. In the next moment, a plain-clothed figure appeared above the immortal palace. She raised her hand and blocked the Nether Lord's palm energy. "Come with me to save Gue Gue immediately." Ming Ming looked at the man before her and said with unconcealable hatred. Chapter 1609. In the immortal region, Ming Ming arrived and slammed his palm down on the immortal palace below. Inside the immortal palace, Ning Chen felt it and disappeared into thin air. He appeared above the immortal region and blocked the Nether Lord's palm energy. Ming Ming looked at the person in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Come with me to save Gue Gue immediately." "Gue Gue?" Ning Chen was puzzled and asked, "Who is Gue Gue?" "Your child," Ming Ming said angrily as the murderous aura on his body became more and more difficult to suppress. Ning Chen was shocked. That familiar feeling just now, could it be? "Come with me." Ming Ming suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to fly toward the sky. Behind him, Ning Chen came back to his senses and immediately followed without thinking. Below, The human realm venerables were puzzled when they saw the venerables of the immortal region leave. "Looks like we're in trouble." In front of the immortal palace, Fan Lingua walked over and said calmly, "This woman looks stronger than an ordinary saint of the Great Path." Qing Ning said seriously, "Nether Lord." Fan Lingua nodded and said, "At his peak, he's at the same level as the Firmament Saint and the Eighth Heaven Deity. However, he seems to be injured and his aura is much weaker. I hope he'll be fine." Qing Ning's eyes flashed with worry. Outside the Eighth Heaven, two figures rushed over but did not rush to enter the Eighth Heaven. In the Eighth Heaven, the rules of the world are everywhere. It's impossible to hide from the eyes of the gods. "We must split up to save Gue Gue," Mingming said in a deep voice. "You're in charge of restraining him. I'll go save Gue Gue." "Okay." Ning Qin did not bargain and nodded in agreement. In the Eighth Heaven, there was a majestic temple. In the temple, a divine sun floated and a saint who controlled time sat cross-legged. His aura was shocking. He was as powerful as the Netherlord and could control the great path of time. He was the god of all gods. In front of the god, a demonic figure half knelt and offered the Saint Fetus. Behind the god, the Saint Fetus flew into the time temple and floated in the void. A powerful aura flowed and vaguely had a pressure that surpassed the saints. "Is this the Saint Fetus? It's really extraordinary." The god said calmly, "Go to the time temple to protect the Saint Fetus. Once the Saint Fetus matures, I'll give you what you want." "Yes." Yin Feihua accepted the order and walked towards the time temple. The Saint of Passion left. Within the divine sun, the god of gods looked into the distance. Light flashed across his eyes. Finally, it was time. Once the Saint Fetus matured, he would truly be able to stand above the heavens and earth, becoming an eternal and indestructible existence. "Nether King, your fall has made God very lonely." At this moment, in the divine sun, the deity narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. "It's him." Before he could finish his thoughts, he saw tens of thousands of swords galloping between the heavens and the earth, rushing towards the divine hall at an extremely fast speed. Inside the temple, the deity raised his hand, and the law of time spread out. The 10,000 swords quickly withered and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a white-haired figure in plain clothes arrived in front of him. He held the immortal extermination sword in his hand, and his aura was threatening. Do humans also dream of profaning God's face? The deity pointed his finger and blocked the immortal slaying blade. He looked at the man in front of him and said calmly, "There is no God in this world." Ning Qin replied coldly. He clenched his left hand, and the slaughter immortal appeared. He slashed with his immortal sword, and the two swords moved side by side. The deity's right palm exploded with Saint Chi, and the person in front of him was pushed back. Everything the humans have is given by God. Human, if it weren't for God's grace, do you really think you could reach this day with your own strength? The deity flipped his left palm, and Saint Chi surged like waves. The law of time loomed, and a dazzling light devoured everything. Ning Chen stepped forward, and cold air spread out from his body. At the same time, demonic energy surged, and the two Taos moved together. The law of great Tao collided, and suddenly the heavens and the earth changed, and everything lost its color. In the stormy waves, Ning Chen's figure flashed again, and he controlled the two swords to cut the law of time. Boom! The deity raised his hand and blocked the two swords. Looking at the human in front of him, he said in a deep voice, "Surrender, and God will grant you eternal life." Is eternal life important? Ning Qin sneered, and the two swords changed hands, and his sword intent soared to the sky. Only by living can you reach a higher realm. The deity waved his hand, and the former was pushed back. The ambition of God is more endless than that of humans. 10 feet away, Ning Qin stopped and shouted, and the four swords attacked at the same time. The 4 celestial swords around him were full of killing intent, and the 4 immortal slaying swords reappeared with the ancient divine power. No life in heaven and earth. The heavenly book showed its power, and the 4 scrolls merged into one. Suddenly, a huge silver scroll unfolded behind Ningchen, and the heavenly book of creation showed its power, and the immortal slaying sword's power was enhanced. The 4 swords destroyed the world, and the chaos was destroyed. Between heaven and earth, the law of nature quickly withered and was destroyed by the 4 swords. The 4 immortal slaying swords and the heavenly book of creation. So what? The deity said lightly and flipped his palms. In an instant, the whole temple shook violently. Behind the deity, a huge time rail appeared, and the original time rail that dominated the law of time of heaven and earth appeared in the world for the first time. Crack! The time rail moved, and it went against the flow of time. In the human world and the 9 heavens, heaven and earth were in chaos, and everything returned to its original state. In the temple, the 4 immortal slaying swords and the heavenly book of creation disappeared and returned to knowing destiny's body. Bang! The deity flipped his palm and directly sent the human in front of him flying. 100 feet away, Ningchen crashed into the divine pillar, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the temple red. At the same time, in front of the temple of time, a figure surrounded by ghostly aura swept past, and he found this place through his connection with the sacred fetus, the temple of time. Mingming looked at the temple in front of her, and she did not dare to waste any time and quickly rushed in. She knew very well that Ningchen could not hold the deity for too long, and she had to hurry. In the temple of time, there was no sound at all, and in the air of the temple, a transparent jade cauldron floated up and down, and in the jade cauldron, there was a baby that looked like carved jade sleeping. Gui Gui. When Mingming saw this, she was overjoyed, and without any hesitation, she flew directly toward the jade cauldron. Netherlord, you still found this place. At this moment, the void swirled, and a figure that was indistinguishable from Yin and Yang walked out, blocking in front of her, and said lightly, Yin Fei Hua. When she saw the person in front of her, although Mingming was unusually angry, she did not act rashly. Roar! In the ghostly aura, 3 dragon corpses rushed out and restrained the Tao Master of Lust. Yin Fei Hua looked at the 3 giant dragon corpses around her, and she frowned slightly. After a moment of restraint, Mingming bypassed the Tao Master of Lust's obstruction and arrived in front of the jade cauldron. Gui Gui. Seeing that her child was safe for the time being, Mingming could not hide the joy on her face, and she immediately reached out to carry the child in the jade cauldron. However, just as Mingming was about to touch the jade cauldron, the terrifying rule of time erupted above the jade cauldron, and Mingming's fair hands immediately withered. However, even a deity had underestimated the greatness of motherhood. Her sacred body was eroded by time, but Mingming did not dodge. Even if she had to endure the pain of being turned into ashes, she still wanted to save her child. Chapter 1610. Mingming broke into the Temple of Time just to save his child. In the jade cauldron, the sacred fetus was in a deep slumber. The rule of time was guarding it and did not allow anyone to get close to it. The rule of time was devouring his body. Mingming's physical body was strongly affected, and his arms began to dry up rapidly. However, Mingming did not take a step back. He endured the pain and stretched his arms out of the jade cauldron. Netherlord, do you know your crime for breaking into the Temple of Time? At this moment, an extremely terrifying pressure spread out from the Temple of Time. It was terrifying and heavy. The deity appeared and raised his hand. Raging waves rolled out violently with terrifying divine power. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The crisis was imminent. At this moment, a phoenix cry shook the sky. A silhouette in plain clothes appeared between the two of them. The 2 swords crossed and blocked the attack. With a loud bang, Ning Chen's figure flew out and crashed into the jade cauldron. Blood splattered and dyed the jade cauldron red. At the same time, Mingming, who was in front of the jade cauldron, was also pushed back a few steps by the aftermath of the battle. In the jade cauldron, the sacred fetus's face was dripping with red. It was as if there was a connection between father and son. The sleeping sacred fetus slowly opened his eyes. The delicate baby had big eyes that were as bright as black pearls. When he saw the figure in front of him, he stretched out his fair little hands as if he was asking for a hug. Ning Chen turned around and saw the baby's eyes that were filled with anticipation. His cold heart melted instantly. Ignoring the powerful enemy in front of him, Ning Chen turned around and put his hands into the jade cauldron. In an instant, the rule of time devoured his body. Ning Chen's arms quickly withered. In the blink of an eye, the deity's figure was already in front of him. His palm shocked the world and changed the color of the wind and clouds. Mingming, who was not far away, saw this and his expression changed. He rushed forward and blocked Ning Chen's path without hesitation. A fatal palm landed on Mingming's chest. The deity's full-force attack instantly destroyed the Nether Lord's vitality. The aftermath shook. Behind him, Ning Chen also vomited red blood and staggered. At this moment, the big hand and the little hand touched. The baby's delicate little hand grabbed Ning Chen's finger. A happy smile appeared on his little face. The baby's little hand that was dyed red emitted a dazzling golden light. It quickly healed knowing Destiny's body. The deity behind him saw this shocking scene. A dazzling light burst out of the deity's eyes. What a powerful force! Even his time rule was dissolved. His many years of waiting were not wrong. A power that was above the great Tao had finally appeared in the world. In front of the jade cauldron, Ning Chen carried his child. Then he took a step forward and arrived in front of Mingming. He turned into a fire phoenix and rushed out of the Temple of Time. When Yin Fei Hua saw this, he was shocked and immediately chased after them. There's no need to chase. Just now, the holy fetus seemed to have sensed that human's identity and took the initiative to heal him. Perhaps the holy fetus can mature faster if it stays by his side. Yes. Yin Fei Hua stopped, and a wisp of hesitation flashed on his face. In the end, he bowed respectfully and accepted his orders. I know what you are worried about, the god calmly said. Don't worry. Since I let the holy fetus go, I am confident that I can bring it back. I will fulfill my promise to you when the holy fetus returns. When Yin Fei Hua heard this, his expression became even more respectful. Outside the 8th layer of heaven, the fire phoenix flew past at an extremely fast speed. It didn't stop until it was hundreds of thousands of miles away. In Ning Chen's arms, Mingming had already fainted. He had taken the full force of the god's palm head-on. His body was already severely injured, and his vitality was almost gone. Woo-woo! Gue hugged Mingming's arm and called out softly. Specks of golden light spread out and automatically healed her mother. However, Mingming's injuries were too severe, and Gue was too young. It was difficult for her to wake up her mother. Perhaps because she was anxious, Gue started crying loudly again. Gue, don't cry. Your mother will be fine. Ning Chen hugged his child and coaxed him gently. Gue looked at the former with wide eyes. As if she understood what he meant, she really stopped crying. A gentle smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. This little guy was really smart. Worried that the god of the 8th heaven would catch up, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He transformed into a fire phoenix and continued to fly toward the celestial region. In the celestial region, in front of the celestial palace, Qing Ning stood there waiting with a worried expression. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix shook the sky. A huge fire phoenix flew over and appeared in a flash. Ning Chan walked to the front of the celestial palace and looked at the woman in front of him. He said softly, I've made Sister Qing Ning worry. It's good that you're fine. Qing Ning responded, When she saw the baby in the former's arms, she was surprised. "My child." Ning Chin did not hide anything and told her the truth. "The child of the Nether Lord and I." Qing Ning was shocked when she heard this. However, when she saw the bloodstains on the Nether Lord's body, she did not ask and said, "Save him first." Ning Chin nodded and stepped into the celestial palace. In the palace, Ning Chen handed Gui Gui to Qing Ning and said softly, "Sister Qing Ning, help me take care of Gui Gui first. I'll stabilize the Nether Lord's injuries first." "All right." Qing Ning took Gui Gui and looked at the baby in her arms. Her face was filled with love. He already had his own child. How wonderful! Since the death of her eldest grandson, the only meaning in Qing Ning's life was Ning Chin. She watched him grow and become powerful. Now he finally had his own child. Qing Ning reached out and touched Gui Gui's delicate little face with a smile. This child was really similar to him. However, she did not know if this child would be as stubborn as that kid when he grew up. In the celestial palace, Ning Chen made his move. 2 great Tao bridges appeared amidst the rumbling. Suddenly, boundless Saint Origin filled the air and entered the Nether Lord's body continuously. Ugh! As the Saint Origin entered his body, a painful groan sounded from the Nether Lord's mouth. His beautiful face was drenched in cold sweat. The time law was corroding the Nether Lord's body. Ning Chen could only dispel the time law to heal his injuries. Just as Ning Chen was healing the Nether Lord, Fan Lingyue, who was dressed in a light blue dress, walked in from outside the palace. Qing Ning sensed the person behind her and turned around. She smiled and said, "He's back." His child. Fan Lingyue looked at the baby in Qing Ning's arms and asked. "Yes." Qing Ning nodded gently. Fan Lingyue did not look too surprised. She stepped forward and reached out to touch Gui Gui's forehead. Wisps of moonlight spread out and entered his body. A moment later, Fan Lingyue withdrew her hand and said calmly, "This child will become a powerhouse who will surpass me and the knowing destiny state in the future." Qing Ning heard this before. Surprise flashed across her face, and she said, "He's still so young." The more powerful the existence, the harder it is to pass down the legacy to future generations. The knowing destiny state has already reached the saint realm. If I'm not wrong, the mother of this child is the Nether Lord in front of us. It's impossible for 2 saints of the great Tao to have their own child. However, this child has appeared. Fan Lingyue said calmly, "The only explanation is that the great Tao was incomplete in the era when the saints fell. This caused a slight change to appear in this impossibility. No one knows how terrifying the change outside the great Tao will be." Chapter 16:11. In the immortal region, 100 years after knowing destiny returned from the 8th heaven, he did not go out to battle. Instead, he chose to stay in the immortal region and focused on taking care of Gui Gui. The news of the immortal supreme having a child spread like wildfire. It did not take long for the entire immortal region to know about it. When Luo Xingqian and the others heard about it, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. That blockhead, knowing destiny, had a child? Within a few months, Luo Xingqian and the others came out of seclusion from various immortal mountains in the immortal region and rushed to the immortal palace in the east. In the huge immortal palace, Luo Xingqian looked at Gui Gui, who was learning to walk in the main hall with interest. "Gui Gui, come to uncle." Luo Xingqian opened his arms and smiled. When Gui Gui heard someone calling her, she looked at the adult in front of her with her big eyes, then turned around to look at her father, as if waiting for her father's approval. "Go," Ning Chen said with a gentle smile on his face. Seeing her father's approval, Gui Gui grinned and walked forward shakily. Seeing Gui Gui walk over, Luo Xingqian reached out to pick up the little guy in front of him and smiled. What a smart little guy. After that, Luo Xingqian took out a small jade slip and stuffed it into Gui Gui's chest pocket. He said lovingly, "This is a gift from Uncle. If anyone bullies you, throw this at him. I guarantee that he will turn into a hornet's nest." Not far away, Ning Qin sensed the amazing power in the jade slip. Vaguely, there was a trace of Saint's aura. It seemed that he wasn't far from reaching the Saint realm after a long time. They had accompanied each other all the way to this day and had experienced countless battles. Now, they had both reached the peak of martial arts. Bang! At this moment, the door of the immortal palace was blasted open. A powerful and chaotic aura spread out. In the main hall, Luo Xingqian and Ning Qin sensed it and looked at the front of the hall. In front of the hall, a figure in a black and white cloak walked over. Powerful energy vibrated from his body, and Saint's aura was faintly visible. Hearing the news that Knowing Destiny had a child, Mu Qianshang walked out from the critical moment of breaking through to the Saint realm and came to the immortal palace immediately. Due to his unstable cultivation, Mu Qianshang's cultivation fluctuated between high and low. His aura was also extremely chaotic, causing the tables and chairs in the main hall to shake. Luo Xingqian looked at the approaching Mu Qianshang and said in exasperation, "Be careful, don't hurt my nephew." "Let me see." Mu Qianshang ignored him and said. Luo Xingqian took Gui out of his arms and said softly, Gui, this is also your uncle." Gui's beautiful big eyes looked curiously in front of her. She was not afraid at all. Her small face revealed a happy smile, and she reached out her small hands to ask for a hug. A child's sixth sense was the most accurate. They could intuitively sense good and evil. "Be careful. Don't hurt the child," Luo Xingqian reminded. Mu Qianshang nodded, suppressing the trembling aura in his body. He reached out to carry the child in front of him. The child's tender and pure smile was so bright and beautiful. Mu Qianshang's tired heart gradually calmed down and a smile appeared on his face. After countless years of battle, not only the Knowing Destiny state cultivators, but even the powerful cultivators from the inner realm were tired. However, after seeing Gui, they felt that everything was worth it, because a child represented hope, the hope of life and inheritance. Mu Qianshang bit his finger. Using blood as ink and sword will as a brush, he drew a sword in the void. The sword will was shocking. A swordsman of the mortal realm who broke into the saint realm. His sword cultivation was not inferior to anyone. Even the Knowing Destiny state cultivators did not dare to underestimate his powerful sword skills. In the void, blood formed a sword. An astonishing saint aura filled the air. Before even getting close, one could feel the terrifying power. A small blood sword condensed Mu Qianshang's lifetime of sword attainments. Mu Qianshang drew the sword and pointed it at Gui's forehead. Suddenly, a red mole appeared between Gui's eyebrows. It was a dazzling red. "I wish you a peaceful and smooth life." Mu Qianshang opened his mouth and gave the most sincere blessings in his heart. Gui reached out her small white hand and touched her forehead. The smile on her small face became even more joyful. "Knowing Destiny state, I'm leaving." Mu Qianshang put Gui down and looked at the white-haired man in front of him. Ning Qin nodded lightly and did not say anything. He just said his farewell in the calmest way possible. Take care. Take care." Mu Qianshang replied and turned to leave. It had not even been a quarter of an hour since he came back from thousands of miles away. Friends who had gone through life and death together spoke little, but did more. "It seems that I should go too. I can't let this guy surpass me too much." In the hall, not long after Mu Qianshang left, Luo Xingqian also said his farewell and prepared to leave. They had all rushed back because Knowing Destiny state had a son. Now that they had seen Gui, it was time to leave. "Take care." Ning Qin still just said his farewell calmly and did not say anything else. "Take care." Luo Xingqian said softly and turned to leave. The gathering and parting of life spoke of all the emotions in the world. Ning Chen looked at the backs of the two leaving, speechless and silent. Gue stepped forward and reached out her small, white hand to hold the former's leg. She babbled as if she was comforting her father. Not far from the immortal palace, in front of an equally solemn hall, Fan Lingyue stood quietly. He looked into the distance without the slightest ripple. Years of war, 100 lives of reincarnation. In this life, everything was coming to an end. She was like this, and so was he. However, his heart had something to worry about. Would the sword still be sharp? Knowing destiny state returned, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, between heaven and earth, an astonishing saint aura soared into the sky, shocking the saints of the heavens. The clear and pure saint heart was so dazzling that it lit up heaven and earth. Ah, man, in the immortal palace, Ning Chen felt it and whispered softly. Finally, Ah Man had also reached this step. However, Ah Man, who had become a saint, did not return. Instead, he chose to go far away and began to fight in the small worlds of the saints. Once the Saint War began, the small worlds collapsed one after another. The great worlds were also affected and could be clearly felt across endless time and space. 10 years later, Ah Man killed a saint. His body was bathed in blood, and he himself was also severely injured. When Ning Chen stopped fighting, Ah Man chose to fight in Ning Chen's place and killed the saints of the heavens. Ah Man, who had the clearest mind and did not like to kill, walked on the bloodiest path because it was his wish. In the immortal palace, the white-haired Ning Chen looked at Gue in front of him with a loving smile on his face, as if he knew nothing about everything. Perhaps because of his concern for his child, knowing Destiny State's sword was blunt, and his sword intent was no longer as sharp as before. However, no one said a word about this, because everyone knew how much knowing Destiny State had sacrificed for this human world. The reason why the human world could survive until today was not because of luck, but because there were people who did not care about life and death, standing at the forefront of disasters time and time again, blocking the darkness and chaos for all living beings. Now, since he wanted to rest, then let him rest. Chapter 1612. In the immortal region, in the second 100 years since knowing Destiny's return, Gue grew up a little. She learned how to walk and speak. Dad. In the north of the immortal palace, in front of a small river that meandered to the east, Gue squatted down, grabbed a small round pebble, and walked back to knowing Destiny's side not far away. Ning Chen looked at Gue, who was playing with mud in front of him, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He did not reprimand her. He squatted down and wiped the mud off Gue's face and body. After more than 100 years of not using weapons, Ning Chen's murderous aura had almost disappeared. He had turned from a decisive immortal region, venerable, to the most ordinary father. For more than 100 years, Ning Chen focused on taking care of Gue, fulfilling the responsibility of a father. However, Ming and Ghost Lady, who were seriously injured, had not woken up. They were still unconscious. After many battles, Ming and Ghost Lady's injuries were extremely serious. It would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. Ning Chen was also anxious. After waiting for endless years, even reincarnating after reincarnation, he had long been used to waiting. In the seventh heaven, since knowing Destiny returned to the immortal region, the immortal region had become a forbidden area in the entire seventh heaven realm. Even saints of the Great Path did not dare to set foot in it. The huge floating island in the seventh heaven was like a huge mountain that pressed down on the saints of the heavens, like a fishbone in their throat. However, even though the saints of the heavens wanted to flatten the immortal region from the sky, no one dared to do so, including the Darkness Lord who had been hiding in the dark. For more than 100 years, the peace of the immortal region made the Darkness Lord even more fearful of the immortal region venerable, because in the past 100 years he could almost no longer feel the aura of the immortal region venerable. It was as if he had disappeared from this world. He was empty and distant, making it difficult for people to reach him. I can no longer feel his sword. Lord, Mo said in a serious voice. Could it be that his strength has increased again? The darkness, Lord asked in a deep voice. I'm not sure. In the past 100 years, his aura has become more and more restrained, making people afraid. Lord Mo said with a serious expression. Now, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack, no one is willing to provoke this lunatic. At the side, a dark look flashed in the eyes of the Darkness Master. No one would have thought that the sovereign of the celestial realm would grow to such an extent that even the saints of the celestial realm feared him. At the same time, in the 8th layer of heaven, the deity stood quietly in the temple, looking at the celestial realm outside the endless space and time, a strange look on his face. His guess was right. The saint fetus grew faster by the side of that immortal realm sovereign. In the time-sacred hall, Yin Fei Hua looked at the crystal coffin in front of her with longing in her eyes. Soon, in a few more days, the holy embryo would mature. At that time, God would be able to break through his current realm and truly stand above the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the celestial realm, Ning Chan was playing with Gui Gui by the riverside. He didn't look impatient at all. Perhaps it was because his life was filled with blood and hardships, so Ning Chin didn't want Gui Gui to go through all that. He wanted her to have a happy childhood. Just as Mo Zhu had said, when Ning Chin didn't take the initiative to make a move, the saints of the various heavens also didn't dare to provoke the immortal region, and all sides coexisted peacefully. For the past 100 years, above heavens was in a rare period of peace. Ghost! At this moment, Qing Ning walked over and called out to him, Auntie. When Gui Gui saw who it was, his young face immediately lit up with joy, and he jogged over. Qing Ning squatted down and reached out to pat Gui Gui's little head. She smiled and said, Ghost, did you listen to Daddy today? Yes. Gui Gui nodded vigorously and said in a childish voice. Qing Ning smiled and took out a pastry from the basket in her hands to feed the little guy in front of her. Gui Gui took a bite of the pastry, and the smile on his little face grew even brighter. You're personally making pastry for Gui Gui again. Ning Chin stepped forward and smiled. I haven't made it in a long time. I'm a little rusty. Qing Ning smiled and said, The Empress loves to eat these. After she left, I stopped making them. Since Gui Gui likes to eat them, I'll make them for him. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Chen's eyes were filled with longing. Back then, the Empress was the fiercest to me. That's because you always caused trouble and angered the Empress. Qing Ning said unhappily, Luckily, Gui Gui doesn't cause trouble like you. After saying that, Qing Ning reached out and pinched Gui Gui's white and tender little face. With a gentle expression, she said, Gui Gui, in a while your inner Jie is going to. Before Qing Ning could finish her words, a clear and melodious voice came from behind, scaring Gui Gui so much that his little face changed color. Gui Gui. In the blink of an eye, Iner appeared beside the two of them. Looking at the little guy hiding in Qing Ning's embrace, she said sweetly, Did you break my crystal lamp? Gui Gui poked his little head out from Qing Ning's embrace, so frightened that he didn't dare to speak. Iner, don't scare Gui Gui. Qing Ning glared at the girl in front of her and reprimanded softly. Iner stuck out her little tongue and said, All right, I'm a magnanimous adult. I won't bicker with a child like him. After saying that, Iner squatted down and looked at the little guy in Qing Ning's embrace. She said amiably, Gui, Gui, Big Sister will bring you to eat something delicious. Do you want to come? Hesitation flashed across Gui Gui's little face. However, the child's greedy nature eventually overcame his fear of the big sister in front of him. He nodded and said, Let's go. Hearing this, a victorious smile appeared on Iner's face. Reaching out, she took Gui Gui's little hand and said, Master, Big Sister Qing Ning, I'll take Gui Gui away. Go on. Ning Chin smiled and said, Come back soon. Got it, Ina replied, and left with Gui. After the two of them left, Qin Ning turned to look at the white-haired man by the river. A hint of emotion flashed across her eyes. In the past 100 years, she had also felt the changes in him, but she didn't know if it was good or bad. Now he was the ruler of the immortal region. Not only did he bear the burden of the immortal region's rise and fall, but he also bore the burden of the human realm's rise and fall. As long as the saints of the heavens existed, the human realm's calamity would never end, and the cycle of reincarnation would never end. Only by killing all the saints of the heavens and returning the great Tao to its proper order could the human realm continue to exist for thousands of years. This responsibility was heavier than a mountain. She deeply experienced the power of the saints. Even Ning Qin would have to pay a hefty price to kill one of them. Moreover, there were so many saints of the heavens. She knew Jiming's character better than anyone else. He would never forget his responsibility. Moreover, this was the ultimate goal of his reincarnation after reincarnation. Although he didn't personally admit it, she knew that he was the ruler of the immortal region, the master of the eastern celestial realm, a person who had once scattered his blood, bones, and spirit for the sake of the human realm. While thinking, Qin Ning looked at the immortal palace in the distance. In the palace, her immortal swords stood tall, but now they were all sealed in wooden scabbards, their sharpness restrained. Chapter 1613. Celestial Realm, Moonlit Night. In front of a small river not far from the celestial palace, Ning Qin stood quietly. He looked at the celestial realm that was getting better day by day. It was finally coming to an end. Rebuilding the celestial realm was essential. He couldn't be restricted by the rules of the original world if he wanted to fight against the most powerful saints. He worked so hard to create the celestial realm so that he could have a chance to fight equally with the saints. He believed that this day would come soon. At the riverside, at this moment, a human celestial venerable with a long sword on his back and an abnormally powerful aura appeared. His handsome face was filled with arrogance. "Greetings, celestial venerable." The celestial venerable looked at the white-haired man in front of him and bowed. Ning Qin turned around and recognized him. He was a peerless genius from the mortal world. His name was Guxing Lei. He was extremely talented in the sword and had a limitless future. Facing the hope of the mortal world, Ning Qin's expression became calm. He said, "What's the matter?" Guxing Lei looked at the celestial venerable who had become a legend in the mortal world and said calmly, "I came from the mortal world and heard too many legends about the celestial venerable. Today, I want to challenge the celestial venerable. I hope that the celestial venerable can teach me." Ning Qin smiled and didn't refuse. He nodded and said, "Please wait a moment." After speaking, Ning Qin walked to the side and picked up a piece of dead wood from the ground. He pointed with his right hand and cut the wood into a weapon. Guxing Lei frowned and waited patiently. By the river, the moon was like a bow. The dead wood was cut into a strange blade. When the last piece of wood was cut, the dead wood became a sword. It represented the greatest respect the celestial venerable had for the younger generation in the mortal world. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Ning Qin raised his head and looked at the celestial venerable in front of him. Facing a legendary existence, Guxing Lei didn't dare to be careless. He shouted, and the sword in tent around him rose rapidly. A peerless genius in the monarch realm was an absolute powerhouse in every era. Guxing Lei activated his divine energy and fiercely pulled out the 3 stars shining in the world. The dazzling divine sword was decorated with 3 stars. Guxing Lei moved, and his sword intent soared into the sky. Looking at the figure in front of him, a smile flashed across Ning Qin's face. He was relieved that there was such a junior powerhouse in the mortal world. As he thought of this, Ning Qin's figure disappeared. His body was as fast as lightning, inconceivably fast. There was no suppression from their cultivation bases. It was just a simple clash of sword wills. Ning Qin waved the withered wood sword in his hand. His control over the sword reached the pinnacle in an instant. Every time he accurately stabbed at the gaps between Lonely Star Tear's attacks. Before Gushing Lei could react, his vision blurred, and a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared in front of him with a sword at his throat. In less than 10 moves, Lone Star Tears didn't even sense the aura of the celestial realm sovereign before her. The battle had already ended. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was enough to make people despair. "I've lost," Gushing Lei said bitterly. "If you lose, continue cultivating." Ningchen smiled. "Let's go back." "Has the venerable immortal ever been defeated?" Gushing Lei looked at the immortal realm's supremacy before her and asked. "I have." Ning Chen's tone was calm. "Moreover, I've lost so many times that even I can't remember." After hearing this, Gushing Lei fell silent. She did not ask any more questions. She bowed respectfully before turning around and leaving. It turned out that the venerable immortal, who was so powerful that even the sages feared him, had also been defeated before. After Gushing Lei left, Ningchen looked at the withered wood sword in his hand. After a while, he waved his right hand, and the withered wood sword turned into a stream of light and flew out. In an unknown place, in a boundless dark world, a sword light broke through the darkness and instantly reached the depths of the darkness. In the depths of the dark world, the darkness master opened his eyes. Looking at the sword light that broke through the sky, his expression sank. He struck out with his palm and blocked the withered wood sword. Instantly, the dark world shook. The terrifying sword intent almost destroyed the dark world. The darkness master snorted coldly. He waved his hand to stop the shaking small world. He looked into the distance with an unusually cold expression. A demonstration. In the celestial realm, under the moonlight, Ning Qin stepped away from the river and walked towards the immortal palace. The white-haired, venerable immortal under the moonlight shouldered the rise and fall of the human world for thousands of generations. In this world, he was determined to end the eternal calamity. In the immortal palace, Gue, who had played for a day, fell into a deep sleep. Ning Chen walked over and looked at the sleeping child with a gentle expression. Gue was the same as them. They were the hope of the human world. He wanted to create a true pure land for the human world, a world that would no longer be controlled by the sages of the celestial realm. At the same time, in the human world, a beautiful and powerful figure walked through the forbidden lands of the human world. She was also working for the rise and fall of the human world. From the beginning to now, there were too many forbidden lands in the human world that buried the truth of time. The Changling female supreme walked through the forbidden lands in search of the time restriction. In 100 years, the female supreme had walked through almost all of the human world but found nothing. The time restriction seemed to have disappeared from the world. Other than Ning Qin obtaining some incomplete divine restrictions, the time restriction had never been known to anyone. But the female supreme knew the importance of the time restriction. The god of gods controlled the laws of time in the large world. Only by fully understanding these laws could they defeat the strongest god of the 8th stratum. At the end of the human world, the ancient battlefield of Taichu was a world that was almost separated by the chaotic flow of time. The female supreme forcefully tore open the small world and entered it. The ancient battlefield of Taichu was filled with devastation. The remains of gods and demons could be seen, showing the tragedy of the divine battle of Taichu. Suddenly, the female supreme's expression turned serious. Her figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, charging into the depths of the ancient battlefield. In the immortal palace, Ning Chen sat quietly beside Gue's bed. He carefully covered Gue with a blanket and walked out. Separated by endless time and space, Ning Qin looked at the ancient battlefield of Taichu and said, "Did you find it?" "Found it." In the depths of the ancient battlefield of Taichu, the female supreme looked at the vast world around her and transmitted her voice. "Wait a moment," Ning Qin replied and took a step forward. His figure instantly disappeared. Outside the ancient battlefield of Taichu, spatial formations moved. Ning Chen's figure appeared and walked into the ancient battlefield. In the ancient battlefield, Ning Chen walked step by step. In a few breaths, he arrived in front of the female supreme. The world in front of him was shrouded in multicolored light. It was so beautiful. "You don't need me to go in with you?" The female supreme looked at knowing destiny and said seriously. "No need." Ning Chen shook his head and smiled. "I know a little about the time restriction. Although it's not as dangerous as the immortal execution restriction, it's very troublesome. The immortal domain can't be left alone for a long time. Female Supreme, go back first." The female Supreme nodded and reminded. "Be careful." "Understood." Ning Chen nodded and didn't delay any longer before striding into the divine restriction. Outside the divine restriction, the female Supreme stood for a moment before turning and leaving. In the immortal domain, in the Eastern Palace, Gui woke up from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and called out, "Daddy." Qing Ning walked over and hugged Gui, who had just woken up. She said softly, Gui, you're awake." "Andy, where's Daddy?" Gui looked around and didn't see her father. She asked in a childish voice. "He went to find something fun for Gui." Qing Ning said gently, Gui needs to be obedient. As long as Gui is obedient, Daddy will be back soon." Gui nodded vigorously and said in a childish voice, Gui is the most obedient." Chapter 1614. In the depths of the Taichu ancient battlefield, Ning Chen entered the time restriction to search for the truth of time. There were 3 great restrictions in the world: Yellow Spring, Time, and Immortal Slaying. Each had its own strengths. One ruled over space, one ruled over time, and one ruled over slaughter. They were restrictions that only existed in legends. Now, in order to fight against the most powerful god among the saints of the Great Path, Ning Chen personally entered a dangerous place to break the time restriction with all his might. The time restriction formed a world of its own. After Ning Chen entered, he immediately felt a shocking change in the flow of time around him. The lifespan of a saint of the Great Path was almost endless. However, Ning Chen's body still began to age. Ning Chen felt the shocking change in the restriction and narrowed his eyes slightly. There were hundreds of millions of changes in the time restriction. Ning Chen reached out and touched the restriction. He could clearly feel the traces of time. Knowing how complicated the rules of time were, Ning Chen was fully prepared from the moment he entered. He checked the changes in the time restriction again and again. Just as knowing destiny entered the time restriction, Gui sat on the steps in front of the immortal palace in the immortal region. Her beautiful big eyes were looking into the distance, waiting for her father's return. Gui, are you hungry? I made some pastries for you." Qing Ning walked up and sat beside Gui. "I'm not hungry." Gui shook her head and continued to look into the distance. Her little face was full of anticipation. Qing Ning followed Gui's gaze and said gently, Gui, do you miss Daddy?" "Yes." Gui nodded and said expectantly, "Auntie, when will Daddy come back?" Qing Ning was silent. After a moment, she said softly, "Soon. Gui, be obedient and eat well. Otherwise, Daddy won't like Gui when he comes back." "If Gui is obedient, will Daddy be able to come back soon?" Gui looked up and asked innocently. A gentle smile appeared on Qing Ning's face. She took out a plate of pastries from the basket beside her and said, "Auntie made Gui's favorite red bean cake. Eat it quickly." "Okay." Gui nodded vigorously. She reached out her small hand and picked up a piece of pastry. She then began to eat it obediently. At the side, Qing Ning looked at the child in front of her and sighed softly. Gui was a smart child, but he was also very obedient. He was so obedient that it made one's heart ache. Fan Lingyue, who wore a light blue dress, stood quietly in front of a large hall not too far from the immortal palace. She gazed into the distance, and she was similarly waiting patiently. In her memory, she vaguely remembered that there was an earth-shattering battle in the absolute beginning era. At that time, even her will wasn't clear. It was a long time ago. Perhaps only the Nether King, who was the first saint of the Great Path to gain sentience, and the gods of the eighth heaven had truly experienced the battle. The merciless passage of time had buried too many truths. After the Taichu Divine War, the saints of the Great Path had developed spiritual intelligence one after another and emerged from the rules of the Great Path. As for why the saints of the Great Path could gain sentience, perhaps even the saints themselves did not know. He hoped that this time Ningchen would be able to understand the truth of the absolute beginning divine battle through the passage of time. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. This was a principle that he knew better than anyone else. There were also ghosts. Fan Lingyue looked at the child in front of the immortal palace with a solemn expression. The appearance of ghosts was a huge variable, a variable outside of the Great Path. What kind of impact would it have on the future divine war? In addition, did the Nether King really fall? The former #1 martial god of the heaven realm, an existence that even the gods of the gods were afraid of, didn't leave any backup plans? Everything was full of doubts. She needed time to verify it. In front of the immortal palace, when Qingning was accompanying ghosts to eat pastries, Einer skipped over. Looking at the little girl in front of her, she smiled and said, "Ghosts, sister will take you out to play." "I don't want to. I want to wait here for Daddy to come back." Ghosts shook her head and said in a childish voice, "I really don't want to go. There are a lot of fun places where sister wants to go." Einer was like a little demon tempting the child in front of her as she described and gestured. On Ghost's face there was a struggle. Her little heart was in a fierce struggle. Einer made a face at Qingning and reached out to make a victory gesture. She was the best at dealing with children. Qingning smiled and said, Go play with your sister. Auntie will wait for your father here." Ghosts twisted her hands together and said in a childish voice, "Then Auntie must wait here for Daddy to come back." "Okay, Auntie promises you." Qingning stretched out her right pinky and said with a smile, "Let's pinky swear." Pinky swear. Ghosts also stretched out her pinky and said with incomparable seriousness. Not long after, Einer left with ghosts. Qingning looked at the two's departing figures and gently breathed a sigh of relief. Qingning got up and looked at the front of the palace not far away. She said, "Miss Fan, you have been standing there for many days. Are you waiting for something?" "Waiting for him to bring back the truth of the Taichu divine battle." Fan Lingyue said calmly, "Perhaps this is the key to determining the outcome of the final battle. At the beginning of the world, the saints appeared. Weren't the saints of the Great Path the first living beings to appear?" Qingning asked seriously. "No." Fan Lingyue shook her head. Fan Lingyue shook her head and said, "The appearance of the saints of the Great Path is extremely strange. In my memory, before the saints appeared, there was a great battle, and only after this great battle did the saints of the various heavens gain sentience, one after another. Does Ningchen know about this?" Qingning asked with a serious expression. "Yes." Fan Lingyue replied, "That's why we are searching for the time restriction with all our might. Firstly, we want to understand the true meaning of the time laws, and secondly, we want to find the truth of the Taichu divine battle. So there is such a thing." Qingning sighed softly and said, "You've worked hard." "It's not hard." Fan Lingyue said calmly, "Miss Qing, Ghosts is an unusual child. You must ensure his safety." "I understand." Qingning nodded and said, "With Einer by his side, he will be fine." 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. At the end of the world, in the depths of the Taichu ancient battlefield, Ningchen had been in the time restriction for 100 years, but he still hadn't come out. The changes of time were more than billions of years. Ningchen stood in it, personally experiencing the changes of time. As time passed, the traces of time were engraved. While Ning Qin felt the changes of time, he also saw some memories engraved in the time laws. In the Taichu primordial era, before the heavens and earth were created, terrifying figures of fiend gods stood in the chaos. Each of them was as big as a star, and every move they made could destroy the heavens and earth. The great battle began. In the chaos, fiend gods fell one after another in the great battle. Their bodies turned into mountains, their blood turned into rivers, and their eyes turned into the sun, moon, and stars. A battle between fiend gods broke the chaos and also opened a new era. Chapter 16:15. The divine time restriction, knowing destiny, entered 100 years and experienced the merciless passage of time with one's physical body. In the absolute beginning, before the primordial chaos was created, many gods and demons that were born before the heavens and earth fought, causing the primordial chaos to collapse. The winner rose while the turbid sank. The winner became the heavens, while the turbid became the earth. An earth-shattering battle occurred, and the universe changed color. Many giant chaos gods and demons fell in the battle. Their bodies, blood, and eyes turned into mountains, rivers, and stars, forming a great world. When the heavens and earth were formed, the great world's rules had yet to take shape. The most powerful chaos god and demon appeared, surrounded by holy light. The 12 wings on his back were as white as snow. He used his divine essence to create all the laws of the heavens and earth. Nether King. In the divine time restriction, Ning Chen felt the powerful divine aura from the chaos god and was shocked. It turned out that the Nether King had existed before the heavens and earth were born. However, why was his aura so different? The Nether King in his memory was cold and emotionless. He was proud and demonic. However, the Nether King in front of him was as holy as a god. His aura was pure and yang. In the mark of time, the Nether King created all the laws of the heavens and earth and did his best to create a great world. Behind the Nether King, time flowed and another chaos god and demon appeared. He looked at the Nether King and asked calmly, "What do you want to do?" "This great world is too quiet," the Nether King said calmly. "In the near future, living beings like us will appear in this great world. They will be powerful but kind. There will be no killing and no jealousy." The god looked at the stars and beautiful mountains in the heavens and earth and said calmly, "Something is missing." The Nether King turned around and looked at the god behind him. He said, "Something is missing." Hearing that, the god squinted his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" "The reproduction of living beings cannot be endless. Life, old age, sickness, and death are the Tao of the heavens and earth," the Nether King said calmly. The god looked at the great world and nodded. "Makes sense." After saying that, the god raised his hand. Chaos divine essence spread out and entered the great world. Roar! At that moment, a giant desolate beast appeared in the starry sky and swallowed the stars. When the Nether King saw this, his face turned cold. He gripped his right hand and a 6-foot-long sword appeared. With a slash, the wild beast's head flew off. The falling blood dyed the starry sky red. The desolate beast fell, smashing into the stars. Time flew by. In the starry sky, the 2 strongest chaotic god-fiends stood quietly, watching the evolution of the world. Gradually, between heaven and earth, the rules of the great Tao evolved, mountains and rivers took shape, and the great river flowed east. In space, the 2 chaos god-fiends also began to petrify and transform into great Tao. After an unknown number of years, bridges of the great Tao appeared one after another in the void, taking form. Within the time restriction, Ning Qin observed the evolution of the great Tao of heaven and earth. His expression grew more and more shocked. So this was the origin of the great world. Just as Ning Qin was trying his best to deduce the changes in time, was playing around in the human world. In 100 years, she had traveled to several large planets. Gue was not immortal. Even though 100 years had passed, she did not look much older. She only walked and spoke much more nimbly. Sister, I want to eat Tonghulu. On the bustling streets of the North Star, Gui stretched out her tender little finger and pointed ahead, her childish voice sounding like a child. All right, whatever Gui wants to eat. Sister will buy it for Gui. Een, I said delicately as she led the little rascal to a stall in front. At this moment, 2 sneaky men rushed over from behind. They picked up Gui and ran forward. Een was stunned before she revealed a strange expression. Snatching a child, quickly catch the robbers. Een looked at the 2 people running away in front of her and shouted in a very cooperative manner. In the crowd, the 2 men carried Gui and ran with all their might. It shocked the crowd, causing chaos. However, Gui, who was snatched away by the 2 men, did not cry or make a fuss. Her big eyes looked at her sister, who was following behind unhurriedly. She said in a childish voice, Sister, my Tonghulu. All right. Een nodded and smiled. Sister will buy it for you. With that said, Een walked to a stall by the side and bought a Tonghulu before continuing to follow. After walking for 2 or 3 streets, the 2 men were so tired that they were panting and could not run anymore. Behind them, Een walked over and looked at Gui in one of the men's arms. Her expression was gentle as she said, Gui, Tonghulu. Gui broke free from the man's arms and flew to Een. She took the Tonghulu and happily ate it. Seeing this, the 2 men were so scared that their faces turned pale. Gui, Een glared and softly reprimanded. You said you wouldn't use magic. Gui heard this and embarrassedly stuck out her tongue. Sister, I'm sorry. I forgot. Een's face revealed a smile. All right, Sister forgives you. Let's go. With that said, Een took Gui's little hand and walked forward. Sister, I miss Daddy. On the street, Gui said as she ate the Tonghulu. Hearing this, Een suddenly felt a headache. She pointed ahead and said, Hey, look, it's so lively ahead. Gui looked in the direction the former was pointing, and her attention was immediately drawn over. In the celestial realm, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years passed. In front of the great hall not far from the celestial palace, Fan Lingyue continued to wait for 200 years and did not leave. On the side, the Changling female supreme who had returned from the Grand Primordium ancient battlefield walked over and said, Still waiting? Fan Lingyue nodded and said, Female supreme, look at this celestial realm. Now there are you and me, 2 saints, plus knowing destiny, and a man who has yet to return. For Genesis realms are still unable to control the fate of the mortal realm. Why? The heavenly Tao is heartless, treating all things as dogs. Saints are heartless, treating all beings as ants. The female supreme said calmly, In these years we have suppressed the primordial demon realm and set the great calamity of the world. Now we are facing the saints of the heavens. I don't know when the chaos of the mortal realm will truly be quelled. However, I believe that all of this will end very soon. Female supreme, there is something that I have always wondered. Has the Nether King really died? Fan Lingyue asked seriously. In the past, I had never doubted it, but now I have doubts. The female supreme said with a serious expression, You said before that the Nether King appeared before the saints of the heavens. Perhaps he is different from the saints of the heavens and very likely has not died. You said that if the Nether King is not dead, then where is he now? Fan Lingyue looked at the distant world and asked. I don't know. The female supreme shook her head and said, I entered the demonic path, but still could not see the end of the demonic path. When I stood on the demonic path bridge, I discovered that I still could not escape the shackles of this world. So he created this celestial realm. A strange look flashed across Fan Lingyue's eyes as he said, Perhaps when the celestial realm completely breaks free from the shackles of the great world, we can truly see the truth of the world. Chapter 16:16. At the end of the world, in the ancient battlefield of the primordial era, in the divine restriction of time, Zhi Ming personally experienced the changes of time, and his heart became heavier and heavier. The divine restriction of time was completely different from the outside world. As a saint of the Great Path, Ning Chen's physical body began to age under the astonishing passage of time. Even an immortal saint was not absolutely immortal under the erosion of time. However, Ning Chen's consciousness was still trapped in the long river of time, witnessing the changes of the world in the primordial era. At the beginning of the primordial era, after a great battle, gods and demons died in battle, and their bodies turned into everything in the world. After the great battle of gods and demons, the Nether King, who survived the battle, appeared. His incomparably holy power shook the world and created all the laws of the world. The world evolved step by step. The gods who survived with the Nether King bestowed the laws of time to the world, allowing the living beings that might appear in the future to experience the reincarnation of birth, old age, illness, and death. After the world was formed, the Nether King and the gods gradually petrified and merged with the world. Gradually, in the new great world, the laws of the Great Path evolved one after another. 50 great path bridges stood between heaven and earth. After the evolution of the Great Path, living beings gradually appeared in the world. Eagles flew in the sky, and fish swam in the river. Next, the world began to have humans, demons, barbarians, ghosts, and so on. The myriad races appeared in the primordial era, and the glory of the great world began. However, when the myriad races appeared, battles also appeared. In the great world, the myriad races began to fight for benefits. In the primordial era, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, the living beings were abnormally powerful. They fought until the world was almost destroyed. The greed of the myriad races gradually attracted the disgust of the Nether King. The Nether King appeared and stopped the war. Intimidated by the power of the Nether King, the myriad races gradually stopped fighting and returned to peace. The Nether King left and returned to the above heavens. However, everything was just the beginning. As time flew, the myriad races forgot the deterrence of the Nether King and began to fight again. The tragic war lasted for nearly 10,000 years. One by one, the great races were exterminated in the war and completely disappeared from the world. The war, that could be called a catastrophe, dyed the sky red. The greed of the myriad races had truly angered the Nether King above the 9 heavens. Above the 9 heavens, the gods watched the war in the human world, but they did not stop it. They even added fuel to the fire time and time again. The survival of the fittest. The gods wanted the strongest race, and they did not care about the calamity of the human world. Finally, the differences between Pluto and the gods were irreconcilable. Pluto descended and destroyed the human world. The pure and holy creation god had completely turned into a devil god of destruction. His pure white divine wings turned black and turned into the 12 wings of sin that blotted out the sky, shocking all races. The terrifying number 1 martial god of the heaven realm had displayed his most terrifying power, directly wiping out tens of thousands of races, leaving behind only a small amount of life flames for his inheritance. The darkest history of the absolute beginning era wasn't recorded. After hundreds of thousands of years, the flame of life that the Nether King had left for the 10,000 clans gradually grew stronger. The energy of the 10,000 clans was restored bit by bit. The Netherworld King, who created this world, couldn't bear to completely destroy it. He gave the human world a chance to change its ways. However, the myriad races that had just experienced blood and pain had once again disappointed the gods of the 7th heaven. Where there were people, there would be fights. Greed and ugliness were everywhere. For the sake of fighting for resources, the myriad races once again erupted into a great war. Blood flowed for hundreds of millions of miles. In the 8th layer of heaven, the deities were watching the great battle in the human world. However, they remained silent and indulged in the battle. The Netherworld King was completely disappointed with the attitude of the deities and didn't say anything else. The Netherworld King once again descended into the human world. However, this time the Netherworld King didn't attack the myriad races. Instead, he used his supreme cultivation to create the inner realm. The Netherworld King's pure land was a brand new world. It was the last hope of the Netherworld King for all living beings. The Netherworld King created the inner realm and completely separated it from the outer realm. He didn't want the greed of the 10,000 races to affect the inner realm. The development of the inner realm was very slow. The Netherworld King didn't interfere. He just watched the evolution of the inner realm from the sky. In the time restriction, Ning Chen watched the scene of the beginning of the world. His expression became more and more gloomy. The Netherworld King and the deities of the eighth heaven weren't saints of the Great Path. They were gods and demons that created the Great Path. In that case, even if the bridge of the Great Path was destroyed, nothing should happen to the Netherworld King and the deities of the eighth heaven. The Netherworld King isn't dead. Ning Chen escaped from the river of time. He looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Although it was just a guess, the Netherworld King shouldn't be dead. However, the aura of the Netherworld King and Senior had disappeared together. How could this be explained? Ning Chen couldn't figure it out. He could only suppress the doubts in his heart and continue to deduce the changes of the time restriction. The Netherworld King's attitude towards the 10,000 races was completely different from the deities of the eighth heaven. However, compared to the Netherworld King's anger towards the 10,000 races, the attitude of the deities was meaningful. In the time restriction, Ning Chen used all his strength to break the time restriction. His speed became faster and faster. As Ning Chen broke the restriction, the time restriction was also rapidly evolving and changing unpredictably. Billions of changes were endless. In the blink of an eye, countless traces of time flowed by. Time passed year after year. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. In the time restriction, violent vibrations sounded, and time flowed backward. Ning Chen walked out. The wind and frost on his body were more and more difficult to hide. In the celestial realm, in front of the main hall not far from the immortal palace, Fan Lingyue and Nu Chang felt something. Their expressions froze. He came out. Daddy is back. Daddy is back. In front of the immortal palace, Gue, who had long returned from the mortal world, also felt her father's aura and said happily. At this moment, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out from the void. After hundreds of years, he finally returned. Daddy! Gue flew up and pounced over. Ning Chen reached out and hugged Gue. He smiled and said, Gue has grown up. Daddy, Gue misses you. Gue's beautiful big eyes were filled with tears. She was about to cry. Isn't Daddy back now? Ning Chen reached out and wiped away the tears from the corner of Gue's eyes. While speaking, Ning Chen carried Gue to the front of the hall. Looking at the woman in front of him, he said softly, I'm back. It's good that you're back. Qing Ning nodded and said with a calm expression. She had said countless times that as long as he came back safely, everything would be fine. How is it? At this moment, not far away, Fan Lingyue walked over and asked directly. The Netherworld King and the eighth heaven deities are not saints of the Great Path. Ning Chen replied, They are chaos god fiends who created the Great Path. Hearing this, Fan Lingyue narrowed his eyes and said, In that case, the Netherworld King should not be dead. Perhaps that's true. Ning Chen said seriously, However, there is indeed no aura of the Netherworld King in this world. If the Netherworld King is not dead, where is he? Or in what form is he alive in? In the eighth heaven, in the time's sacred palace, the deity opened his eyes. Looking at the demonic aura that filled the world, he murmured softly, Netherworld King, are you really not dead? Chapter 16:17. In the celestial region, Ming returned from the Taichu ancient battlefield and brought back the truth of the Taichu ancient world. Reappearing in the mortal world, Ning Chen's body was covered in thick frost. In front of the immortal palace, the three strongest saints of the mortal world gathered to discuss the future of the mortal world. Now, if you were to fight with an eighth heaven god, what are your chances of winning? The female saint asked seriously. Less than 10%. Ning Chen answered honestly. As long as we can't completely leave the great world, we can't fight against the laws of time. What's more troublesome is that we don't know how to kill that god. At the side, Fan Lingyue looked at the horizon and said, "What kind of existence is a chaos god fiend?" Now that there are no chaos god fiends in this world, this is the most difficult thing. Ning Chen answered, "Saints of the Great Path have weaknesses. Destroying the Great Path Bridge can kill them, but we know nothing about the weakness of a chaos god fiend. If there's a chance, go to the eighth heaven again," Fan Lingyue said calmly. "Our combat strength is not enough." Ning Chen said seriously, "The celestial region is our last trump card and can't be used easily. To fight against the chaos god fiend of the eighth heaven, we can't guarantee our safety with our current combat strength." "Go and find a man," the female saint said softly. "Now, a man is also a great path realm expert and can be of help." Hearing this, Ning Chen fell silent. After a long time, he shook his head lightly and said, "Let her be." The female saint sighed and said nothing more. At the side, Fan Lingyue changed the topic and said calmly, "What about the Netherlord? Is he still unable to wake up?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "He was injured and his injuries are too serious. I'm afraid that even the great path rule in his body is affected. It will be difficult for him to wake up in a short time." "What a pity. She should have been our best helper." Fan Lingyue said lightly and said, "Ming, you just came back. Rest first. There's no rush to go to the eighth heaven. While you still have time, spend more time with Gue," the female saint reminded. "I understand." Ning Chen nodded and replied. "Lingyue, let's go," the female saint said. Fan Lingyue nodded, and the two left together. Beside Ning Chen, Gue saw the two ants left. She immediately raised her little head and reached for a hug. "Daddy, hug me." "All right." Ning Chen picked up Gue and said gently, Gue, have you been good these days?" Gue is the best." Gue raised her little head and said in a childish voice. Ning Chen smiled and said, "Your big sister, Iner, brought you to the human world to play." "Yes." Gue nodded vigorously and said, "The human world is so fun." "Do you want to go there again?" Ning Chen asked softly. "Yes," Gue replied. "Let's go then." Ning Chen smiled and said, Phoenix flames rose around him. In the next moment, above the celestial realm, a phoenix cried out and flew towards the mortal realm. Not long after Ming and Gue left the immortal region, purple light soared into the sky in a small world. The sky was filled with arrow shadows, and their power was earth-shattering. "Success! I've finally succeeded." Luo Xing rushed out from the small world and laughed heartily. In the void, all the laws of heaven and earth rumbled and shook. A new bridge of the great path appeared. The powerful pressure shocked all the worlds. Oh, Ning Chen, who had left the celestial realm, sensed something. He turned around and looked into the distance, his eyes narrowing. This kid was really fast. Sometimes talent really couldn't be envied. Another one. In the dark world, the Lord of Darkness opened his eyes and said with a heavy expression, "The human world's sovereigns have stepped into the saint realm one after another. The dusk of the saints. My previous premonition is finally coming true," Lord Amos said in a serious voice. "We can't sit still and wait for death. Now that the celestial realm's sovereign has left the celestial realm, it's the best time for us to make a move," Lord of Darkness said in a deep voice. "What do you mean?" Lord Emo looked at the human man who had just entered the saint realm in the distance and said, "Kill the human saint." "That's right," Lord of Darkness said calmly. "The human saints are equivalent to the celestial realm's right-hand men. As long as these people are eliminated, no matter how strong the celestial realm's sovereign is, he won't be able to do anything alone." Lord Emo was silent. After a moment, he nodded and said, "That makes sense. Let's go." Lord of Darkness got up and walked towards the sky. In the distance, in the small world, arrow light soared into the sky. Luo Xing became a saint, attracting the attention of all parties. At this moment in the human world, Ning Chan walked over with Gui Gui and rushed straight to the inner realm. In the inner realm, as soon as Ning Chan arrived, in the 5 regions, the human world's powerhouses sensed his arrival, and their expressions changed. The foreign pressure was no longer like pressure. It was as if the sky was pressing down, so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. However, only the most powerful martial artists in the human world could feel the terrifying pressure. Ordinary people still couldn't sense anything. Ning Chen held Gui Gui's hand and walked on the land of the inner realm. Looking at the changes in the inner realm, his eyes flashed with light. He was finally back. "Daddy, where is this?" Gui Gui asked in a childish voice. "This is Daddy's hometown," Ning Chen said softly. "It's also Gui's hometown." When Gui Gui heard this, she nodded as if she understood, and said, "Then are we going to live here in the future?" "Yes," Ning Chen replied softly. "We will stay for some time." 3 months later, in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, the old site of Desolate City, Ning Chen and Gui Gui arrived and stopped. In the past, Desolate City was the old site of the legendary battle with the Nether King. After tens of thousands of years, it was difficult to see Desolate City's former appearance. Ning Chen raised his hand, and sword intent spread throughout the imperial city. In an instant, the silent sword intent in Desolate City automatically awakened and fought against the sword intent that filled the sky. "Senior Mubai, I'm back," Ning Chen said softly. He waved his right hand and dispersed the sword intent that filled the sky. Then, in Desolate City, the sword intent quieted down again and returned to normal. After becoming a saint, Ning Chen discovered that even saints of the Great Path couldn't reverse life and death. Those who had passed away could never come back. The reincarnation of the heavenly Tao was difficult for humans to go against. Even saints had a time when they ran out of power. In Desolate City, Ning Chen stood quietly for a moment and then walked toward the imperial city of the Great Xia. The Great Xia was an immortal dynasty that had been passed down for countless years. It was known as the most terrifying existence in the Divine Prefecture. Generation after generation of Marquis protected the peace of the dynasty. Even if the dynasty was in turmoil, the inheritance of the Marquis had never been cut off. The spirit of the Marquis of the Great Xia was passed down from generation to generation. Every Marquis inherited the glory of history and was willing to sacrifice everything for the dynasty. Ning Chen came with Gui Gui and walked through the territory of the Great Xia, witnessing the changes of the dynasty. The dynasty that had been protected with blood in the past had gone through the changes of time. Not much of its shadow could be seen. Outside the imperial city, in a maple forest, a large tomb stood. It seemed to be protected by a mysterious power. After tens of thousands of years, there were still not many changes within 10 miles. In front of the tomb, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the tomb in front of him. He said softly, "Queen, I'm back." Chapter 1618. In the human realm, in the Great Xia dynasty, knowing destiny returned and brought Gui Gui to sweep his grandson's grave. After tens of thousands of years, everything had changed. Only the area within a 10-mile radius did not change at all. The 10-mile maple forest was red like fire. In front of the tomb, knowing destiny knelt down and kowtowed silently. On the side, Gui Gui felt the change of her father and also knelt down. Gui was very smart and obedient. She knelt there quietly and did not disturb her father. Empress, I'm back. While speaking, Ning Qin looked at the child beside him and said, This is Gui, my child. In front of the tomb, maple leaves fell and landed on the tombstone. It was so red. Gui, kowtow 4 times to Empress. Ning Qin said softly. Hearing this, Gui kowtowed 4 times obediently. Her small body looked so cute. In the sky, the sun was moving west. It was already late. Ning Qin brought Gui to the maple forest and said, Gui, can we live here? Okay, Gui replied obediently. Then let's build a small wooden house here. Ning Qin smiled. Gui will help Daddy. Gui nodded. Ning Chan walked to a maple tree, formed a sword with his finger, and cut down the maple tree. The fallen maple tree scared the birds and beasts away. Using his finger as a sword, Ning Qin cut off the branches of the maple tree bit by bit. Gui helped from the side and carried away all the branches that were cut off. The father and son worked together. Under the setting sun, they quickly built a simple wooden house. Not long after, the sun set and the sky darkened. Ning Qin squatted down and wiped the dust on Gui's face. With a gentle expression, he said, Gui, are you tired? Not tired, Gui replied in a childish voice. Will Daddy get you something to eat? Ning Qin smiled. Okay, Gui nodded vigorously. Gui will wait for Daddy here. Don't run around. Ning Qin looked at the surrounding maple forest and instructed. Okay, Gui replied obediently. Ning Chan walked into the maple forest to find food for Gui. Not long after, Ning Qin came back with a wild rabbit. He started a bonfire in front of the wooden house and started to roast it seriously. Gui sat in front of the bonfire and looked at the roasted wild rabbit. She was so hungry that her saliva almost dripped out. About an hour later, the hare was roasted. Ning Qin tore off a leg of the hare and handed it to Gui beside him. Thank you, father, Gui said in a childish voice. Her 2 white and tender little hands hugged the hare and began to eat. Ning Qin sat to the side and watched Gui wolfing down the food. He couldn't help but laugh. The way this child ate was so similar to him. Not long after, Gui ate 2 rabbit legs and fell asleep in her father's arms contentedly. Ning Qin gently patted Gui's back so that she could sleep more comfortably. In the sky, the stars dotted the sky. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. For thousands of years, even though time had passed, the sky remained unchanged. Ning Qin shifted his gaze and looked at the child in his arms. Light flashed across his eyes. Now that he had a child of his own, he had to take up his responsibilities and create a real, peaceful world for Gui and them. At this moment, the sound of the great Tao sounded in the void. Dots of starlight gathered, and a graceful and elegant figure walked out. Welcome back, Marquis Jiming, the woman in the void said. Seeing the person, Ning Qin stood up and bowed politely. Pavilion Master, how have you been? The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master nodded slightly. Looking at the child beside him, she asked, Is this your child? Yes. Ning Qin nodded and said truthfully, His name is Gui. Amazing spirit chi. In the future, his achievements will not be below yours. The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master looked at Gui and praised. As long as he can live peacefully, I will be satisfied. Ning Qin said softly, Pavilion Master, perhaps in the near future there will be a great battle in the sky. If we win, there will be no more calamity in the human world. If we lose... At this point, Ning Qin fell silent and didn't continue speaking. Whether you win or lose, just do your best. The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master said calmly, You have done too much for the human world. It's time to end it. Ning Qin looked at the vast land of the Divine Prefecture and said, Pavilion Master, thanks to you protecting the inner realm all these years, the 5 regions have been peaceful until now. It's what I should do, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master replied. Under the starry sky, Ning Chen and the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master talked for a long time. Perhaps this was the last time they would see each other. At the middle of the moon, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master left. Ning Chen carried Gue back to the wooden house and covered her with clothes. Gue fell asleep sweetly, murmuring from time to time. No one knew what she was dreaming of. Ning Chen walked out of the wooden house and looked at the tomb in front of him. A smile appeared on his face. The quiet night gradually passed. At dawn, Gue woke up. She rubbed her eyes and called out, "Daddy." "You're awake?" In front of the wooden house, Ning Chen turned around and looked at Gue. He smiled and said, "Daddy is going to sweep the Empress tomb today. Gue, do you want to help?" "Yes." Gue nodded. Ning Chen reached out and took Gue's little hand. They walked toward the tomb in front of them. In front of the tomb, Ning Chen and Gue cleaned the dust and leaves of Zhang Xuan's tomb. While sweeping the tomb, Ning Chen told Gue every detail of the past. Gue was still very young. She understood some things, and some things she didn't understand. However, she still listened with great interest. The Empress is a very, very good person. Gue finally judged. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and smiled. Without the Empress, Daddy wouldn't be here today. In Daddy's heart, the Empress is no different from Daddy's mother. Gue also has a mother. It's just that she's sick. Speaking of this, Gue's mood was a little low. She seemed to miss her mother. Ning Chen reached out and rubbed Gue's hair. He said gently, Gue needs to learn to wait. When Mother recovers, she'll play with Gue. Zhang Xuan's tomb wasn't big. At noon, the father and son cleaned the tomb, sweeping away all the dust and weeds. Gue's face was full of sweat. Her little face was black and red. She was very cute. Ning Chen reached out and wiped the sweat and dirt off Gue. He said softly, "Rest for a while." "Okay." Gue nodded and sat down next to her father. The simple and peaceful days were so fulfilling. There were no swords, no deception, only a return to ordinary peace. At this moment, the prosperity of the human world and the battles of the heaven realm had nothing to do with knowing destiny. Every day, Ning Chen just accompanied Gue and Zhang Sun, living the most ordinary days. And not far from the imperial city of Xia Kingdom, the marquises of Xia Kingdom looked to the north. Their expressions were solemn. What kind of existence was that person? Only the most powerful warriors could feel the indescribable aura in the 10-mile maple forest. It had already surpassed the limits of warriors. People couldn't even think of attacking. Waiting like this isn't a solution. I'll pay a visit in person. In the imperial city, the most powerful of the 7 marquises, Marquis, Kaixuan, said calmly. Chapter 1619. Outside the imperial city, in the 10-mile maple forest, Jiming brought Gue to live a normal life. In the imperial city, the 7 marquises of the Grand Xia dynasty looked in the direction of the 10-mile maple forest with solemn expressions. The Grand Xia dynasty had been peaceful for many years and did not allow anyone to break this peace. However, the aura of the person in the 10-mile maple forest was too shocking. The current Marquis, Triumphant Xian, personally left the imperial city and went to the 10-mile maple forest. The other 6 marquises stood quietly in the imperial city, waiting for news from Marquis, Triumphant Xian. In the 10-mile maple forest, Ning Chen brought Gue to play. The sky was filled with red maple leaves, dyeing the world red. Outside the maple forest, Marquis, Triumphant Xian walked over, his black armor clanging. The title of Marquis was passed down from generation to generation. It symbolized the supreme glory of the Grand Xia. To protect the safety of the Grand Xia, generation after generation of marquises fought bloody battles, never fearing any danger. In the maple forest, Ning Qin felt the aura of the newcomer. He patted his little head and smiled. Gui, there's a guest. Go play by yourself. Yes, father. Gui replied in a childish voice and ran to the side to play. At this time, the current Marquis, triumphant Xian, came to the maple forest. Seeing the white-haired young man in front of him, his expression froze. The two of them looked at each other. One was as calm as water. The other was abnormally alert. However, neither of them spoke. After a long time, Ning Qin smiled and said, "You should call me senior." Hearing this, Marquis, triumphant Xian was startled. He quickly recovered and bowed respectfully, "Senior." "Marquis, triumphant Xian?" Ning Qin looked at the armor on the former and asked. "Yes." Marquis, triumphant Xian said seriously. Ning Qin looked in the direction of the imperial city and said softly, "You guys are not bad." He thought that after so many years, the Grand Xia dynasty had ceased to exist. He did not expect that the Grand Xia dynasty, which was on the verge of collapse, could be passed down to this day. Marquis, triumphant Xian, looked at the white-haired man in front of him and felt that he was more and more familiar. Why did he feel that he had seen this person somewhere before? Suddenly, Marquis, triumphant Xian's expression, his face was filled with disbelief. The legendary guardian of the Grand Xia dynasty, Marquis Jiming. In the imperial land of the divine continent, Jiming Marquis and his group risked their lives to go against the heavens and save the divine land of the divine lands. This legend, everyone. The man in front of him was too similar to the statue in front of the palace. Kaixuan greets senior, Jiming Marquis. Marquis, triumphant returned to his senses and respectfully bowed. His heart was filled with turbulent waves. Hearing these three familiar words, Ning Chen's face revealed a look of reminiscence. "You're all very good." Ning Chen collected his thoughts and sighed. "Protect the glory of the Marquis, and most importantly, protect this pure land." "Yes." Marquis, triumphant respectfully replied. "Go back. If there's anything, you can come find me any time," Ning Chen said with a calm expression. Triumphant will take his leave. The victorious Marquis saluted, then turned around and left. After Marquis triumphant left, Ning Chen walked over to Gui, who was playing with her. He squatted down and whispered, Gui, what are you doing?" "Painting." Gui held a small branch in her hand and drew on the ground. "What are you drawing?" Ning Chen asked curiously. "Nuno," Gui said in a childish voice. Ning Chen squatted at the side and patiently watched Ghost drawing without disturbing him. After drawing for a long time, Gui drew a strange and nondescript Nuno, which looked a bit ridiculous. "Father, I'm done." Gui raised her head and said with an expectant look, "Not bad." Ning Chen chuckled and said, "But it can be better." After he finished speaking, Ning Chen picked up a branch from beside him and added some touches to Gui's David. Gui looked at her father's drawing of Nuno. Her beautiful big eyes were wide open and very bright. Gui, look at it." After drawing, Ning Chen looked at the little guy beside him and asked softly, "Yes, father is really amazing," Gui said with a look of admiration. Ning Chen smiled and said, Gui is also very good and will become better and better in the future. Being exaggerated by her father, Gui's little face smiled like a blooming flower. She was very happy in her heart. The relationship between father and son was so warm. Gui stepped forward and hugged her father, acting like a spoiled child. "Father, I want to eat Tong Hulu." "Okay, father will take you to buy it." Ning Chen got up and stretched out Gui's little hand, saying, "Great Xia Imperial City, Marquis Triumphant returns residence. The 7 marquises of Great Xia gathered. When they heard the identity of the young man in 10-Mile Maple Forest, they were shocked. The legendary guardian of Great Xia Dynasty, Marquis Jiming? Marquis Jiming is actually still alive. The current Marquis Wangchuan said with a shocked expression, "It can't be wrong. That senior looks exactly the same as the statue, and he didn't lie." Marquis, triumphant, returned, said, "To be able to live to this era, how strong is that senior?" Marquis Wangchuan said seriously, "Immeasurable." Marquis Triumphant Return replied, "In front of him, I can't even think of attacking." It must be Marquis Jiming. At this time, among the 7 marquises, a woman said, 10-Mile Maple Forest is where our dynasty's Empress Zhongsun is buried. Legend has it that Empress Zhongsun and Marquis Jiming were like mother and son. 10-Mile Maple Forest has never withered because of the protection of Marquis Jiming's power. Blood-clad Marquis's words make sense. Marquis Wangchuan nodded. When that senior appeared, he immediately returned to 10-Mile Maple Forest. There is no doubt that he is Marquis Jiming. That senior is coming. The woman, who was also the current Marquis Bloodclad, looked outside the imperial city and said seriously. The other 6 marquises also felt the powerful aura coming from afar, and their hearts sank. In the imperial city of Great Xia, Ning Chan walked over with Gui Gui. The prosperity of the imperial city was even more than before. Ning Chin looked at the familiar yet strange imperial city of the Great Xia dynasty. His eyes flashed with light. "Father," Tonghalu. Gui stretched out her little hand and pointed at a stall not far away and said expectantly, "I see it." Ningchen nodded and brought Gui to by the Tonghalu. At this time, not far away, the 7 marquises, led by Marquis Triumphant Return, walked over and stopped 10 steps away. In front of the stall 10 steps away, Ningchen put a Tonghalu in Gui's hand and smiled. Gui, is this enough?" "It's enough." Gui replied and stretched the Tonghalu in her hand in front of Ningchen and said sweetly, "Father, eat." Ningchen took a bite of the Tonghalu. It was sour and sweet, and the taste was exactly the same as before. 10 steps away, the 7 marquises looked at the white-haired young man, and no one dared to disturb him. Similar, too similar. On the street, Ningchen turned around and saw the 7 marquises and smiled. "Don't be nervous. Gui wants to eat the Tonghalu. We will go back in a while." Marquis Jiming Sr. Marquis Bloodclad stepped forward, wearing a blood-red tight battle suit, and looked at the legendary protector of Great Xia, and said respectfully, "Our martial path has been stagnant for many years, and we hope that Senior can give us some pointers." Ning Chin looked at the 7 of them and sighed in his heart. So, the shackles of Great Xia martial marquises still existed after so long. A lifetime of fighting and killing, although the martial marquises of Great Xia had shocking battle strength. Their cultivation was severely restricted, and every step was difficult. "If you have time, come to 10-Mile Maple Forest to find me." Ningchen calmed himself down and said with a smile. Then he left with Gui. Chapter 1620. When knowing destiny returned to the human world, Luo Xingchen became a saint in an unknown small world, shocking the world. In the era of the dusk of the saints, new saints appeared one after another. The fall of the Khanate saints gave all living beings a chance to achieve the great Tao. Luo Xingchen swaggered toward the celestial realm with great fanfare. Even from hundreds of millions of miles away, he could be clearly felt. In the dark world, the Lord of Darkness and Lord of Emo rushed over with their small worlds. They restrained their auras and wanted to severely injure the saint of the human world in one blow. Millions of miles away, the Lord of Darkness clenched his right hand, and a black spear appeared. It was surrounded by dark lightning, and its power was terrifying. Lord of Emo, the Lord of Darkness, said calmly as the spear of darkness appeared. "Understood." The white-bearded Lord of Emo nodded. He tapped his right hand lightly, and colorful light filled the air. In the next moment, the spear of darkness tore through the air, surrounded by colorful light, and disappeared in an instant. Millions of miles away, Luo Xingqian was walking on the great Tao formed by thousands of arrows. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in his heart. The intuition of a martial arts powerhouse struck him, and his body dodged subconsciously. Boom! At this moment, colorful light filled the void, and a spear of darkness tore through the air, directly piercing through Luo Xingqian's chest. Blood splattered all over the sky. Luo Xingqian avoided his vital points by a hair's breadth, but he still suffered serious injuries. A moment later, the dark aura filled the void, covering the sky and the sun. The Lord of Darkness and Lord of Mo appeared together, and their powerful aura shocked the gods of the 9 heavens. The sudden killing intent left no chance for survival. The 2 powerful saints of the great Tao blocked the way and opened the path to hell. The former of the human world, today you have no way out. Lord of Mo spoke, and his immortal aura was full of killing intent at this moment. He raised his hand and condensed his essence, and the colorful brilliance sealed all the paths. The Lord of Darkness and the unknown old man, you 2 saints have joined forces. You really think highly of me. On the great Tao of arrows, Luo Xingqian forcibly suppressed the injuries in his body, looked at the 2 with a cold expression, and mocked. A sharp tongue won't do you any good. The Lord of Darkness said coldly. He clenched his right hand, and the spear of darkness reappeared. In an instant, his figure disappeared and swept in front of Luo Xingqian. The spear of darkness slashed across the sky and split space and time. As the killing intent approached, Falling Star did not hesitate to turn around and run. Luo Xingqian had just entered the Saint Realm, so he knew better than anyone that it was impossible for him to fight against 2 saints of the Great Path. You want to leave? Too naive. The Darkness Master snorted coldly. She took a step forward, and her figure shot out again. Not far away, Mo Zhu raised his right hand. 7-colored light shone brightly, and a terrifying power filled the air. It was illusory and ethereal. 10,000 miles away, Luo Xingqian only felt his head shake, and his body was temporarily out of control. It was also during this momentary pause that the Darkness Master charged over from behind. The darkness spear in his hand slashed out, bringing forth a brilliant fountain of blood. Luo Xingqian's figure flew out. His back was covered in blood, and the wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Facing the powerful Lord of Darkness and the mysterious Lord of Ink, Luo Xingqian gradually came to a realization. This time, he might not be able to escape this calamity. I didn't expect it to be my turn this time. Luo Xingqian no longer chose to run. He turned around and summoned the Star Scar bow that had accompanied him for his entire life. Star Streak, let's travel together. Luo Xingqian looked at the divine bow in his hand and said softly. The Star Scar bow hummed softly, as if responding to the call of its master. A hero at the end of his life, but he was not afraid at all. Luo Xingqian, who had been joking around all his life, became serious at this moment. His Saint Qi surged wildly, and a terrifying power pierced through heaven and earth, stirring up the clouds in the sky. It seems that you have seen your end. In the world of darkness, the Darkness Master looked at the human saint in front of her and said coldly. Not far away, Mo Zhu's white robe fluttered in the wind. His extraordinary aura was so powerful that it was terrifying. The 2 powerful saints of the Great Path gathered all their power, and the pressure caused the world to distort and wither. In the battle, Luo Xingqian let out a long roar. His long hair danced wildly in the wind like a mad demon. Kill! The 3 of them looked at each other, and the battle broke out. Luo Xingqian was surrounded by thousands of arrows. Every time he attacked, It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Even a saint of the great path could not block it all. In the rumbling, the three figures rushed away. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing everything red. Facing Luo Xingchen, who was fighting with his life, the Darkness Master and Mo Zhu did not dare to be careless. They went all out. Every move they made stained the sky with blood. The aftermath of the battle continued to shake, destroying everything in sight. Luo Xingchen's injuries were getting worse and worse, but the smile on his face was getting brighter and brighter and crazier. Delightful, truly delightful. It turned out that it felt so good to put everything aside and fight with all your strength. An arrow pierced through the air and pierced through the Darkness Master's chest. At the same time, the spear in the Darkness Master's hand also pierced through Luo Xingchen's left shoulder. One move after another. Behind him, Mo Zhu walked out of thin air and slapped Luo Xingchen's back with an earth-shattering palm. The palm was so powerful that Luo Xingchen's heart meridians were shattered. Blood spurted out of Luo Xingchen's mouth, but he was not angry. Instead, he laughed. It turned out that this was the power of this old man. Jiming, I found it out for you. You must avenge me. Luo Xingchen laughed wildly. He turned around and slapped Mo Zhu's chest with an astonishing power. Mo Zhu frowned. His figure flashed and dodged the shocking palm. However, the moment the palm of Luo Xingchen dissipated, a purple arrow shot through the air, breaking through the shackles of darkness and disappeared into the end of the void. Darkness Master and Mo Zhu's expressions darkened when they saw this. In the mortal world, outside the Great Xia Imperial City in the 10 miles Maple Forest, Ning Chen and Gue had lived here for many days. The ordinary days were warm and peaceful. In the past few days, several martial marquises of the Great Xia Imperial City came one after another to ask for advice on martial arts or military strategy. Regarding the questions of the martial Marquis, Ning Chen answered them without holding anything back. He taught them everything he knew and did not hide anything. Everything seemed to be a cycle. Back then, when he was still a young Jiming, Kai Xian, Shui, and the other martial marquises taught and guided the younger generation, allowing the Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia Imperial City to grow quickly. Now, it was time for Ning Chen to do something for the inheritance. Everything was logical and without any hesitation. After a few days of communication, the 7 martial marquises all gained a lot. The current Marquis, Shui, even broke through in the 10 miles Maple Forest, shocking the entire Divine Prefecture. A woman was conferred the title of Martial Marquis. Even in Ning Chen's era, no one could do it. It showed how amazing the current Marquis, Shui, was. Ning Chen looked at the growth of the martial marquises of the younger generation with a gratified expression. Daddy, it hurts. At this moment, Gui's little mouth suddenly twitched. It was so painful that she was about to cry. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He immediately reached out to check Gui's meridians. Not good. Chapter 16:21. In the 10-mile Maple Forest, the jade slip given by Luo Xingchen vibrated inside Gui's body, stimulating her meridians. Ning Chen noticed a change in Gui, and his expression changed. Luo Xingchen was in trouble. Unable to hide the anger in his heart, Ning Chen's phoenix fire rose, and the phoenix demon body left his body and flew toward the 9 heavens. The phoenix soared through the 9 heavens, and its cry shocked the world. In an instant, all the people in the divine land felt the powerful and abnormal pressure, and they were shocked. In the starry sky, the phoenix flew past at the fastest speed. His heart, which had been calm for a long time, was filled with anger. In the face of the life and death crisis of his best friend, even if he was in the knowing destiny realm, he could no longer keep calm. In the unknown small world, the shocking battle was about to come to an end. Luo Xingchen's star scar, Bao, was broken, and his body was covered in blood. He was about to die. The bridge of the great path that he had just condensed was broken, and he had to face the sneak attack of 2 saints of the great path as soon as he reached the great path. Even though Luo Xingqian was an unparalleled hero, he could not change his fate. Similarly, the 2 powerful saints of the great path, Mo Zhu and Darkness Lord, fully understood the horror of a mortal realm saint. 2 against 1, the 2 saints of the great path were seriously injured. Their bodies were penetrated by the mortal realm saint's powerful arrow chi, and even their bridge of the great path was damaged. On the battlefield, blood dyed the sky red. The extremely tragic battle frightened the 2 saints of the great path. The mortal realm saint was terrifying when he fought with his life on the line. If they had not launched a sneak attack first, it would have been difficult for them to kill him. Powerhouse of the human world, you have made me see you in a new light. Emoju said. His body shone with 7-colored brilliance, shaking off the bloodstains on his white robe. He condensed his chi, and the principles of the great path spread out, ready to give the mortal realm saint a final blow. Not far away, Darkness Lord also circulated his ultimate chi, and the principles of darkness filled the air. The bridge of the great path appeared, and the terrifying dark pressure shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 2 saints of the great path burst out their saint chi at the same time, and their final blow was about to end the mortal realm saint's life. Just as his life was about to come to an end, Luo Xingqian, who was covered in blood and gradually lost consciousness, smiled a final smile. His saint chi surged out, and purple waves swept the world. With an earth-shattering roar, Falling Star's blood origin exploded. Using his body as a bow, his veins as a string, and his blood as an arrow, a shocking arrow that shook the world appeared. Blood-colored waves surged violently. The small world of darkness was completely destroyed by this terrifying power. The 2 saints of the great path were shocked when they saw this. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In the void, a figure bathed in blood drew his bow. 2 blood-colored arrow lights broke through the void. The 2 arrows were earth-shattering, breaking through space and time, reversing heaven and earth. Boom! With a terrifying tremor, the chests of the 2 figures of the great path were penetrated by the blood arrows. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the sky red. Ugh! With a muffled groan, Lord Mo and Lord of Darkness retreated several steps, their bodies dyed red. Behind them, the bridge of the great path was hit by the arrow's power and showed signs of cracking. The 2 saints of the great path's lips turned red again. Retreat! Lord Mo and Lord of Darkness looked at each other and didn't dare to stay any longer. They immediately retreated. In the void, the consciousness of Falling Star, who had burned out all his vitality and was about to dissipate, began to dissipate. His memories were burned away like a tide, leaving only his instincts. His empty eyes looked toward the mortal world. Falling Star's figure flashed, and his body flew toward the mortal world. He was drawn back to the mortal world. In the distant heavenly Yu sacred city, a pure land in the mortal world that even the chaos of darkness didn't affect. The former 7th Divine General, the current Lord of Heavenly Yu sacred city, suddenly stood up. His beautiful eyes looked at the sky with shock. He was back. Heavenly Yu sacred city. A figure covered in blood walked over slowly. He didn't even have the strength to walk. A hero at the end of his road. Falling Star's consciousness had dissipated, and his memories were gone. The only thing that supported him to come back was his instincts. Star! The 7th Divine General rushed forward and held Falling Star, who was about to fall. His strong face could no longer be concealed, and drops of tears fell. 7. He couldn't say anything. Falling Star's last strength had been exhausted, and his body fell into the arms of the 7th Divine General. Don't say anything. 7th Sister will save you. The 7th Divine General said sadly. His divine essence surged and entered the former's body. However, it was all in vain. The bridge of the great Tao was destroyed, and Falling Star, whose physical body and soul were all dead, had reached the end of his life. He came back just to see her and them one last time. All around Heavenly You's sacred city, streams of light flashed past. The divine generals of the past felt the aura of Falling Star and hurriedly rushed back. Star! The divine generals saw the figure in the arms of the seventh divine general and were shocked. Brother, save him. Seeing the divine generals rushing back, the seventh divine general hurriedly said, as if he had found a life-saving straw. The first divine general went forward, and after looking, his face turned gloomy. It's too late. His divine essence has been severely damaged. I can't save him, the first divine general said with pain in his heart. Hearing this, the seventh divine general's body trembled violently. Tears fell from his eyes, wetting his clothes. In the sky, the phoenix's cry resounded. The huge fire phoenix swept past at an extremely fast speed, and even the heaven and earth were burned red. In the collapsed void, the traces of the battle could be seen faintly. The phoenix transformed. Ning Chen looked at the blood splattered in front of him, and his pupils shrank. The blood on the ground hadn't dried up yet. Ning Chen didn't stop for a moment. He turned into a fire phoenix and swept past quickly. In Heavenly You's sacred city, the seventh divine general carried Falling Star's body and walked towards the depths of the sacred city. Seventh sister. The fifth divine general opened his mouth, wanting to stop her. Let her go. The first divine general sighed and said, Among us, seventh sister has the best relationship with Star. Now that Star has appeared, seventh sister will be affected the most. But seventh sister is now the lord of the sacred city. The matters of the sacred city still need her to decide. The fifth divine general said worriedly, She will come back. The second divine general said calmly, Give her some time. At this moment, outside Heavenly You's sacred city, the phoenix's cry resounded in the sky. Knowing destiny followed Falling Star's aura and rushed to Heavenly You's sacred city. Star. In the phoenix's fire, Ning Chen appeared. He looked at the disappearing figure in the distance and called out anxiously, Friend, please stay. The first divine general stepped forward and stopped, knowing destiny. He said calmly, This is the territory of Heavenly You's sacred city. Without the permission of the city lord, no one is allowed to trespass. The two looked at each other. Their auras were extremely powerful. Facing knowing destiny, who was a saint of the great path, the first divine general of Heavenly You's sacred city didn't back down. He defended the last glory of the sacred city. Chapter 16:22. In the Heavenly You's sacred city, Ji Ming chased after Luo Xingchen's aura, but was stopped by the first divine general. Ning Chen, who was too concerned, ignored their past friendship and barged into the sacred city. Suddenly, a great battle broke out. The 6 divine generals of the Heavenly You's sacred city worked together, and their power was earth-shattering. In the sacred city, the phoenix fire rose, and the demonic flame was earth-shattering. The two of them merged, and their palms were destructive. The knowing destiny state was fighting against the 6 Heavenly You divine generals. Terrifying shockwaves roared and surged, shaking the stars in the sky. It was a shocking scene. The 6 divine generals worked together and blocked Jiming's full-power palm. In the battle, a huge Tao bridge appeared behind the 6 divine generals. The 6 of them worked together and had the power of a saint. The master of the human world should know about the relationship between Luo Xingchen and the Heavenly You's sacred city. Since Luo Xingchen chose to come back, please respect his will. The first divine general looked at the master of the human world and said calmly, I want to save him. Ning Chen raised his extreme vitality and said, His soul has dissipated. Even the master of the human world can't save him. Please go back. The second divine general said coldly. Ning Chen's face fell, and he didn't say anything more. He used the Qilin's lost technique again and pushed the 6 divine generals back. 10 feet away, the 6 divine generals of the heavenly Yu sacred city stopped and formed a formation to block the master of the human world. 9 heavens, star-picking hand, rising rain. The 6 divine generals worked together, and their power was shocking. Ning Chen moved the stars with his palms, and the falling rain shook the world. The shadows of stars fell from the sky and smashed towards the 6 divine generals of the heavenly Yu sacred city. The 6 divine generals of the heavenly Yu sacred city's mouth turned red, and they took a few steps back. Ning Chen turned into a phoenix and flew towards the depths of the heavenly Yu sacred city. In the depths of the heavenly Yu sacred city, the 7th divine general carried Luo Xingchen's body and walked over step by step. His clothes were stained with blood, and it was dazzling. In front of him, the space stirred, and the 7th divine general carried Luo Xingchen into it and disappeared. At this moment, the fire phoenix flew to the front of the space whirlpool. Ning Chen turned into a phoenix and walked out. He looked at the 2 people who disappeared in the space whirlpool and entered it without hesitation. The unknown small world inside the spatial vortex kept changing. The moment Ning Chen entered, he lost track of the 2's auras. At the end of the small world, the 7th divine general carried Luo Xingchen's body and walked forward step by step. There was no longer any color in his empty eyes. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. Even the strong-willed 7th godly general could not maintain his usual calmness at this moment. He lost his mind and was pulled by a mysterious force into an unknown world. Behind him, Ning Chen flashed past layer after layer of small worlds as he searched for the aura of the falling star with all his might. After walking for an unknown period of time, at the end of the thousands of small worlds, in front of the 7th godly general, a huge, godly demon body appeared. It was as big as a star and had a terrifying aura. However, he could no longer sense any aura from the fiend god. Although the body of the chaotic divine demon that had died in grand primordium had been preserved, there was no longer any vitality left in him. Seeing the chaos divine demon in front of him, the 7th divine general, who had lost his mind, did not show any surprise. He placed Luo Xingchen's corpse in front of the chaos divine demon. From now on, I give up my blood and bones. I am willing to fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. May the 7th divine general recited the incantation. Instantly, blood flowed out of the 7th divine general's body and flew into the body of the chaos divine demon. To save Luo Xingchen's life, the 7th divine general gave up everything to revive the chaos divine demon that had been suppressed in the heavenly Yu sacred city for countless years. God, I will fulfill your wish. In the void, the chaos divine demon opened his eyes and woke up from his eternal slumber. The immortal chaos divine demon was revived. Instantly, the entire world changed colors. The 9 heavens and 10 earths changed drastically. 7th sister. In the heavenly Yu sacred city, the 6 heavenly Yu divine generals' faces changed. They looked at each other and were shocked. 7th sister had awakened the chaos divine demon. The chaos divine demon that had been suppressed in the heavenly Yu sacred city for countless years had awakened. He stood up, and his abnormally huge body was even bigger than a star. In front of the chaos divine demon, the 7th divine general's body gradually dissipated and was about to disappear from the world. Using his life as the price to revive the chaos divine demon, the 7th divine general lost all his vitality, and his divine soul was wiped out from the cycle of reincarnation. In the void, the chaos divine demon raised his hand. Chaotic aura entered Luo Xingchen's body and completed the contract that the 7th divine general had made with his life. Gradually, Luo Xingchen's body regained vitality. Although it was weak, he could clearly feel it. When the seventh divine general saw this, a gratified smile appeared on his illusory face. At this moment, Huofeng flew over from behind and took her human form. Ningchen stopped and looked at the huge body in front of him. He immediately recognized the identity of the Chaos Divine Demon. He had seen those Chaos Divine Demons in the time-forbidden land and was no stranger to them. However, hadn't the Chaos Divine Demon already fallen? Why was there still a Chaos Divine Demon alive? Without thinking, Ningchen flew over to Luo Xingchen and was about to leave with him. In front of the Chaos Divine Demon, the seventh Divine General's body dissipated and his soul returned to the world. After the contract was removed, the Chaos Divine Demon saw Huofeng in front of him and reached out to grab her. The huge hand of the Chaos Divine Demon covered the sky, and no laws of heaven and earth could stop it. It was horrifying. In the sky full of phoenix fire, Huofeng flew at an extreme speed. She broke through the restrictions of time and space and rushed out of the space whirlpool. At this moment, the 6 heavenly divine generals arrived. When they saw the two of them, they were shocked. Boom! In the space whirlpool, the huge hand of the Chaos Divine Demon reached out and grabbed the two of them. Form the array. The first divine general's face changed as he shouted. The other 5 divine generals did not hesitate and joined forces to activate the God-sealing array of heavenly divine city. Suddenly, the entire heavenly divine city shone with golden light and turned into a golden soup to suppress the awakened Chaos Divine Demon. It was a shocking array that had never been seen before. It could even suppress the Chaos Divine Demon. Bring Xingchen away. After the array was activated, the first divine general looked at the two of them and sent them out of the heavenly divine city with a palm. Outside the heavenly divine city, Ningchen looked at the heavenly divine city that was engulfed by the golden waves and could not hide his shock. The heavenly divine city was sealed. The living could not enter, and the dead could not leave. It was only to suppress the legendary Chaos Divine Demon. In the void, Ningchen looked at it for a long time. He sighed softly and turned to leave. He did not know how long the heavenly divine city could suppress the Chaos Divine Demon, nor did he know what would happen to the 6 heavenly divine generals. He only knew that no one could enter the heavenly divine city. Human realm, East region divine continent, 10 miles maple forest. The phoenix flew over and merged into its body. Little gourd. Ningchen placed Luo Xingchen on the bed in the wooden house and said, "Immortal elder." Little gourd flew out with 2 small buds on its head. It was cute. "I'll leave him to you. Don't let anything happen to him," Ningchen said seriously. Little gourd felt Luo Xingchen's weak aura and his face turned bitter. He was going to bleed again. "Father, what happened to Uncle Xingchen?" Gue looked up and asked curiously. Uncle Xingchen was tired and fell asleep. He will wake up when he has a good rest. Ningchen looked at his close friend on the bed and said softly. Chapter 16:23. In the 10-mile maple forest, knowing destiny saved Luo Xingchen and healed him with the help of the little gourd. The chaotic divine demon suppressed in heavenly, sacred city was able to reverse life and death. It even saved a sage whose divine soul was about to dissipate. Such ability was shocking. In 100 days, Luo Xingchen's injuries were stabilized. However, he was too heavily injured and would not wake up in a short time. The experts of the mortal world died one after another, and their combat strength was declining. The matter of the Sage of the Great Path was not solved yet, and now there was an unknown chaotic divine demon. Ningchen's heart was heavy as he tried to think of a solution. According to the situation of the battle that day, the strength of the chaotic fiend god suppressed in the heavenly transcendence, sacred city, was not much weaker than a god of the 8th heaven. If such a terrifying existence broke out of the seal, they would be in big trouble. Since the beginning of time, he thought that only the god of hell and the 8th heaven deity had survived. Now there was a third chaotic divine demon, which was really a headache. Outside the wooden house, the little gourd and Gue were playing with each other. They were innocent and were not affected by the outside world. Looking at the two, Ning Chen's heavy heart lightened a little. Counter-soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in worrying. Fortunately, there are many experts in the sage realm in the immortal realm. Even if they faced a chaotic divine demon, they would still have a chance. "Daddy, I'm hungry." As the sun set, Gue, who was tired from playing, ran over and said in a childish voice. In the air, the little gourd rode on his gourd and looked at the people in front of him with anticipation. "What do you want to eat?" Ning Chen asked with a smile. "Meaty. Great medicine," the two little guys said in a childish voice. Ning Chen chuckled and flipped his right hand. A spiritual herb appeared and flew to the little gourd. Seeing this, the little gourd's eyes curved into crescents as it smiled happily. Gue's dinner was easy to solve. There were many wild animals in 10-Mile Maple Forest. Ning Chen picked up some random things and made a delicious meal for Gue. After the two little guys were full, they fell asleep contentedly. Ning Chen stood under the night sky as thoughts flashed through his eyes. With the current growth rate of the celestial realm, it would take at least 10,000 years before it could completely break away from the outside world. This was a long process that could not be rushed. In the time restriction, he saw how terrifying that 8th layer deity was. He was one of the supreme life sacrificers who had created this great world. He possessed supreme authority. In the night sky, Ning Chen stared the horizon with a grave expression. Meanwhile, in the 8th layer of heaven, the deities were also watching the human world. Their calm expressions did not have the slightest ripple. The growth of the saint fetus was faster than he had imagined. Perhaps it would only take 10,000 years for the power of the saint fetus to fully awaken. At that time, he would truly surpass this world and become a god that reigned supreme over everything. At the same time, in Heavenly Yu's sacred city, golden light shone as the seal was completely opened. 6 Heavenly Yu, divine generals, strengthened the seal, suppressing the chaos god demons. However, the chaotic divine demon was too powerful beyond imagination. Within the space vortex, the chaos god fiend stretched out his palm, shattering the space around him as he walked out of the restraints of space. The expressions of the 6 Heavenly Yu, divine generals, changed. However, the god-sealing formation required 7 divine generals to support it together in order to unleash its full power. Now that the 7th divine general had fallen, the god-sealing formation could no longer trap the chaos god fiend. The golden sealed space crumbled inch by inch under the power of the chaos god fiend. With every inch the space crumbled, the power of the god-sealing formation weakened a little. The 6 Heavenly Yu divine generals looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's hearts. As the divine generals of Heavenly Yu's sacred city, they could not allow the chaos god fiend to break the seal. However, just as the 6 Heavenly Yu divine generals were about to sacrifice themselves and use their life force to seal the chaos god fiend, their eyes suddenly lost focus. Just like how the 7th divine general had lost himself and used his life force to revive the chaos god fiend, the 6 divine generals' wills also began to crumble under the influence of the chaos god fiend's power. Suddenly, the golden sealed space crumbled even faster. The day of the chaos god fiend breaking the seal was right before their eyes. The crisis was imminent. In the above heavens and the unknown small worlds, there were more people breaking into the saint realm. And it wasn't just one person. The terrifying saint aura continued to spread, affecting the entire world. In the Age of Saints dusk, the experts of the mortal realm stepped into the saint realm one after another, replacing the original innate saints. It was as if the cycle of reincarnation was inevitable and irreversible. The remaining innate saints of the mortal realm were unwilling to withdraw from the stage of history. They began to counterattack the saints of the mortal realm. The war finally broke out. The saints, led by Darkness Lord and Emo, Lord, began to obstruct the saints of the mortal realm. However, with the warning of the falling stars, the newly ascended saints of the mortal realm concealed their aura immediately and returned to the celestial realm before the innate saints noticed. In the celestial realm, the saints of the mortal realm stood quietly. Their powerful aura was shocking. Outside the celestial realm, the number of innate saints that far exceeded the number of saints of the mortal realm stood in the air, preparing to counterattack the celestial realm. The stalemate between the two sides lasted for several days, but no one made the first move. In front of the saints of the mortal realm, Fan Lingyue, who was dressed in a light blue dress, stared at the innate saints in front of her. The killing intent in her eyes was not concealed at all. As long as the saints were alive, the mortal realm's calamity would never end. In this era, she must end the cycle of reincarnation. Not making a move? Dawn Moonhouse Master, who was dressed in a silver-gray cloak, looked at the saints in the sky and smiled. No hurry. Fan Lingyue said indifferently, getting rid of them is only a matter of time. Now, the most important thing is to strengthen the celestial realm. As long as they don't make a move, we won't make a move either. That's a pity, Dawn Moonhouse Master said with a regretful expression. I thought there would be a good show to watch. Not far away, Mu Qianshang held the snow sword and stabbed it into the ground. Supreme, sword will soar into the sky. Inky white light overflowed, and the majestic sword pressure startled the stars in the 9 heavens. There were not many saints of the mortal realm. However, every one of them had experienced thousands of tribulations and grew up. Their aura was extremely terrifying. The innate saints in the void looked at the saints of the mortal realm in the celestial realm with fear in their eyes, including Darkness Lord and Emo Lord. 10 innate saints surrounded the celestial realm, waiting for a chance to make a move. In the mortal realm, in the 10 miles maple forest, Ning Qin drew a chessboard on the ground. He used stones as chess pieces and placed them on the board. Every time he placed a chess piece, the wind and clouds of the world would change. The scene was shocking. Daddy, what are you doing? At the side, Gue asked curiously. Playing chess, Ning Qin said with a gentle expression. Who is Daddy playing chess with? Gue asked in confusion. Heaven. Ning Qin pointed to the sky and said softly, in this life, Daddy has won this world many times but also lost many times. However, Daddy doesn't want to lose this time. Chapter 16:24. Above high heavens and mortal realm sages and the 10 innate sages were locked in a stalemate. For the past few days, no one had taken the initiative to strike. On the 9th day, a saint aura descended from nowhere. The arrival of the 11th innate saint caused the situation to become even more unbalanced. Above the celestial realm, the expressions of the saints of the mortal realm turned solemn. As they watched more and more saints gather in the sky, their hearts became heavier and heavier. Not good. Judging from the current situation, the Khanate saints had sensed the threat of the mortal world. They wanted to strengthen their forces in the mortal world and eliminate the saints in one fell swoop. We can't wait any longer. In front of all the saints, Mu Qianshang calmly said, Let me go first. As the sound of his voice faded, the sword pressure above the celestial domain soared. Mu Qianshang rose up, walking out of the celestial domain. Kill. In front of the 11 innate saints, a young man with his hair tied up in a bun waved his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He dashed out and clashed with the innate saints. The battle between the saints was earth-shattering. In the battle, the sword was dazzling, and the spear was like lightning, causing the sky to lose its color. This was an earth-shattering battle. Inside and outside the immortal realms, the saints and the 10 innate saints were all watching this battle, waiting for the result. The great battle continued for an entire day and night. The entire sky was shattered, causing everyone to be horrified. Outside the battlefield, the Lord of Darkness was observing the battle in front of him. He secretly channeled the power of darkness, and a black spear appeared. An instant later, the Lord of Darkness moved, instantly appearing in the middle of the battlefield. His long spear slashed out mercilessly. The Master of Darkness launched a sneak attack. In the immortal region, the Dawn Moon House mistress's lips curled up slightly. Her figure flashed and appeared in front of Mu Qianshang. Yellow Spring appeared and blocked the attack of the Lord of Darkness. There was a violent tremor, and the aftermath of the battle was so powerful that it knocked the 4 saints of the Great Path away. A sneak attack? The Lord of Darkness is truly powerful. The Dawn Moon House Master looked at the Master of Darkness in front of her and smiled. The Lord of Darkness frowned and looked at the saint in front of him. A strange look flashed in his eyes. This person gave him a very strange feeling. He didn't seem like an ordinary human. Beside the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress, Mu Qianshang coldly snorted and pointed his finger at his sword, causing a sword wave to rumble out. In front of him, the Lord of Darkness swung his black spear and blocked the sword chi. After a day and night of battle, the strength of the mortal world saint made the 11 innate saints even more fearful, and their hearts felt heavy. Above the immortal realm, Nu Chang looked at the horizon, her eyes gleaming. The more we wait, the more innate saints will appear. This is not a long-term solution. Did Ji Ming say when he would be back? Nu Chang asked. He probably won't return before the immortal region completely separates from the great world. Fan Lingyue said calmly, as long as he is not here, that 8th heavenly layer deity will not act against the celestial realm. Therefore, if he doesn't return, the celestial realm might be safer. That may be the case, but what about these connate saints? Nu Chang asked hesitantly. We'll deal with it ourselves, Fan Lingyue replied. In the human world, in the 10 miles maple forest, it was time to sweep the tombs once a year. Ning Chen brought Gui to sweep Zhang Xuan's tomb and carefully clean the weeds around the tomb. At this time, outside the 10-li maple forest, an extremely beautiful woman walked over with a maid. She also came to sweep her grandson's grave. Princess, there seems to be someone, the maid said when she saw the white-haired man and the child. Xia Xiao followed the former's gaze, and a strange expression flashed across her beautiful face. How could there be someone here? Empress Zhangsun was a virtuous queen in the history of the great Xia. However, it had been too long since then, so it was impossible for her descendants to still be alive. Xia Xiao stepped forward with the maid and knelt in front of Empress Zhangxuan's tomb. Ning Chen saw the woman but did not disturb her. He continued to clean up the weeds and leaves with Gui. Father, someone came to see Empress. Gui said while pulling the weeds. Father saw her, Ning Chen said with a smile. Father, do you know her? Gui asked curiously. No, Ning Chen replied softly. Gui looked curiously at the woman kneeling in front of the tomb, her little hand still pulling weeds. In front of Zhang Xuan's tomb, Xia Xiao also saw Gui not far away. The two looked at each other, and it was indescribably funny. Gui was very obedient and cute. Xia Xiao liked this child at first sight. After bowing to Empress Zhangsun, she took the initiative to go forward. Little brother, what's your name? Xia Xiao squatted down and asked softly. Gui. Gui said in a childish voice. How old are you, Gui? Xia Xiao continued to ask. Gui stretched out her fingers and counted. 100, 200. I'm many, many years old. It's not good for a child to lie, Xia Xiao said. I'm not lying, Gui replied in a childish voice. Not far away, Ning Chen smiled and ignored the two's conversation. At this time, the maid beside Xia Xiao noticed the face of the white-haired man not far away. She was shocked. Princess, the maid gently tugged the princess's clothes and said anxiously. Xia Xiao looked back, puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Princess, look at that person." The maid could not hide the shock in her eyes. When Xia Xiao heard this, she looked at the white-haired man in front of her. At first she was stunned, but then her face also showed shock. The great Xia Jiming Marquis. It was too similar, almost exactly the same as the statue in front of the palace. A moment later, Xia Xiao came back to her senses. She wanted to go forward and ask, but she was afraid of the man's possible identity and did not dare to speak. After thinking about it, Xia Xiao looked at the child in front of her and said gently, "Gui Gui, is that your father?" "Yes." Gui Gui nodded. "What's your father's name?" Xia Xiao continued to ask. Gui Gui thought about it and said Ning Chen. When Xia Xiao heard this, she was shocked. At this moment, she finally confirmed the identity of the white-haired young man in front of her. Xiao greets the Marquis. Xia Xiao came back to her senses, took 2 steps forward and bowed respectfully. Ning Chen smiled and said, "Which princess?" "The 9th princess." Xia Xiao answered truthfully. She was also ranked 9th back then. Ning Chen smiled, as if remembering the past. The 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty was more beautiful than a flower. Even the history books were filled with ink, but he praised a woman's appearance. This was extremely rare in history books. "Are you really the Marquis?" Xia Xiao still felt like she was dreaming and could not believe it. "Don't I look like it?" Ning Chen smiled and said, "Indeed." Hearing the former admitted himself, Xia Xiao suppressed the shock in her heart and began to accept this unbelievable fact. The legend of the great Xia dynasty from 10,000 years ago was still alive. Facing the descendant of Ning Chen also felt a sense of familiarity, and his attitude was very kind. Ning Chen had never been stingy with his smile towards the younger generation. Seeing the kind attitude of the person in front of her, Xia Xiao's nervousness lessened a lot, and she asked a lot of things about the past. Ning Chen also told her everything he knew and did not hide anything. It was not until the sun set that Xia Xiao left. The carriage rumbled as it drove out of the 10 miles maple forest. Chapter 16:25. It was winter in the 10-mile maple forest. Heavy snow fell as expected, and the whole world seemed to have turned silver white. In front of the wooden house, Gui Gui, who was dressed like a small cotton ball, was happily playing in the snow, covered in snowflakes. Ning Chen stood not far away, looking at Gui Gui with a gentle look on his face. Xia Xiao had arrived in the 10-mile maple forest, but this time she did not bring a maid. The one who came with her was the current Marquis, Bloodclad. The blood-clad Marquis was still wearing a blood-red, tight-fitting battle suit, which outlined his curvy figure. Coupled with his wild and beautiful face, he did not look inferior to the peerless beauty of the 9th princess of the Xia dynasty. Marquis. The 2 arrived and bowed in unison. "No need to be so polite." Ning Chen smiled and replied, "Why are you here at this time?" In recent days, the 9th princess of the Xia dynasty and the 7 marquises had come often. If it were him, he would definitely come over when he had the chance. It would be a waste not to use a senior. Wasn't he the same back then? "Marquis, I have some questions about martial arts that I can't figure out. I hope you can guide me," Marquis Bloodclad said respectfully. "When you encounter a bottleneck, whether you persist to the end or change your method, you just need to believe in yourself. Any path can be achieved. The key is to believe in your own path." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen looked at Gui Gui, who had fallen in the snow in front of him, smiled, and said, "Gui Gui, be careful." "Got it, Daddy." Gui Gui got up, responded in a childish voice, and continued to play with the little gourd. When Marquis Bloodclad heard the former's words, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Perhaps she was thinking too much. She should have believed in herself and persisted. On the side, Xia Xiao saw that the conversation between the two had ended and said softly, "Marquis, my father knows that you are back and wants to see you. I wonder if you can go back to the palace to have a look." Ning Qin shook his head gently and said, "No, there are no more old friends in the Xia dynasty. There is no point in going back." When Xia Xiao heard this, she fell silent and did not try to persuade him anymore. "Marquis, can you give me some advice?" Marquis, blood-clad, came back to his senses and looked at the legendary figure of the divine prefecture in front of him with an extremely serious expression. Ning Qin glanced to the side and nodded gently. "Sure." Marquis, blood-robed, waved his hand, and a long sword flew out. The sword was dazzling, and it was obviously not an ordinary sword. "Mingshu, a heaven saint, is the sword I use to guard the borders. I'll lend it to you for now." As soon as the blood-clad Marquis finished speaking, he clenched his left hand. Then another divine weapon flew out from the carriage, not far away. This divine weapon was azure and had an equally extraordinary aura. Ning Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed the Mingshu, a heaven saint. Feeling the strong, baleful aura on the sword, a light flashed in his eyes. The sword of the Marquis of Xia had always been stained with too much killing. Although the Marquis of Bloodrobe in front of him was a woman, she was no exception. "Please." The Marquis in the bloody robe said. His body moved, and his sword moved. With a kung sound, the two swords clashed. Waves of snow filled the sky, covering both eyes. Amidst the drifting snowflakes, the two swords clashed again and again. One was like a swimming dragon emerging from the water. The other was like a boundless star, each displaying their abilities. At a distance of 10 feet, neither of them released their auras. Only their swords shone with extreme sharpness. In the battle, the Marquis in the bloody robe displayed all his abilities. The more he fought, the more shocked he was. Although she was already mentally prepared, she could only truly experience the strength of the Marquis in front of her after truly exchanging blows. It turned out that there was such a sword above the sword Dao. The speed of the sword was not fast, but every move was hard to block. It was like a starry sky, but one would never be able to truly touch it. Boom! After 10 moves, the two swords clashed again. The Marquis, who had not used up his sword power, felt his right arm go numb. The sword in his hand involuntarily flew out and stabbed into the ground. Ning Qin smiled and extended his hand to return the Mingshu, a heaven saint. "Thank you for your guidance." The Marquis took the sword and bowed, respectfully. "Next time, bring a stick of candied haws for Gue Gue." Ning Qin smiled. The Marquis was startled, but soon recovered. His stiff expression revealed a rare smile. He nodded and said, "Okay." The two stayed in the 10 miles maple forest for half a day and then left. The carriage left 2 long wheel marks in the snow. It was so clear. In the imperial city, many people secretly guessed the identity of the people in the 10 miles maple forest. The 7 Marquis and the 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty had visited many times, which made people suspicious. However, no one who had been to the 10 miles maple forest revealed their identity as knowing destiny. The 10 miles maple forest had become a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to easily set foot in it. However, peace was always short-lived, and war was inevitable. At the border of the great Xia dynasty, the invasion from the neighboring countries broke out. The 7 Marquis of the great Xia dynasty left the imperial city and went to the border one after another. The 10 miles maple forest became quiet from then on. The Marquis promised to bring candied haws for Gue Gue, but he never had the chance to send it. On the battlefield, the Marquis died. His body was bathed in blood. He left his life on the battlefield. Generals died in hundreds of battles, and warriors returned in 10 years. In the endless history of the great Xia dynasty, more than 90% of the Marquis had died on the battlefield. The Marquis was not the first, nor would he be the last. When the news spread back to the imperial city, the whole country was in grief. The current emperor of the Great Xia dynasty personally went to the Marquis temple to set up a monument for the Marquis. Xia Xiao looked at the memorial tablet in the Marquis temple, and tears fell from her eyes. In the 10 miles maple forest, a carriage came. Xia Xiao got off the carriage and looked at the white-haired man who always stood quietly in front of the wooden house. Her mood was indescribably complicated. When Ning Chen saw the person who came, he still had a peaceful smile on his face. He said, "You're here." "Marquis, the Marquis has died in battle." Xia Xiao opened her mouth and said, unable to suppress the sadness in her eyes. When Ning Chen heard this, he sighed softly and said, "Is that so? What a pity." Xia Xiao took out a stick of candied haws, walked in front of Gui Gui, and handed it to her. It was too late to fulfill the promise of the Marquis, so she could only fulfill it for her. "Thank you, sister." Gui Gui took the stick of candied haws and said in a childish voice, "Gui Gui is so obedient." Xia Xiao reached out and rubbed Gui Gui's little head. She stood up and looked at the Marquis Jiming. She said, "Marquis, when do you think this war will really stop?" Ning Chen shook his head and said, "I don't know. A long time ago, someone asked me this question. Until today, I still haven't found the answer. Are we all going to die?" Xia Xiao's eyes were filled with sadness. "Yes," Ning Chen said calmly. "No matter if it's a man, a god, or a saint, there will be a day when they die. Even the heavens and earth can't be eternal, let alone humans. As long as you have truly lived, death is not scary." Shui, she admired the Marquis very much. Xia Xiao said a secret that could no longer be confirmed. She said sadly, the reason why she worked so hard to become a Marquis is because she saw the Marquis as her life's goal. Chapter 16:26. Time flew in the 10 miles maple forest. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since knowing Destiny's return. Marquis Bloodclad died in battle, and a memorial tablet was added to the Marquis shrine. For thousands of years, this was the epitome of the Marquis of the Great Xia. Even so, generation after generation of Marquis continued to protect this great nation without regrets. At the beginning of spring, a carriage rumbled outside the imperial city. A person with a special identity came to the 10 miles maple forest. Xia Xiao walked down from the carriage, supporting a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed plainly, but his aura was extraordinary. The middle-aged man was only about 40 years old, but his hair was mostly white and he looked exhausted. "Father, be careful." Xia Xiao supported her father and said worriedly. Emperor Xia walked down from the carriage and walked towards the maple forest. "Marquis." Emperor Xia looked at the white-haired man and bowed respectfully. "If you're not well, don't come." Ning Chen looked at the current emperor of the Great Xia dynasty and said calmly, "Marquis, you've been back for so long. I should have come to visit you long ago." Emperor Xia sighed. "I've heard legends about you since I was young. I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to see you in person." "Your Majesty, do you have any business here?" Ning Chen asked. "I've come to ask you, Marquis. I ascended the throne when I was 16, and I've been on the throne for 25 years. Since I took over the Great Xia dynasty, I haven't dared to relax for even a moment. I don't dare to say that I'm a wise emperor, but I'm definitely not a fatuous one. Why is the Great Xia dynasty still in chaos and war?" Emperor Xia said with a puzzled expression, "It's not necessarily a good thing to attend to everything personally." Ning Chen looked at the 40-year-old emperor with a head full of white hair and said softly, "Learn how to delegate power." Hearing this, Emperor Xia revealed a puzzled look. "So simple? It's that simple." Ning Chen said calmly, "Do you think the people are more important than the emperor, or the emperor is more important than the people?" Emperor Xia was silent. After a moment, he replied, "The people are more important than the emperor. The emperor is more important than the people, and so are the people." Similarly, the people are more important than the emperor. Ning Chen looked into the distance and continued, I asked you whether the people are more important than the emperor, or the emperor is more important than the people. You hesitated. In your heart, you still think the emperor is more important. Emperor Xia remained silent and did not reply. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the person before him. Back then, the military advisor of Northern Meng and I wanted to push for the arrival of 100 generations of prosperity. Our goal was the same. However, at that time, Grand Xia and the Northern Meng royal court were locked in a fierce battle. Why do you think this is? Different standpoints, Emperor Xia replied. That's right, we have different standpoints. Ning Chen said calmly. Just like Northern Meng and Great Xia, there are also different standpoints between the imperial court and the people. However, different standpoints don't mean that they are opposing each other. When the emperor of Great Xia values the people, and the people value the emperor, perhaps there will be fewer wars. Hearing this, a thoughtful look flashed across Emperor Xiao's face. After a long while, he bowed respectfully and said, I've learned something. Go back. There are many capable officials in Grand Xia. Learn how to give them more authority. Similarly, you can also give more authority to the commoners. At that time, you wouldn't be as tired as you are now. Ning Chen advised. Emperor Xia nodded. Beside him, Xia Xiao bowed respectfully. Then, she helped her father into the carriage and left. Just as Knowing Destiny was staying in the 10 miles maple forest, the saints of Above Heavens, Immortal Realm, and Mortal Realm were also in a stalemate with the 11 Khanate saints. For the first time, no one had the upper hand. Although the saints of Mortal Realm had all become saints not long ago, they had fought all the way from mortals to saints. Their combat experience was far beyond that of Khanate saints. In the void, the black spear in the back of the Darkness Master's right hand surged fiercely. She stared at the saints of Mortal Realm in the Immortal Realm with undisguised killing intent. In the Immortal Realm, in front of the saints, Fan Lingyue's figure slowly rose. She finally chose to attack personally. It's you. The Darkness Master looked at the woman in front of her and said coldly, I remember you. In the sky above the Immortal Realm, Fan Lingyue stared at the Darkness Master in front of her. The moonlight around her intensified. 3 moves. Fan Lingyue calmly replied. Come then. Hearing this, the Darkness Master's face was filled with anger. Her figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of her. The black spear swept past. The moment it came into contact with the moonlight, the 2 forces clashed and the power of darkness quickly dissipated. Fan Lingyue stretched out her hand. Her slender fingers were stronger than any divine weapon as she directly grabbed the black spear. With a bang, the black spear collapsed. The Darkness Master's expression changed slightly. The bridge of great Tao appeared behind her, and the power of darkness instantly climbed to the limit. With a palm strike, the Darkness Master counterattacked, wanting to severely injure the woman in front of her. Fan Lingyue stepped forward and avoided the palm strike. Her slender hand condensed essence and directly pierced into the former's chest. It was a shocking scene. Blood splattered everywhere. Fan Lingyue looked coldly at the Darkness Master in front of her and said lightly, It seems that I have overestimated you. After saying that, moonlight rose around Fan Lingyue and directly sent the Darkness Master flying. 100 feet away, the Darkness Master stopped and vomited a mouthful of blood. Black energy surged around her body and healed her injuries. She was defeated in just 2 moves. The Darkness Master and the 10 Khanate saints were shocked and angry. They looked at the woman in front of them, their eyes full of fear. In the void, Fan Lingyue looked at the 11 Khanate saints in front of her and said coldly, Is there anyone else who wants to fight? The 11 Khanate saints' expressions were abnormally ugly. As saints, the strength of the woman in front of them was beyond their imagination. Perhaps, other than the 8th heaven deity, no one could suppress this human woman. Let me ask you a thing or two. At this moment, Mo Master, who had been silent all this time, stepped forward and said calmly, Ji Ming said that you were once his master. Fan Lingyue looked at the white-robed old man in front of her and said coldly, The ninth son is not bad. He has exceeded my expectations. Mo Master said with a smile, The student has surpassed the master. As his master, I really want to have a real fight with him. No need. You won't have the chance. After saying that, Fan Lingyue's figure moved instantly. Inside and outside the immortal domain, the saints only saw a flash of moonlight. It was unbelievably fast. Mo Master's expression also turned serious. Colorful brilliance spread around him as he fully unleashed his cultivation. In the colorful brilliance, Fan Lingyue's figure suddenly stopped. Her body was actually out of control. Mo Master walked in the colorful brilliance and came to the front of the human woman in front of him. Young man, you're still too anxious. Mo Master raised his hand. The colorful brilliance rose and devoured the woman in front of him. So this is your ability. At this moment, Fan Lingyue, whose body was out of control, sneered and said, No wonder Luo Xingqian was willing to sacrifice his life to send that arrow. Reversing reality and illusion is indeed a terrifying ability. However, I'm not Luo Xingqian. I'm stronger than him. After saying that, Fan Lingyue raised her hand, grabbed Mo Master's right shoulder, and threw him toward the mountain in the distance. Boom! With a loud tremor, mountains thousands of miles away collapsed and rocks fell like rain. Chapter 16:27. Above the heavens, the 11 Khanate saints attacked and trapped the celestial realm. At the critical moment, Fan Lingyue personally attacked and severely injured the Lord of Darkness in 2 moves. Saints were immortal and almost immortal. However, there was no true immortal before absolute strength. The Lord of Darkness retreated in defeat and Mo, Lord attacked. Ji Ming's former master had always been mysterious and unpredictable. Facing Mo Lord, Fan Lingyue didn't say anything. She stepped forward and the moonlight shone brightly. Her slender hand tore the void apart like lightning. Mo Lord also attacked, reversing reality and illusion to confuse the opponent's 5 senses. He didn't expect that his ability that had always been successful would be thwarted this time. Do you think that Starfall's sacrifice was useless? Fan Lingyue's slender hand reached out like a divine weapon, grabbing Mo Lord's shoulder and throwing him out. Mountains collapsed one after another. Amidst the rain of stones, Mo Lord stopped and raised his right hand. The 7-colored immortal technique appeared again. Immortal technique, waning moons. The immortal technique was shocking. As Mo Lord raised his hand, the entire great world rumbled and changed. A huge divine moon appeared between heaven and earth. It was unknown whether it was real or illusory, but a gap appeared on the divine moon and tore the mortal realm saint's body apart. Fan Lingyue stood quietly in the divine moon, personally feeling the shocking power of the immortal technique. Her expression was unusually cold. Ji Ming and I created the celestial realm together. In this world, other than us, who dares to call themselves immortals? Fan Lingyue said coldly. She clenched her left hand. In an instant, the light of purification filled the sky, and the ancient divine sword, Purification Primordial, appeared. The moment the peerless divine weapon appeared, the great world was instantly divided into 2. Fan Lingyue held the sword and slashed the divine moon. The shocking sword power shocked the Khanate saints. In the void, the Khanate saints looked at the woman in front of them, unable to suppress the waves in their hearts. This woman was actually so powerful. All along, they had thought that the most powerful person in the celestial realm was the Lord of the celestial realm. They didn't expect that apart from the Lord of the celestial realm, there was such a terrifying mortal realm saint. In the collapsed mountain range, Mo Lord's expression also became serious. His hands separated into yin and yang. The divine sun and the yin moon appeared at the same time. Immortal technique, sun and moon. The reappearance of the immortal technique was even more shocking. The sun and moon rose and illuminated the entire great world. In the human realm, in the 10 miles maple forest, Ningchen, who was learning to read with Gue, raised his head and looked at the sky. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Immortal spells? His master's strength was getting stronger and stronger. However, his opponent was that terrifying woman, a woman that even he didn't want to face. Father, am I right? Gue raised her head and asked with a smile. Yes, Gue wrote it really well. Ningchen calmed himself down and looked at the words written by Gue in the snow. Receiving his father's praise, the smile on Sly Ghost's face became even brighter. He looked extremely happy. High up in the sky, the sun and moon in the sky, the immortal arts shook the world. In the void, Fan Lingyue stepped forward and turned into a stream of light, swinging his sword at Lord Amo, who was behind the sun and moon. The divine sun, yin moon, and divine moon followed him like shadows. It was as if they had a mind of their own, and they followed him closely. Fan Lingyue's figure flashed, evading the attacks of the sun and moon. 100 miles away, he stopped and focused. His left hand held the sword, and 3 huge green dragons appeared. The appearance of the raging dragons stirred up thousands of waves. Using their form as power, the world-cleansing law collided with the power of the sun and moon. With a loud bang, 2 dragons broke through the sun and moon. The last green dragon rushed out of the aftermath and directly bit Lord Amo, crashing into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. It was a shocking scene. After the raging dragons crashed into the ground, the earth within 1,000,000 miles collapsed. It was terrifying. In the collapsed ground, Lord Amo got up, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. In the void, Fan Lingyue looked at the old man who no longer had the demeanor of an immortal. He took a step in the air and had no intention of stopping. What are you waiting for? At this moment, Lord Amo spoke in a deep voice. The meticulous Lord Amo is finally willing to ask for help. As he spoke, a young man in white appeared in the void. The divine halo behind him was dazzling, and the pressure was extremely powerful. When the young man appeared, the expressions of all the saints in the celestial realm darkened. They looked at the white-robed man in the sky with a serious expression. I am Bai Wangji. I would like to learn from you. As he spoke, a folding fan appeared in Bai Wangji's hand. As he waved the folding fan, thunder rumbled in the sky. In the void, Fan Lingyue turned around and looked at the 12th Khanate saint who walked out of thin air. His expression became serious for the first time. This person was very strong. Although Khanate saints were not weak, there was still a gap in strength. The strongest ones, such as the Underworld King and the 8th Heaven Gods, had already surpassed the category of saints and were almost unshakable. Under the 2 supreme gods, there were several extremely powerful Khanate saints whose strength was far beyond ordinary saints. The white-robed man in front of him was undoubtedly one of them, a saint who controls thunder. In the celestial realm, the Dawn Moon House Master looked at the sky with a strange expression. The great Tao of Thunder was the great Tao with the most shocking destructive power. The most difficult tribulation for living beings was the Thunder Tribulation. The white-robed man in front of him controlled thunder, so his strength must be extremely terrifying. In the sky above the celestial realm, Fan Lingyue and Bai Wangji looked at each other. An instant later, the 2 figures disappeared at the same time. Fast, so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to see. The speed of thunder had already exceeded the limits of martial arts. Similarly, Fan Lingyue, whose body was shrouded in moonlight, was also extremely fast. His Tao cleansing sword cut through all obstacles and was invincible. The 2 exchanged 100 moves in the blink of an eye. Inside and outside the celestial realm, the saints and the 11 Khanate saints looked at this shocking battle, their expressions becoming more and more shocked. This woman can actually keep up with Bai Wangji's speed. And Khanate saint said, solemnly, that Bai Wangji can actually block Fan Lingyue's attack. In the celestial realm, the saints were also shocked. The power of Dao cleansing sword could be said to be invincible. That Khanate saint who controlled thunder could withstand 100 moves and not be at a disadvantage at all. His strength was indeed terrifying. Boom! In the sky above the celestial realm, the two saints fought. The aftermath of the great battle shook. Thunder and moonlight collided. The power of destruction and purification collided head-on, causing the sky to lose its color. In Bai Wangji's hand, the folding fan attracted thunder and turned the battle into a sea of thunder. The terrifying power was indescribable with words. On the other hand, Fan Lingyue, with a divine sword in hand, used speed to counter speed. She did not back down at all and faced the opponent's strongest move head-on. In the battle, the two saints collided. Blood splattered from Bai Wangji's right arm, dyeing his white robe red. Crazy woman. In the 10 miles maple forest, Ning Chun said softly while practicing calligraphy with Gue Gue. There was obviously a better way, but that woman just had to defeat her opponent in his strongest field. She was really not likable. However, Fan Lingyue had the ability to do so. She thought that she had a chance to win by not competing with Fan Lingyue. Wrong. Her martial strength was equally shocking. She thought that she could win by avoiding a confrontation with her martial strength. Wrong again, her attainments in array formations were equally unparalleled. She thought that she had to be careful of her array formations. Wrong again. Her ability to deduce fate and change the situation of the world was also impossible to guard against. The only one in the world, Fan Lingyue. As long as she was alive, no one in the celestial realm could defeat her. Chapter 16:28. In the sky above, Fan Lingyue and the saint who controlled lightning exchanged blows. The competition between speed and speed caused the collapse of time. The speed of lightning was unbelievably fast. Facing Bai Wangji, who had astonishing speed and destructive power, Fan Lingyue did not dodge at all. Instead, he faced him head-on, competing with speed and destructive power. After exchanging 100 moves, it was difficult to determine the victor between the two. Just when the various sages thought that the two of them were evenly matched, a shocking collision sound rang out in the battle. Blood spurted out from Bai Wangji's right arm, dyeing his white robes red. Being injured for the first time, Bai Wangji flew 100 steps away. Looking at the sword wound on his right arm, his face was cold. It's been 100,000 years. Saint of the mortal realm, you are the first one to injure me. Bai Wangji said coldly, waving the fan in his hand. Suddenly, thunder filled the sky, turning into a huge beast that swallowed forward. Fan Lingyue's expression was indifferent. He stepped and swam, avoiding the beast. In a flash, he was in front of Bai Wangji again. Pure beginning waved. The moon-white brilliance filled the air, slashing down. Bai Wangji's face darkened. He opened the fan in his hand and blocked the power of the divine sword. A strong impact spread out. In the battle, heaven and earth turned into nothingness, unable to bear this terrifying destructive power. With the cultivation of the saint realm, all moves seemed so pale. Only the most fundamental laws of the battle could determine the winner and the loser. A saint who controlled lightning had combat power that surpassed most of the Khanate saints, infinitely close to the realm of Nether King and Eighth Heaven deity. However, facing Fan Lingyue, who had returned from 100 reincarnations, it was still difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Boom! In the battle, Pure Beginning and the Fan of Lightning continued to clash. Wave after wave of aftershocks spread out, spreading to the entire great world. In the immortal realm, the saints watched the battle in the sky, their expressions more and more shocked. Too strong, the combat power of these two had already surpassed the saints. The number one in the divine prefecture is really terrifying. In front of the saints, Mu Qianshang looked at the sky and said, "No wonder Jiming had such a high evaluation of her. Now that I see it with my own eyes, I know that Jiming's evaluation is not wrong. How can a woman who can make Jiming suffer so many times be simple?" The Dawn Moon House master smiled and said, "You and I both know Marquis Jiming's character. He will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, this woman convinced him wholeheartedly. It can be seen that Jiming suffered a great loss at her hands." Beside him, Qing Ning quietly looked at the horizon without saying a word. Only those who had truly witnessed Fan Lingyue's strength would be able to understand how terrifying this woman was. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that her lifespan was nearing its end, Grand Xia might have already perished. Now that Fan Lingyue had come back to life, they should rejoice. This time around, Fan Lingyue was no longer their enemy. Boom! While the saints of the mortal realm were lamenting, in the void, a terrifying impact force erupted once again. In the battle, Bai Wangji was once again forced back, the corners of his mouth turning red. On the opposite side, on the sword in Fan Lingyue's hand, drops of blood dripped down. It was abnormally glaring. After an astonishing battle, the sage who controlled lightning gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, and it was obvious that he was about to lose. Outside the battle, Mo Master and Darkness Master glanced at each other and no longer chose to observe. They began circulating their Saint Qi, preparing to take action. In the immortal domain, the saints of the mortal world sensed this, killing intent flashing past their faces. In front of all the saints, the female sovereign stepped forward, instantly arriving in the skies above the celestial realm. "Your opponent is me." As she spoke, demonic qi surged around female supreme, and the 9 underworlds heaven devouring demon scripture reappeared. The demonic qi in the world gathered into one, and raging waves swept through the 9 heavens. Demon Master and Darkness Master's expressions turned serious. What a shocking demonic qi! It reminded them of the Supreme Nether King. "Female Supreme, you don't have to take action." At this moment in the battle, Fan Lingyue spoke. Her purification of absolute beginning swept across, and an incomparably surging moonlight spread out, its might shocking the heavens and earth. Sin of heaven, an unprecedented might appeared with a bang. With Fan Lingyue as the center, the power of purification of absolute beginning spread rapidly, devouring the heavens and earth. Inside and outside the battle, the innate saints felt this powerful pressure, and their expressions all changed. The moonlight filled the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. In the center of the moonlight, Fan Lingyue rose into the air, her fine black hair dancing in the wind, like a goddess of absolute beginning descending to the mortal world. The terrifying aura made one shudder. Retreat or die. A cold and emotionless warning. The threat was not concealed at all. Fan Lingyue looked at the 12 innate saints in front of her, and her aura was raised to the limit. In the battle, Bai Wangji snorted coldly, and his figure flashed past, attacking again. Boom! Lightning and moonlight clashed, and a waterfall of blood splattered. Bai Wangji's figure was directly sent flying, and his blood dyed the blue sky. In the void, the 11 innate saints, including Darkness Master and Mo Master, looked at each other and did not dare to stay any longer. Retreat! With a command, the saints retreated together, and in the dazzling golden light, the saints disappeared one after another. In the celestial domain, Fan Lingyue looked at the retreating saints and did not chase after them. Her aura gradually retracted. In the celestial domain, the saints of the mortal world all heaved a sigh of relief. They finally retreated. Fan Lingyue descended from the sky and said calmly, "Everyone, Go back and continue to strengthen the celestial domain." The saints of the mortal world nodded and left. After the saints left, a trace of blood silently dripped from the corner of Fan Lingyue's mouth. It was so dazzling. Facing the strongest innate saint, even someone as strong as Fan Lingyue was injured, quite badly. Qing Ning stepped forward and said softly, "Why force yourself?" Establishing dominance. Fan Lingyue said calmly, "The growth of the celestial domain still needs time, and it can't withstand the endless harassment of these innate saints." "It's been hard on you." Qing Ning sighed softly. "It's no problem. I just need to rest for a few days." Fan Lingyue looked at the mortal world and said, "I can feel that his strength is also constantly increasing. Perhaps it won't be long before he can summon the third great Tao Bridge." In the 10 miles maple forest, Ning Chan raised his head and looked at the horizon. As if he felt the gaze from the celestial domain, a smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, she was here, so he could leave the celestial domain without worry. "Father, hurry up." In front, Gue turned around and urged, "It's time to sweep the Empress' tomb." "Okay, I'm coming." Ning Qin came back to his senses and stepped forward. In front of the tomb, 2 figures, one big and one small, seriously swept the dust of Zhang Xuan's tomb. 100 years was like a day, and they never stopped. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. 1,000 years in the mortal world was so long. 1,000 years was enough to change everything. The immortal Great Xia, after 1,000 years, began to decline. Generation after generation of martial marquises fought bloody battles, but they still could not change the rapid decline of this immortal dynasty. The powerful countries from the north and the west joined forces, and the cavalry stepped into the territory of the Great Xia, leaving the Great Xia devastated. The flames of war burned every inch of the Great Xia's territory. The immortal Great Xia finally fell, and in the 10 miles maple forest, Ning Chen and Gue never walked out of the forest. They did not interfere with the affairs of the mortal world. There was no absolute immortality in the world. It was already a miracle that the Great Xia could survive until now. Finally, the cavalry from the north forced their way to the imperial city of the Great Xia. Chapter 16:29. Great Xia Fire Beacon City. The allied forces of the 7 surrounding countries were besieging, especially the cavalry of the north. In the imperial city of Great Xia, the last Marquis stood guard. His battle clothes were stained with blood. In the imperial city, the common people were also in despair. The once glorious dynasty had fallen overnight, and there was no chance for it to rise again. When the Marquis of Triumph could not return in triumph, the immortal dynasty had also reached its end. On the city wall, the current Marquis of Triumph looked in the direction of 10 miles maple forest. For a long time he was silent. In the end, he did not make a move. In 10 miles maple forest, Gue, who had just finished sweeping the grave for her grandson, looked up at her father and said, "Father, I want to eat tang holu." Hearing this, Ning Qin nodded and said, "Okay, Father will take you to buy it." The 2 of them moved and walked towards the imperial city together. In the imperial city of Great Xia, the city gate was closed. The armies of the 7 countries had surrounded the city. In front of the north gate, there were 50,000 cavalry of the northern herders. At this moment, 2 figures, one big and one small, walked over from the north gate. Their pace was neither fast nor slow, and they seemed out of place in this war of life and death. In front of the 50,000 cavalry, a general in green armor frowned when he saw the newcomers. "Bring the bow." The general in green armor said coldly, "Yes." A soldier handed over a hard bow and a quiver of arrows. The general in green armor drew the bow, and the arrow pierced through the air. The arrow of a warrior was majestic. Wherever the arrow passed, dust and sand would roll up like a hurricane, shocking the world. The 50,000 cavalry stared at the arrow with excitement in their eyes. However, The gazes of the 50,000 soldiers of the north changed. When the shocking arrow approached the two figures in the distance, it directly dissipated. The dust and sand in the air dissipated, and it did not cause any waves. This shocking scene shocked the 50,000 cavalry. Their general and Marquis of Triumph of Great Xia were the strongest warriors of the divine great land. Under this arrow, they could not even touch the body of that young man. Under the north gate of Great Xia, Ning Chun led Gui and walked over. Looking at the closed city gate, he did not stop walking. Clouds gathered below the two of them. They soared into the air and walked to the top of the city. Marquis of Triumph recovered from his shock and bowed respectfully. Gui wants to eat Tang Hulu. Sorry to disturb you, Ning Chen said apologetically. Marquis, triumphant return, looked at the little boy beside Marquis Ming, hesitated for a moment, and then looked away and said respectfully, Marquis, please take action and save Great Xia from this crisis. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the allied army of the 7 empires below the Grand Xia royal city. He calmly said, Back then, I also encountered a similar situation. However, things are different now. The current Grand Xia is already too rotten. Hearing this, Marquis Victorious Return's eyes were filled with despair. Protecting the Grand Xia is the responsibility of Marquis Wu. Marquis Triumphant Return, I'll leave it to you. Ning Chen said something that seemed very irresponsible. Then he led Gui down the stairs. In the royal capital of Grand Xia, it was now abnormally desolate. The destruction of Grand Xia was imminent, and the commoners were in a state of panic. Not to mention selling candied haws, even the common cloth and grain stores on both sides of the streets had already closed their doors, or had changed too many things. The once prosperous empire had completely fallen into the flames of war. Even the last imperial city was in a precarious state. Extreme prosperity leads to decline. This was an eternal truth. It was already an incredible miracle that Great Xia had survived until now. Perhaps it was Jiming and the others' reward for saving the world. The heavens allowed Great Xia to survive until today. However, this glory had finally come to an end. In the desolate royal capital of Grand Xia, Ning Chen and Gui walked through all the streets, big and small, but still couldn't find a stall selling Tang Hulu. They couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Uncle, do you know where I can buy Tang Hulu? Ning Chen pulled an old man who was walking in a hurry and asked. The old man stopped and looked at the two people in front of him. He said impatiently, What kind of world is this? Where can you find such things? Uncle, please forgive us. The child wants to eat. As a parent, I don't want to wrong the child. Ning Chen said apologetically. The old man sighed and said, Follow me. After that, the old man led the way to the end of the street. Ning Chen held Gui's hand and followed. At the end of the street, in front of a simple house, the three of them stopped. The old man opened the door and walked to the stove. He lit some dry wood and put some sugar into the pot, starting to boil soup. Ning Chen stood at the side, watching and learning attentively. He knew that it would be a long time before he could buy Tang Hulu in the city. Not long after, the old man finished boiling the sugar. He skewered a few hawthorns and dipped them in the sugar juice. A Tang Hulu skewer was done. Ning Chen and Gui were considered lucky. The old man they met used to sell Tang Hulu and Tang Hulu for a living. It was easy for him to do this. Thank you, uncle. Ning Chen took the Tang Hulu, thanked the old man, and handed it to Gui. Thank you, father. Gui's little face showed a happy smile as she ate the Tang Hulu. Young man, go home soon. This world is chaotic. Don't run around outside. The old man looked at the white-haired young man and sighed. Okay, we'll go back soon. Ning Chen nodded. At the side, Gui happily ate the Tang Hulu, her little face full of satisfaction. Seeing the smile on the child's face, the old man's expression became more complicated. The heavens are blind. We finally had some good days, and now there's a war. Maybe in a few days we'll all become slaves." The old man sighed again. Why were these days so hard? Ning Chen was silent and did not answer. Not long after, Gue finished eating the tonghalu. Ning Chen thanked the old man again and left with Gue. On the desolate streets, there were almost no pedestrians. Occasionally there would be one or two, but they were all in a hurry and did not dare to stay outside. The familiar situation was exactly the same as when Great Xia was besieged. The only difference was that the times had changed. Outside the imperial city of Great Xia, the Seven Countries Alliance army had begun to attack the city. On the city wall, the imperial guards led by Marquis Kaishian defended the city with all their might. For their faith, they would rather die than retreat. In the city, Ning Chen held Gue's hand and walked silently, not saying a word. Gue seemed to feel her father's mood and obediently did not disturb him. Just as Great Xia was on the brink of life and death, in the east of Great Xia, in the completely abandoned imperial city, a beautiful figure in white walked over. Her hair had long turned white. After 10,000 years, Mu Qingxue returned again. However, everything had changed. Turning into a Taishang, Mu Qingxue's eyes no longer had a trace of human emotions. With every step he took, the ground was covered in frost. Mu Qingxue returned. In the polar region of the north, in the heavenly music parlor, the master of the heavenly music parlor opened her eyes and looked to the east. Mu Qingxue had returned. Heaven's will. In this era, he and she had returned to the beginning of everything. However, this time would the outcome be different? Chapter 1630. In the Grand Xia imperial city, an army was pressing down on them. At this moment, no one could change the situation. In the city, Ning Chen brought Gue forward to see the final glory of Great Xia. In the east of the Great Xia dynasty, Mu Qingxue returned to the desolate city. Looking at the desolate city that had become a thing of the past, there was not a single ripple in his calm eyes. Perhaps it was because of his memories, but after 10,000 years, Mu Qingxue still came back. After a long while, Mu Qingxue turned around and looked in the direction of the royal city of the Grand Xia. Venerable Immortal? At the same time, in the royal capital of Grand Xia, Ning Chen sensed something and turned his gaze towards the east. Their gazes collided, their thoughts unknown. After a while, Mu Qingxue's figure disappeared into thin air from the desolation city. In the royal capital of Grand Xia, on a desolate street, a beautiful figure appeared. The aura of time emanating from her was unconcealable. At the front, Ning Chen held Gue's hand as he looked at the woman who had appeared in front of him. A complicated light flashed through the depths of his eyes. She had finally become a saint. This meant that she was no longer Mu Qingxue, but one of the 49 Grand Daos, the Grand Oblivion Dao. Similarly, Mu Qingxue was also looking at the master of the ancient era's immortal domain before him. After a long time, he calmly said, "Long time no see." "Long time no see," Ning Chen replied softly. Reincarnation after reincarnation. With different standpoints, these two people who had been at each other's throats for many lifetimes were connected by fate. Now that they met again, their feelings of gratitude and resentment were complicated. Killing each other here? Mu Qingxue asked. Ning Chen looked at the dilapidated imperial city of the Grand Xia and shook his head gently. "Let's wait." Mu Qingxue nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. Ning Chen left the imperial city of the Grand Xia dynasty with Gue. Mu Qingxue followed behind and headed towards the 10-mile maple forest. Behind the three of them, the allied forces of the 7 nations had finally breached the imperial city of the Grand Xia. Marquis Triumphant Xian had died in battle, and the imperial city of the Grand Xia had been burned to the ground. Raging flames dyed the sky red. The winner was king, while the loser was in the wrong. It was cruel. Ning Chen turned his back to the imperial city and walked forward. He didn't look back at all. Behind him, Mu Qingxue looked at the man in front of him. There was not a single ripple in his cold eyes. He was sometimes more ruthless than she, for he was too rational to be affected by emotion. Grand Xia, which he had protected for half his life, was about to be destroyed. Yet he wasn't willing to interfere. Such rationality was truly terrifying. The three of them walked through the 10 miles maple forest. Ning Qin went into the house to prepare tea for the guests. Gue looked curiously at her sister in front of her, her big eyes unblinking. Your child? Mu Qingxue looked at Gue and asked. Yes. Ning Qin nodded and said, Gue is the child of the Nether Lord, and I. The Nether Lord? Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Mu Qingxue's eyes as he said, Fate makes fools of people. The Supreme of the immortal region and the saints of the various heavens had always been irreconcilable. Who would have thought that she would have a child with the Nether Lord? Please verify. Ning Qin served the tea and said politely, Thank you. Mu Qingxue took the tea and replied. The tea was very hot, but when it reached Mu Qingxue's hands, it quickly cooled down. When the tea entered his mouth, there was a slight bitterness. After the bitterness, there was a hint of sweetness, leaving a rich aftertaste. Only you came back. Mu Qingxue took a sip of tea and asked. Yes. Ning Qin nodded and said, They all stayed in above heavens. It's rare to see you stop, Mu Qingxue said. A smile appeared on Ning Qin's face as he said, Now that there are so many powerhouses in the mortal realm, I believe in them. Do you really think you can kill all the saints of the various heavens? Mu Qingxue continued to ask. Where there is a will, there is a way, Ning Qin replied. Your stubbornness hasn't changed at all. Mu Qingxue's expression turned cold as he said indifferently. In life, there must always be something that one perseveres in, Ning Qin replied softly. Mu Qingxue put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the burning Great Xia's imperial city. He said, Back then, this was also the place that you risked your life to protect. Why are you ignoring it now? Ning Qin was silent and did not reply. Where's your sword? Mu Qingxue did not continue to question him. He glanced at the wooden house and asked, I left it in the immortal region. Ning Qin answered truthfully, Without your sword, do you think you're a match for me? Mu Qingxue said indifferently, Perhaps not, Ning Qin replied. I won't show mercy, Mu Qingxue said indifferently. Yes. Ning Qin nodded and said, There's no need to show mercy. Mu Qingxue stood up and walked out of the wooden house. In the 10-mile maple forest, Mu Qingxue walked out, and Ning Qin followed behind him. The red maple leaves in the sky were as red as fire. Mu Qingxue was surrounded by cold air, and the small world was separated from the big world. Standing in the small world, Ning Qin stared at the girl in front of him. He clenched his right hand, and the maple leaves in the sky gathered and turned into a red maple sword. Please, Mu Qingxue said calmly. Please. Ning Qin replied softly without any hostility in his words. However, his battle intent rose. At the same time, Mu Qingxue's killing intent rose. The battle was about to begin. At this moment, a maple leaf fell into the small world and blocked their vision for a moment. The two moved at the same time. The Taishang sword was unsheathed and the sword radiance was dazzling. The sword radiance was shocking and ruthless. The maple sword in Ning Qin's hand blocked the radiance of the Taishang sword with a loud boom. After the collision, Mu Qingxue disappeared instantly and appeared behind Jiming before he could react. The speed of the travel scroll was unparalleled in the world. Mu Qingxue had already done his best at the beginning of the battle. As the Taishang sword slashed down, Jiming's figure also disappeared at an unbelievable speed. The phoenix's extreme speed was beyond the limit. In the blink of an eye, the maple sword slashed down. Boom! The swords clashed again, and the airwaves surged. The entire small world shook violently and lost its color. The collision of extreme speed was so fast that even time and space were distorted. The plain clothes and the white clothes kept clashing in the small world. They were so fast that their figures could barely be seen. After returning to the Saint Realm, the Taishang sword was even more powerful than the Taichu sword. Facing the reborn Taishang sword, Ning Qin didn't dare to be careless and used all his strength. Arg! Suddenly, Ning Chen's vision blurred. A sword pierced through his chest, and blood dyed his plain clothes red. The phoenix that hadn't entered the Saint Realm lost in the battle of speed. The difference couldn't be made up. The drops of blood were so dazzling. The two faced each other. They had known each other for countless years, but the swords in their hands didn't show any mercy. After severely injuring his opponent, Mu Qingshue's body glowed with white light, and he flew into the sky. At that moment, the sword radiance in the sky gathered and turned into two huge sword wings. The powerful aura made people shudder. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qingshue's wings flapped, and he disappeared in the sky. He tore through time and space at an even more terrifying speed and came before Jiming. As the danger approached, the phoenix rose around Ning Qin. After the phoenix wings appeared, he quickly retreated. However, he was still one step too late. The Taishang sword pierced into Jiming's heart meridians mercilessly and brought out a glaring red waterfall. Chapter 1631, that the 10 miles maple forest was an invisible small world. Mu Qingxue, who had mastered the travel scroll, was unparalleled in speed and severely injured the knowing destiny state. The Taishang Supreme sword pierced through Ning Chen's chest. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he tried to stabilize himself. The phoenix fire in the sky could not stop the sword radiance. In the sky, Mu Qingshue's sword wings vibrated. His speed was unbelievably fast. The strongest Taishang had gone through hundreds of tribulations and reached his current state. He was higher than the saints and was close to the God of Gods. Facing such a powerful opponent, the knowing destiny state without a sword was at a disadvantage and was severely injured. In the small world, the maple leaves flew in. They were red like blood. From the beginning to now, after hundreds of reincarnations, it's time to end all grudges. The Taishang Supreme sword in Mu Qingshue's hand glowed. He moved. There was no time to react. Not even divine consciousness could detect it. It was so fast that even time could not record it. The wind stopped and the cloud stopped. Out of a martial artist's instinct, Ning Chen brandished his sword to block. However, his move was ultimately restricted by his opponent. Ugh! The two swords clashed. The horrifying power of the sword attacked. Ning Chen groaned and took a few steps back. Blood splattered and dyed the leaves on the ground red. The maple was red, but the blood was even redder. The tilting of the battle was expected. How could the knowing destiny state without a sword change his fate when facing the Taishang Supreme, who had gone through hundreds of reincarnations? The fated battle was unavoidable. Neither of them held back. It was a battle of life and death. Blood dripped from the maple sword. Their bodies were injured, but it was impossible for the saints to be completely unaffected. The phoenix fire rose, and Ning Chen's injuries were quickly healed. However, the sword aura came again. Boom! The sword was fast, but the sword was even faster. In the battle of speed, Ning Chen was at a disadvantage for the first time in 10,000 years. Again and again he was left with more serious injuries. The knowing destiny state is lucky to see such extreme speed. It turned out that there was such a speed above speed. Ning Chen stopped and focused. The phoenix flames around him soared. The phoenix appeared, and its cry pierced the sky. Above Ning Chen, a huge shadow of the phoenix appeared. The gods of the ancient world had fallen in the beginning, but their bloodline had never disappeared. Ning Chen let out a long shout. His divine essence rushed to the top of his head, and his qi pierced through yin and yang. His fluttering white hair was so dazzling. Blood energy surged around Ning Chen's body as he transformed into the phantom of a phoenix. He wanted to revive the ancestral phoenix. In the battle, Mu Qingshue's expression turned serious. Taishang indifference, one sword of wind soul. Facing such a situation, Mu Qingxue used the Taishang emotionless ultimate technique for the first time. The raging wind blew, and a sword appeared in the wind. Mu Qingxue stood in the raging wind and slashed down with his sword. The wind spirit sword was indestructible. Under the shadow of the ancestral phoenix, Ning Chen waved his sword to block. The maple sword was destroyed, and the wind spirit sword qi penetrated through his body. A scarlet waterfall sprinkled down on the small world, and it was exceptionally dazzling. Ning Chen's white clothes were dyed red with blood. He staggered. His body's recovery speed couldn't keep up with the speed of destruction. In the void, the ancestral phoenix cried out in grief. Its enormous wings flapped, illusory and difficult to distinguish. The powerful Taishang was ruthless and cold. Every move was full of murderous intent. In the immortal palace in the immortal region, the 4 immortal swords trembled as if they sensed the danger of their master. However, they were sealed in wooden sheaths and couldn't come out. In front of the immortal palace, Fan Lingyue sensed the abnormal movement of the immortal swords. Her expression turned serious as she looked at the human world. He was in danger. He's in danger. Demonic qi surged as Nu Chang appeared. Looking at the 4 immortal swords in the immortal palace, she said in a low voice, "Unseal the immortal swords." "No need." Fan Lingyue shook her head and said calmly, "Since he sealed the 4 immortal slaying swords, he must have his reasons. We can't interfere with his decision. But the immortal swords are warning him. He must be in danger." Nu Chang said seriously. Fan Lingyue was silent. After a while she said, "Since he has made a choice, he can only bear the consequences." Her calm and ruthless words were just like the Northern Ming military advisor who slaughtered millions of soldiers and soldiers 10,000 years ago. She was never swayed by emotions. Nu Chang's eyes darkened. Looking at the determined woman in front of her, she didn't say anything. She had to admit that the woman in front of her and Ji Ming were both lunatics. Not only were they ruthless to others, they were even more ruthless to themselves. In the small world of the 10 miles maple forest, Ning Chen was injured. His body was on the verge of collapse. In the void, the phantom of the ancestral phoenix wailed sorrowfully. However, it couldn't return to its ancestral state. Mu Qingxue looked at the phantom of the ancestral phoenix in the void. He waved the divine sword in his hand. The sword condensed into a gust of wind that whistled. In the face of danger, a blood-stained silhouette in the small world flashed and blocked the phantom of the ancestral phoenix. With a loud rumble, blood spurted out from Ning Chen's body. His body couldn't hold on any longer and started to collapse. Blood spilled in every corner of the small world. It was bleak and beautiful. Mu Qingxue looked at this scene. After a while, his expression suddenly darkened. No, his strength shouldn't be limited to this. Even if he lost his sword, he should still have 2 clones. In the wooden house in front of the 10 miles maple forest, a white-haired silhouette in plain clothes looked up at the maple forest. "Father, what are you looking at?" Gue, who was practicing writing, asked in confusion. "Nothing." Ning Chen retracted his gaze and looked at the words written by Gue. He said softly, "Continue writing." "Okay." Gue nodded and replied obediently. Outside the wooden house, a black-haired silhouette in black clothes leaned against the wooden house and looked at the maple forest quietly. His demonic qi was restrained, but he was equally powerful. In the 10 miles maple forest, the body of the phoenix that was fighting alone in the small world collapsed. Blood spilled all over the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying divine flame ignited in the void. Every drop of blood turned into the most blazing divine flame, burning the small world. The sudden change made Mu Qingshue's expression darken. He clenched his fists. Raging waves roared, and snow filled the sky, trying to extinguish the flames of the phoenix's nirvana. However, since the nirvana had begun, how could it end so easily? The formless was illusory. The small world changed, turning into a world of flames. In the surging divine flames, the ancestral phoenix bathed in flames, and its cries shook the sky. It broke through the limit. The most shocking scene was that a red-haired silhouette in red clothes appeared out of thin air amidst the cries of the phoenix. Its divinity was shocking. The phoenix ancestral awakening, the body of the Tao. In the large world, the third great Tao bridge appeared and quickly solidified. At this moment, in the various worlds, the saints felt something and looked at the human world. It's a success. In the immortal region, in front of the immortal palace in the east, Nu Chang recovered from the shock and said. Fan Lingyuan nodded. His expression was calm without any ripples. It was good that he didn't die. In the 10 miles maple forest, in the burning small world, the red-haired phoenix body walked out. Looking at the white-haired silhouette in the void, it said, I've kept you waiting. Before it finished, the red-haired silhouette disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the Grand Supreme. The phoenix body held the air, and the maple leaves in the sky formed a sword. With a slash, the world changed. Chapter 1632. In the 10 miles maple forest, the red maple leaves drifted in the air. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. In the small world where the divine flames were burning, the phoenix achieved Tao and completely reverted to its ancestry. The chaotic divine demon that achieved Taichu had fallen in the Taichu divinity war. Its bloodline was scattered in the mortal world, eternal and immortal. However, after countless years, the ancestor phoenix finally reappeared in the mortal world. The divine flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. Its power was so terrifying that it was shocking. In the flames, a red-haired and red-clothed figure walked out. With one step, it crossed the river of time and came before the Grand Supreme. The earth-shattering strike was so fast that it could be destroyed in an instant. The maple sword fell, and blood was everywhere. Whoosh! With the ear-piercing sound of clothes tearing, blood spurted out of Mu Qingshue's left shoulder. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts at the last moment, he was still injured. It was an indescribable strike. Even the Grand Supreme who had achieved Tao was at a disadvantage in terms of speed. The ancestor phoenix that was born with heaven and earth was an extremely powerful existence even among the chaotic divine demons. It was not any slower than the most powerful saints in the world. Ning Qin did not hold back at all. He condensed vitality with his fingers and divine flames with his sword. Suddenly, raging divine flames rose, and the fear of burning the sky engulfed the entire small world. In the divine flames, the sword Qi pierced through the air and tried to kill the Grand Supreme. Mu Qingxue blocked the strike with his sword. With a loud tremor, the corner of his mouth turned red, and he took a few steps back. The phoenix that had reverted to its ancestry was almost unstoppable. Mu Qingxue stopped moving. Strange lights surrounded him and healed his injuries. Grand Supreme Indifference, Abyss. Knowing that his opponent had changed, Mu Qingxue stopped hiding. He shouted, and strange lights spread out from his body. Grand Supreme Indifference was the most terrifying cultivation technique since ancient times. It was both martial arts and rules. Only the Grand Supreme could control it. The Grand Supreme showed his power. Suddenly, the small world was filled with boundless darkness. The small world became heavy and suppressed all the rules within. The shocking power suppressed the divine flames and turned the tide of the battle. In the void, the red-clothed and red-haired, knowing destiny, stood quietly and felt the change in the rules of heaven and earth. The speed of heaven and earth was the same, but there was a difference between yin and yang. In the dark small world, the heaven and earth were as cold as the abyss. The small world started to change. Mu Qingshue's body moved. The huge sword wings on his back flapped, and his speed increased again. Ning Qin took a step forward. Behind him, divine flames curled up and transformed into a pair of gigantic phoenix wings. The phoenix wings flapped, and his speed also reached the limit. Boom! The phoenix and Taishang clashed. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang clashed, splitting the world in half. In the 10-li maple forest, the small world could no longer suppress the shock waves from the battle between the two. The shock waves spread out in all directions. Right at this time, in front of 10-li maple forest, two great Tao bridges appeared. The main body and the demonic body appeared, stabilizing the shock waves. In the next moment, two streams of intertwining light soared into the sky from the 10 miles maple forest, flying into the starry sky. In front of the 10-mile maple forest, in front of the wooden house, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out. He looked at the horizon, and a light flashed in his eyes. Mu Qingshue's strength had improved again. The outcome of this battle would not be decided so easily. You don't plan to make a move? Don't tell me you're soft-hearted. She's a Grand Supreme, and she's also a Khanate saint. Don't forget the hatred of 100 lifetimes just because of a lifetime of fate. I know what to do. Ning Qin looked at the sky and said indifferently, compared to Grand Supreme, we have more important things to do. It's difficult if Ghost Girl doesn't wake up. The demonic body said seriously, Yama Lord is the most accomplished person in the world when it comes to divine souls. Her Tao laws were damaged by Ming Ming, and it'll take a long time to recover. But what we lack most now is time, Ning Qin replied. The demonic body fell silent and did not say anything else. In their plan, Ghost Girl was the most indispensable person. Only Yama, Lord of the Underworld, understood divine souls the best. However, Ghost Girl had not woken up for a long time, which made it difficult for their plan to be carried out. In the starry sky, two streams of light, one red and one white, flew past between the big stars. They collided again and again, and their power was extremely shocking. Borrowing sword from the heavens! When the battle reached its climax, the phoenix body stood still and shouted. She controlled the stars to form a sword, and the 9 stars were connected like pearls. The majestic action was shocking. In the starry sky, the 9 big stars turned into heavenly swords and flew past. Blazing divine flames surrounded them, destroying everything in their path. On the opposite side, Mu Qingxue saw this and turned the Grand Supreme, divine sword in his hand. Its sharp edge soared into the sky, and 1,000,000 miles of sword light spread across the starry sky. Boom! In the most extreme of collisions, the two forces collided again, shattering stars one after another and destroying star regions one after another. The Sage Realm was indescribably powerful. Every move had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The Grand Supreme and the Chaos Ancestor Phoenix competed at extreme speed, and it was hard to tell who was better. The intense battle gradually evolved into a long battle that lasted for 1,000 days. They fought until the sky lost its color. After the Grand Supreme and the Phoenix left the 10-mile maple forest, the forest returned to peace. Ning Qin continued to teach Ghost Girl how to read every day, and he would visit Zhang Suin's grave every season. Ghost Girl was slowly growing up. Although the process was very long, Ning Qin saw it clearly. Perhaps the greatest joy in the world was to be able to watch one's children grow up slowly. In the past 1,000 years, Ning Qin stopped and focused on accompanying Ghost Girl to grow up. Ghost Girl, it's time to come back and learn how to read. Day after day passed. After an unknown number of days, the sun once again shone brightly in the sky. Ning Qin looked at the ghosts playing outside and said, "Let's go." "Yes, Daddy." Ghost Girl heard and put down the small wooden sword in her hand and ran back. Ning Qin squatted down and wiped the dirt off Ghost Girl's face. Then he held Ghost Girl's little hand and walked back into the house. At this moment, in the 10-mile maple forest, a red-haired figure in red appeared with divine flames. The phoenix body that had returned was covered in blood, and the aura in her body was extremely messy. It showed that she had gone through a fierce battle. In front of the wooden house, demonic aura surged. The demon body walked out and looked at the phoenix body. "Your injuries are not light. I can still hold on, but I need time to recuperate," the phoenix body said tiredly. "What about the Grand Supreme? Did you kill her?" the demon body asked lightly. The phoenix body shook her head and said calmly, "I won by half a move, but it was not enough to take her life. However, her great path bridge was broken by me. Even if she did not die, she would be disabled." Oh, hearing this, the demon body's deep eyes flashed. If that was the case, the Grand Supreme was no more. In the wooden house, Ning Chin, who was teaching Ghost Girl how to write, suddenly paused. He made a mistake. In the depths of the starry sky, a flowing light flew by, and the blood all over his body dyed his white clothes red. With a bang, Mu Qingxue, who could no longer support himself, fell from the sky above a barren big star and crashed onto the big star. Knowing destiny was ruthless, he had broken the Grand Supreme's great path bridge with his own hands and destroyed her eternal foundation. Chapter 1633. At the end of the starry sky, on a barren, primitive planet, Mu Qingxue, who was covered in blood, fell onto the planet and fainted. Mu Qingxue's physical body was severely injured after his bridge of the Great Tao was broken. If he hadn't experienced 100 reincarnations and improved his cultivation, he would have died already. However, even so, Mu Qingxue was at the end of his life. His life force kept leaking out, and he could die at any time. The bridge of the Great Tao was the foundation of a saint. Even an immortal saint would die once his bridge of the Great Tao was destroyed. After a long time, Mu Qingxue woke up on the barren, primitive planet. He struggled to get up and staggered forward. The blood-stained white dress was dazzling. Grand Supreme, who was once famous in the absolute beginning, was about to die. However, Mu Qingxue didn't want to give up. He supported his severely injured body and staggered forward step by step. Born with the heaven and earth, Grand Supreme reached the absolute beginning and experienced 100 reincarnations. Grand Supreme's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary saint. Because of this, he could barely hold on until now, after his bridge of the Great Tao was broken by knowing destiny. Time passed day after day. Mu Qingxue's life force became weaker and weaker. Behind him, every inch of land he walked on was stained with blood. Finally, when Mu Qingxue couldn't hold on any longer, a blood-stained divine demon weapon, counting platform, appeared at the end of the life planet. The ancient and majestic divine demon weapon counting platform was 10,000 miles wide. Bloodstains could be seen everywhere on the platform. The remaining aura was still abnormally strong. The divine demon weapon counting platform that had existed for countless years was filled with cold death aura. Long ago, in the absolute beginning era, an unknown battle between gods had taken place here. The bloodstains on the platform were left behind by the divine demons. As the strongest saint of the unruffled emotions path, Mu Qingxue had seen the existence of the divine demon weapon counting platform when he was ignorant. Now, when his life was in danger, he came to this former divine demon holy land. Chaotic divine demons were powerful existences that appeared before saints. Among the 49 great Taos, the true identities of the god of hell and level 8 gods were chaotic divine demons. They were so powerful that almost no one could rival them. In front of the divine demon weapon counting platform, Mu Qingxue couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed. Blood flowed out and spread in all directions. Just as the blood around Mu Qingxue spread to the divine demon weapon point, the entire divine demon weapon point suddenly came to life. The divine demon weapon point, which had been dormant for a long time, was activated. Gradually, the sound of war drums could be heard from the divine demon weapon counting platform. The sound of war drums could be heard all over the original star. The war drums sounded, and the world was shocked. The moment the divine demon weapon selection platform was activated, the sages of the mortal realm and above heavens, including Ning Qin, felt something, and their faces turned solemn. What a powerful aura! Boom! As the war drums sounded, an earth-shattering tremor spread out in the starry sky. The chaotic divine demon unleashed a terrifying power and attacked the seals around it. The heavenly Yu holy city had turned into an impregnable fortress that sealed the formidable existences of the absolute beginning era. However, since the seal wasn't complete, it couldn't trap the chaotic saints in it. Inside the seal, the sound of violent impacts rang out again and again. After each impact, the seal of Sky Transcendent Sacred City would weaken a little. In front of the wooden house in the 10-mile maple forest, Ning Chun sensed something. He looked up into the starry sky, his expression grave. This ominous premonition indicated that something terrifying was about to be born. In front of the Eastern Immortal Palace in the Immortal Realm, Fan Lingyue also looked up into the starry sky. The war drums sounded ominous. It wasn't a good omen. The divine demon weapon selection platform. In the eighth heavens, the god who had survived since the absolute beginning era looked at the mortal realm with surprise in his eyes. As a chaotic divine demon, everyone knew about the existence of the divine demon weapon selection platform. During the absolute beginning era of chaos, the platform was stained with the blood of too many divine demons. He didn't expect to hear the war drums of the divine demon weapon selection platform again in this era. In the mortal realm, at the end of the starry sky, on the ancient original star, the divine demon weapon selection platform was activated. The war drums sounded one after another. Mu Qingxue, who had used his blood to activate the divine demon weapon selection platform, had already fainted in front of the platform. However, after forming a blood contract with the platform, Mu Qingxue's body that was about to collapse gradually stabilized. "Who is she?" Among the war drums, a gloomy and sharp voice sounded. It was indignant, a human from 10,000 eras later. A second ancient voice answered, "How can we entrust our lives to such a weak human? I can't accept it." A third voice sounded. It was sometimes far and sometimes close, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was her blood that awakened us. Since her blood could awaken us, it means that she isn't weak, the ancient voice said again. "Stupid and lowly human, how can we, divine demons, submit to the will of a human?" A fourth voice sounded. It was angry. "Don't, don't, don't." On the divine demon weapon selection platform, the war drums kept echoing. The wills of the divine demons were impacted, and their voices became terrified. "Lowly human, I can't accept it." This is fate. Among the war drums, the voices of the divine demons gradually weakened. The quarreling also disappeared. Time passed day after day in the 10 miles maple forest. The ripples from the end of the starry sky also calmed down. Ning Chen stayed in the 10 miles maple forest and didn't leave. His peaceful days didn't change because of anything. On this day, outside the 10 miles maple forest, the squeaking sound of wheels running over the snow could be heard. It was ear-piercing. Soon, the carriage arrived at the 10 miles maple forest. A beautiful and noble woman walked out of the carriage. After the woman got out of the carriage, she also brought a young child out of the carriage. The former walked to the wooden house with the child. Mu Ye, or greets the great Xia Jiming Marquis. The woman walked to the front of the wooden house and bowed respectfully to the plain-clothed young man. At the side, the child also bowed, but his expression was slightly less respectful and slightly more curious. Ning Chen walked out of the wooden house and looked at the two people in front of him. He asked calmly, "You are?" "Mu Ya, of the Golden Tribe Royal Court. This is my brother, Mu Si. He is the current Golden Saber Khan of the Golden Tribe Royal Court. Mu Ya looked at the legendary figure in front of her and said respectfully. She knew that the man in front of her was like a god. He had the power to change everything. She couldn't be careless. So you are the great and young Khans of the Golden Tribe Royal Court. Ning Chen said softly. Actually, you don't have to come. The fate of the great Xia dynasty is over. Its destruction is irreversible. I won't interfere. Mu Ya heard this, and her crescent-shaped eyes flashed. She said, We have heard of the legend of the Jiming Marquis since we were young. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Ning Chen smiled faintly and didn't want to say more. He said, Go back. Treat the people better. After that, Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He turned and walked into the wooden house. Chapter 1634. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed in the 10 miles maple forest. Gue grew up a little. She learned how to read and write and practiced martial arts with her father. Ning Chen taught Gue everything he knew, including the art of war, the way of the sword, and the way of being a human being. 1,000 years was out of reach for mortals, but it was just a moment for a saint of the great path. The lifespan of a saint was almost endless. Although Gue was not a saint, she was the only saint in the world. Even after 1,000 years, her appearance did not change much. She only grew a little, like a 4 or 5-year-old child. Gue began to be a little naughty. She often played tricks on the little gourd and some small animals in the 10 miles maple forest. Sometimes she would run out and not come back until sunset. Ning Chen gave Gue the greatest freedom. He only taught her some principles of being a human being and left the rest for her to experience. In the past 1,000 years, the Golden Palace, which had once destroyed the Great Xia, had changed dynasties several times. The flames of war broke out again and again. Peace was always hard to come by. War and peace became the eternal cycle of the human world. It happened again and again, and no one could change it. From a teenager to a saint of the great path, the golden age that Ning Chen had always hoped to see did not come. As long as there were people, the war seemed to never stop. However, even so, Ning Chen did not give up. He waited for the golden age to come. Daddy, big fish. At this time, outside the 10 miles maple forest, Gue ran over with a fish about the same size as her. Her little face was full of excitement. Slow down. Don't fall. Ning Chen said with a gentle smile, Daddy, let's eat grilled fish tonight. Gue said with an expectant look, Okay. Ning Chen nodded and said softly. Night fell. In front of the wooden house, a bonfire was lit. Ning Chen set up a rack over the bonfire and roasted fish for Gue. Gue sat aside obediently and looked at the big fish on the bonfire eagerly. She was so hungry that she was almost drooling. At this moment, in front of the bonfire, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He looked at the maple forest not far away. The dark night sky obscured one's line of sight. In the maple forest, behind a big tree, a little girl in tattered clothes timidly hid there. She looked forward with longing in her eyes. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger, but she did not dare to go forward. It could be seen that the little girl had not eaten for a long time. Her clothes and shoes were damaged, and she looked very pitiful. Gue, there's a little sister over there. She seems to be hungry. Can you ask her to come and eat fish with us? Ning Chen said in front of the bonfire. Hearing this, Gue looked at the maple forest. When she saw the little girl, she nodded obediently and said, Okay. With that, Gue got up and ran toward the maple forest. Not long after, Gue pulled the little girl over. When the little girl saw Ning Chen, she was still a little scared and did not dare to speak. Ning Chen wasn't in a hurry. He just smiled at the little girl, tore off a small piece of fish, and handed it to the little girl. Go ahead. The aroma of the fish floated in the night wind. It was so tempting that the little girl who had been hungry for 2 days couldn't resist the temptation of food. She took the fish and stuffed it into her mouth. "Don't worry, there's more here." Ning Chen tore another piece of fish from the bonfire and handed it to the little girl and said softly. The little girl took the fish and ate it. Little tears flowed down her little face. "Sister, don't cry." On the side, Gue stretched out her hand and wiped away the tears on the little girl's face. The little girl of unknown origin added a little change to this quiet night. Every time the little girl finished eating a piece of fish, Ning Chen handed her another piece until the little girl shook her head and said no. The fish that Gue brought back was very big. The little girl didn't eat much. Most of the remaining fish was eaten by Gue. The little girl watched Gue finish the fish that was about the same size as them. The little girl couldn't hide the surprise on her little face. "Daddy said that you need to eat more when you're growing." Gue handed the last piece of fish to the little girl and said, "I can't eat anymore." The little girl shook her head gently and said, Gue heard this and finished the last piece of fish. "What's your name?" After the two were full, Ning Chen wiped the grease off their hands and asked. "Butterfly." The little girl answered timidly. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He quickly collected his thoughts and said, "Where are your parents?" Hearing the former's question, tears flowed out of the little girl's eyes again. She said they died in the war. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he said, "From now on, you will follow me. Are you willing?" Butterfly heard this and was startled at first. She quickly recovered and nodded vigorously. "I'm willing." Although the little girl was young, she also understood that in this chaotic world, it was impossible for her to survive alone. The benefactor in front of her was willing to take her in, which was equivalent to saving her life. Ning Chen showed a faint smile on his face and didn't say anything more. In the following days, a little girl appeared in 10 Miles Maple Forest. Although she was only 4 or 5 years old, she was more sensible than Gue. Butterfly knew how to be grateful and took care of the naughty Gue in every possible way. Gue was naturally happy to have a sister to take care of her. Every day, she followed behind Butterfly like a little tail. In the ordinary days, Ning Chen taught the two little guys to read and write. He also practiced martial arts and discussed Tao. However, in terms of Tao, Ning Chen taught the two different things. Gue was extremely intelligent. She was able to learn everything at once, so Ning Chen taught her a little more. Comparatively speaking, Butterfly's talent in Tao was much worse. Ning Chen only taught her one type of Tao, Saber Tao. Even Ning Chen himself didn't know the pinnacle of Saber Tao. The only saber god in the world had already fallen. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not. But Butterfly's understanding of Saber Tao was different from ordinary people. Her progress in Saber Tao could be described as rapid. Just 7 days before Butterfly's 10th birthday, Ning Chen left 10 Miles Maple Forest for a day. When he returned, he brought back a black object. It was like a stone but not a stone, like iron but not iron. In the following 7 days, Ning Chen was very busy. Every time Gue came to him, she would be reprimanded. Gue felt wronged, but she didn't disturb him again. In these 7 days, Butterfly took care of Gue alone. It took a lot of effort to make the wronged little guy happy. Finally, on the day of Butterfly's 10th birthday, a black saber appeared in Ning Chen's hand. The saber was long and narrow. The handle was gorgeous. It was like a butterfly, blooming with sharpness. When Butterfly saw her birthday present, she couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes anymore. "Sister, let me see." Gue looked at the saber. Her little face was filled with envy and expectation. Butterfly handed the saber to Gue and said softly, Gue, you will have one in the future." Chapter 1635. 10 years had passed since Butterfly came to the 10 Miles Maple Forest. Butterfly was 15 years old and had grown into a beautiful girl. In the past 10 years, Ning Chun taught Butterfly the knife technique, even more so than when he taught Ghost. In front of the 10 Miles Maple Forest, Ghost sat on a stone stool and watched her sister and father fight. Ning Chun set up a restriction around 10 feet to prevent the impact from spreading outside. Inside the restriction, Ning Chun and Butterfly were fighting. Their knife was so sharp that it cut through the void. Their knife technique was amazing. In the past 10 years, Butterfly's knife technique had improved tremendously. In terms of knife technique, Ning Chun had nothing else to teach her. In the 10-feet restriction, the two figures kept crossing each other. Their sword fingers clashed with the knife radiance. Butterfly held the knife and attacked fiercely. Ning Chun used his fingers as a sword and attacked with defense. After dozens of rounds, Ning Chun would hold back his sharpness every time he attacked, just to draw out Butterfly's greatest potential. Boom! The knife and sword clashed. The radiance was dazzling and the waves were rolling. In the battle, they looked at each other. In the blink of an eye, their radiance rose again. Sister is so powerful. In front of the wooden house, Ghost looked at the battle and said in a childish voice, "Immortal is so powerful too." Little Gord replied, "Yes, Father is so powerful too." Gue agreed. The two little guys watched the battle. No one knew if they understood what was going on, but they kept talking. In the battle between the two was getting more and more intense. Butterfly's combat power was fully unleashed. Her body was graceful. Ning Chun taught Butterfly the best knife technique and body movement. In the past 10 years, Butterfly's cultivation had surpassed the martial artists of the same age. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Ning Chun used his fingers to stop the knife radiance. He looked at the girl in front of him and said with satisfaction, "Okay, you can finish your apprenticeship now." Butterfly heard, and her beautiful face showed a touch of joy. She bowed respectfully to the man in front of her and said, "Thank you for your teaching, Master. Go on. You've been staying in 10 Miles Maple Forest all these years. Although your saber techniques have improved very quickly, you've been lacking in tempering yourself. It's time for you to go out for a walk. Remember, no matter what happens, come back alive," Ning Chun said with a smile. Hudy was taken aback. She quickly regained her senses and bowed again. Yes, Hudy will remember. An hour later, the Butterfly left, leaving the 10 Miles Maple Forest, where it had stayed for 10 years. Gue was very reluctant, but she could not stop Butterfly from leaving. When a fledgling grew up, it would eventually soar into the 9 heavens. In order for the Butterfly to have a better future, having the Butterfly leave the 10-mile Maple Forest was a necessary choice. Under the setting sun, Ning Chun looked at the disappearing figure of the Butterfly with mixed feelings. Perhaps the Empress had felt the same way when she looked at his back. However, the difference was that the Butterfly left for 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, Ning Chun and Gue waited in the 10-mile Maple Forest. Although they missed her, they didn't go out to look for her. After leaving 10-mile Maple Forest, the Butterfly first went to the central region, then the extreme north, the homeland of Western Buddha, and the southern region. After traveling through the entire inner realm, the Butterfly left the inner realm. The Butterfly had created too many legends in her 100 years in the inner realm. A young woman with an extremely high cultivation level and shocking saber techniques was extremely rare in the history of the 5 regions. The goddess of the saber. In just 100 years, the Butterfly received this title. 100 years later, the Butterfly could no longer find an opponent in the inner realm, so she went to the sky beyond heaven. In the sky beyond heaven, there were numerous stellar domains that were vast and boundless. There were countless martial Tao experts, and the strongest had already cultivated to the heavenly Tao realm. They were extremely terrifying. Hotian, Xiantian, treading celestial, mortal immortal, heavenly Tao realm, Genesis realm. There was almost no end on the path of martial arts. However, in the human world, the heavenly Tao realm was the peak. The butterfly had cultivated from Hotian to mortal immortal, and from Xiantian to heavenly Tao realm. In 1,000 years, she had lived a life that others could not live in 10,000 years. In this 1,000 years, whether it was the inner realm or the sky beyond heaven, the butterfly's brilliance was extremely dazzling. She was like a peerless genius that appeared out of thin air. No one knew her origins, but she shocked the entire human world. The butterfly had never mentioned her identity, nor did she mention her master's name. She only used the saber in her hand to carve out a bright path. In the most intense battle in the heavenly Tao realm, the butterfly faced an equally talented expert who had cultivated 1,000 years earlier than her. This battle lasted for 1,000 days. It could be said to be a true battle of 1,000 days. In 1,000 days, half of the galaxy was crippled. Finally, the butterfly used the saber in her hand to kill the enemy, completely defeating her greatest opponent in martial arts. However, after this battle, the butterfly was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. On a primitive planet, the butterfly arrived and collapsed in a pool of blood. At this moment, a white-haired woman walked over and looked at the butterfly in the pool of blood with a confused expression. Finally, the white-haired woman saved the butterfly and brought her to her residence. For 100 days, the white-haired woman took care of the butterfly meticulously. Finally, after 100 days, the butterfly woke up. Seeing the white-haired woman in front of her, a strange look flashed in her eyes. What a beautiful woman! She had seen many women in the past 1,000 years, but in terms of looks and temperament, no one could compare. "You're awake," the white-haired woman said with a smile. "Thank you for saving my life. May I know your name?" The butterfly stood up and asked softly, "I've forgotten." The white-haired woman replied with a calm expression, "You haven't recovered from your injuries. Don't move around." The butterfly looked around before looking at the woman in front of her. "Where is this?" "Zay country," the white-haired woman answered. "However, this place is very remote. It's best you don't go out with your injuries." When the butterfly heard that, she nodded gently and agreed. In the following days, the butterfly stayed in the white-haired woman's residence to recuperate. She rarely left her room. However, the butterfly would occasionally go out for a breather. She listened to the white-haired woman's warning and did not go far. Zay country was a country that no one had ever heard of. At least, the butterfly had never heard of it in her 1,000 years of life. However, the butterfly learned a few things about Zay country from the white-haired woman. Zay country was a country on the water. The entire country was filled with vast swamps with almost no land. Such a harsh environment made it impossible for humans to survive. Therefore, Zay country was not a country of humans, but a world of the Fey race. Of course, the white-haired woman was an exception. The butterfly could clearly sense that the woman who saved her was not of the Fey race. Because the white-haired woman liked to wear white clothes and her hair was white, the butterfly called her Sister White. The white-haired woman also tacitly agreed to this name. "Sister White, have you never thought of leaving this place?" In front of the window, the butterfly looked out at the endless swamp and asked. Chapter 1636. Zay country was a boundless and mysterious country. The entire country was surrounded by a vast lake. Without land, it was difficult for humans to survive. The cosmos was vast, and humans ruled the world. However, in an unknown world, there were other races that existed other than humans. Zay country was a country ruled by the Fey race. It was rumored that in the distant Zay country's imperial city, the strongest Zay country royal family had already produced a heavenly Tao realm expert. The strongest expert was already close to the monarch realm. However, rumors were ultimately just rumors. In the era when humans ruled the cosmos, the Fey race lived in seclusion and rarely appeared in front of humans. At the borders of Zay country, on a piece of land that rose above the lake, there was a simple courtyard. In the courtyard, a white-robed, white-haired woman was quietly planting herbs in the courtyard. 10 years passed like a day. No one knew how long the white-haired woman had lived there, nor did anyone know her origins. Only the strange birds that flew in the sky witnessed the passage of time, year after year. The appearance of humans in Zay country eventually attracted the attention of the surrounding Great Fae. Over the millennia, the Great Fae of Zay country rarely appeared in the human world. However, none of the humans that accidentally entered Zay country had ever walked out alive. It was in the Fey race's nature to eat humans. During the Fey race's strongest era, they even reared humans for food. Now that the Fey race was weak, they did not dare to offend humans, but they would not let off any humans that came knocking on their door. However, the strange thing was that the white-haired woman had lived in Zay country for so many years unscathed. In the house, Butterfly, who had been recuperating for many days, propped up her weak body and walked out. When she saw the white-haired woman outside, her eyes flashed. Despite recuperating for so many days, she was unable to understand Sister Bai. Without a doubt, Sister Bai was no mortal. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to live in Zay country for so long. However, up to this day, she was unable to sense any quintessential energy fluctuations from Sister Bai. In the courtyard, the white-haired woman sensed something and turned to look at Butterfly, who had walked out of the house. Her beautiful face revealed a smile as she asked, "Why are you out?" "I stayed in the house for too long, so I came out to get some fresh air." Butterfly looked at the woman in front of her and replied softly. She took a step forward and looked at the herbs in the courtyard. She asked in surprise, "Sister Bai personally planted all these?" "Yeah." The white-haired woman nodded and said, "I had nothing to do, so I found something to do." Butterfly walked forward and looked at the great herbs in the courtyard. The surprise in her eyes became more and more intense. These great medicines were all rare treasures in the world, and there were actually so many of them here. Roar! At this moment, in the distant swamp, a deafening roar rang out, shaking the area within a radius of several thousand kilometers. Hearing the commotion in the distance, Butterfly's expression froze and her body tensed up unconsciously. "Don't be nervous." The white-haired woman smiled and said, "It's fine." As the voice faded, several silhouettes appeared in the distant sky. Their auras were powerful, and all of them were surrounded by demonic chi. It was a shocking sight. However, as soon as these people appeared, before they could even get close to the small courtyard, a huge green dragon rushed out from the depths of the swamp and directly swallowed several great demons in the void into its stomach. It was a shocking scene. Before the butterfly could come back to its senses, the green flood dragon had already disappeared into the lake. At the side, the white-haired woman didn't seem to be surprised. She continued to organize the great medicines in the garden. "Sister Bai, what is that green flood dragon?" Butterfly regained her senses and asked. "I raised her." The white-haired woman smiled gently and said, "I saved her before, so I raised her here." When the butterfly heard that, she finally understood. No wonder no great demons came to disturb this place. They were probably all eaten by the green flood dragon. At the same time, in the center of Zay country, in the Valley of the Abyss, the legendary sacred ground of the demon race, the royal family of Zay country resided here. Legend had it that since ancient times, the royal family of Zay country had been guarding this place and had never left. There was even a legend that there was an extremely powerful existence in the depths of the Valley of the Abyss. It was the ancestor of all demons and was comparable to the gods and demons in the primordial era. "Your Majesty, the aura of the princess has been detected." At this moment, an old voice sounded in the Valley of the Abyss. "Send someone to bring the princess back." In the Valley of the Abyss, A majestic voice sounded and ordered. Yes. At the border of Zay country, under the great swamp, the green flood dragon swam around lively. On the great swamp, the white-haired woman held some great medicines in her hand and threw them into the great swamp. Below, the green flood dragon swallowed the great medicines that fell into the great swamp into its stomach and became happier. Suddenly, in the great swamp, the green flood dragon's body trembled and looked into the distance. Someone is coming. Beside the white-haired woman, Butterfly also sensed the powerful aura in the distance, as she said solemnly. At the end of the boundless great swamp, golden light emanated as 3 figures descended from the sky. Their terrifying auras indicated that each of them was above the heavenly Tao realm. Your Highness, please return with us. Among the 3 figures, a young man wearing a golden crown said calmly. Under the great swamp, the green flood dragon immediately hid in the deepest depths of the great swamp when it saw the trio. Your Highness, please return with us. The young man leading the group spoke again as golden light emanated from his body and spread towards the great swamp below. In the depths of the great swamp, the green flood dragon immediately struggled violently, unwilling to submit. In the yard, Butterfly frowned when she saw this. Since she's unwilling, why are you forcing her? In the void, the young man looked at the duo as a stream of light flashed in his eyes. Humans? Humans, it's best you don't poke your nose into other people's business. The young man said indifferently as the golden light around him blazed even brighter. Butterfly's expression turned cold. Just as she was about to take action, she was stopped by the white-haired woman beside her. Ching-Ching, are you going back with them? The white-haired woman looked at the green flood dragon in the depths of the great swamp and asked softly, I don't want to go back with them. The green flood dragon struggled with all its might as it replied anxiously. Upon hearing the green flood dragon's reply, the white-haired woman nodded gently. She looked at the trio in the void and said calmly, Ching-Ching doesn't wish to go with you. Go back. In the void, the 3 great sages of the demon race had cold expressions. They found the naivety of the human girl beneath them laughable. In the middle, the young man with the golden crown raised his hand as a powerful force pressed down on the duo. Butterfly sensed it as her expression froze. What powerful demonic powers! Why must you be so overbearing? By the side, the white-haired woman sighed softly. She raised her slender hand, and everything in the world came to a halt. The golden light that permeated the void immediately dissipated. When the young man saw this, his expression changed. Demonic aura surged around him in a domineering manner. In the world, a gigantic, ancient, mutated beast phantom appeared. It was massive and ferocious, sending chills down one's spine. However, in just an instant, the mutated beast phantom collapsed and dissipated. Back off. The white-haired woman waved her slender hand, and the 3 great sages of the demon race were sent flying thousands of miles away. Chapter 1637. In the great swamp of the monster kingdom, 3 great saints of the monster race were about to take the monster princess away by force. For some reason, Ching-Ching was extremely terrified of the 3 great saints of the monster race and struggled desperately. At the critical moment, the white-haired woman made her move and severely injured the 3 great saints of the monster race in one move. It was a shocking scene. Thousands of miles away, the 3 great saints of the monster race staggered and stabilized themselves, their faces full of shock. No one would have thought that a human woman who did not seem to have any true yuan fluctuations would have such terrifying strength. Retreat! The 3 great saints of the monster race did not dare to stay any longer and immediately left. On the great swamp, the white-haired woman looked at the green dragon in the depths of the great swamp and smiled. All right, Ching-Ching, they're gone. Under the great swamp, the green dragon flew out and turned into a human in the void. It was a little girl who looked to be about 10 years old. She was dressed in green and had a delicate face. She was very cute and pretty. No one would have thought that the little girl was the terrifying green dragon that had devoured so many great demons. "Thank you, sister." Ching Ching looked at the white-haired woman in front of her and said gratefully, "You are the princess of the monster race?" At the side, Butterfly suddenly asked. Ching Ching shifted her gaze and looked at the unfamiliar human in front of her. She curled her lips and said yes. "Then why are you unwilling to go back with them?" Butterfly was puzzled. Ching Ching heard, and her eyes turned red. "They killed my father. They are all bad people. There was a rebellion in the demon race. Ching Ching's father was ambushed by the current demon emperor. Before he died, he sent Ching Ching away. When I rescued Ching Ching, she was already covered in wounds," explained the white-haired woman. When Butterfly heard this, her eyes flashed with pity, and she did not ask any more questions. "Ching Ching, Butterfly, pack up. We are leaving," the white-haired woman said. "Leaving?" Butterfly was surprised. "With your strength, why do you need to leave? I have caused trouble for you." Ching Ching said apologetically, "It's fine." The white-haired woman reached out and patted Ching Ching's little head. She looked at Butterfly and said, "The monster race emperor is a peak monarch expert. There are some problems with my cultivation, and I am not suitable to face such an expert for the time being." Butterfly gently nodded her head when she heard this. So that was the case. Could it be that she had always felt that there was something wrong with Sister Bai's cultivation? Since they'd made their decision, the three of them didn't delay any longer. They packed up their things and left. Ching Ching transformed into a green serpent and swallowed the herb garden in the courtyard. She then flew off into the distance with the two of them. After a day and a night, the three of them stopped on a high ground that was 10 square miles wide. The white-haired woman and the butterfly rebuilt the small courtyard and the house together. Ching Ching spat out the herb garden and returned to the great swamp. The land of the Lake Kingdom had spirit chi that other places did not have. Ching Ching was still young and needed to stay in the Lake Kingdom for a long time to absorb spirit chi to strengthen herself. This was also the reason why the white-haired woman and Ching Ching had never left the Lake Kingdom. In the depths of the Valley of the Abyss, the three great sages of the demon folk returned and knelt at the end of the valley. "She managed to injure you with one move. This human lady is at least a monarch." In the depths of the Valley of the Abyss, a majestic voice sounded, calmly saying, "You can all leave. I have my own arrangements for the princess." Yes, hearing this, the three great sages of the demon folk bowed respectfully and left. Not long after the three of them left, at the end of the abyss, golden light filled the air. A man in a golden dragon robe appeared and walked down the abyss step by step. "Jilin, it's your turn." At the bottom of the abyss, the demonic emperor looked at the huge stone door in front of him. He raised his right hand and golden light spread out. The demonic emperor lifted the seal. Suddenly, the stone door rumbled and opened again after so many years. Inside the stone door, a red aura surged. A pair of cold eyes opened, emotionless and crazy. Jilin, the anomaly of the demon folk, had finally appeared after being sealed by the previous demonic emperor for more than 100,000 years. "You should know what I want you to do. Bring her back alive," the demonic emperor said calmly. In the red mist, a handsome yet cold figure walked past. The moment the two of them brushed past each other, even the sky above the abyss cracked open. In the east of the Lake Kingdom, the butterfly and the white-haired woman who had just settled down felt a strong pressure from the abyss. Their expressions froze. "He's here." In the blink of an eye, a red aura filled the sky. A dragon roared and Jilin reappeared. At the bottom of the abyss, Ching Ching felt the terrifying aura and couldn't help but tremble. It's him, the monster who had almost destroyed the demon folk in the past. But he was also her uncle. Jilin, appeared in the sky. The connection between bloodlines couldn't be hidden no matter how far away they were. Ching, come back with Uncle. Jilin looked at the green serpent crawling under the abyss and smiled. Under the abyss. Ching heard the familiar voice and trembled even more violently. In the small courtyard, the butterfly looked at the figure in the sky. She clenched her right hand and a beautiful blade appeared. She took a step forward and disappeared instantly. When she reappeared, she was in the sky. Boom! The beautiful blade slashed down and the sky darkened. Only this blade could be seen. After 1,000 years, the butterfly and the saber once again displayed the might of the saber god. In the air, Jilin King raised his right hand to block the saber. The turbulent aura shook continuously. Around the two, the sky changed color and the wind and clouds became chaotic. Your blade technique is not bad. Unfortunately, you're still too young. After a moment of stalemate, the monster essence in Jilin's right hand exploded and pushed the human girl back. The butterfly flew back to the small courtyard and looked at Jilin in the sky with a serious expression. What a powerful monster! At the same time, in the 10-mile maple forest, Ning Chen stood in front of the wooden house and watched Gue practice martial arts. Daddy, I miss my sister. Gue, who was practicing her sword, turned around and said, Then you have to practice hard. When you're done, we'll go find your sister. Ning Chen smiled. Really? Gue asked with a hopeful look on her face. Really? Ning Chen nodded. Thank you, Daddy. Daddy is the best. Gue's face lit up. She didn't feel tired anymore and continued to practice her sword. Seeing Gue's enthusiasm, Ning Chen smiled. He looked at the end of the sky and saw flashes of light. That girl seemed to be in some trouble. However, he wasn't worried. If he couldn't win, he could run. There were many old monsters like him in the world. There was no need to risk his life every time. In the abyss, the butterfly, who was at a disadvantage, gathered her true yuan again. She turned around and used her divine skill again. Butterfly burial of flowers. The saber danced and the saber light filled the air like butterflies flying in the sky. It was fascinating. In an instant, the saber slashed down and destroyed everything. Chapter 1638. In the Great Lake, Qilin had appeared to capture Ching personally. At the critical moment, Butterfly made her move. Butterfly buries flowers and cleaves the heavens. The peerless blade cleaved apart the heavens and earth. In the air, Qilin's eyes flashed with a strange light as interest appeared on his handsome but cold face for the first time. It was indeed exciting to meet such an expert right after coming out. Jilin raised his hand, using his flesh to block the sharp edge of the blade. Boom! An earth-shattering tremor resounded. The blade that could cleave the heavens was blocked by the fiend race anomaly's body. Butterfly's expression froze. This was the first time she had met such a terrifying opponent since leaving 10-mile maple forest. In the small courtyard, the white-haired woman looked at the butterfly in front of her as a dazed look appeared on her beautiful face. She felt that Butterfly's blade technique was familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before, but she couldn't recall where. In the air, Butterfly fought Qilin. The blade light illuminated the heavens and earth. Butterfly's cultivation was in the heavenly Tao realm, but she still couldn't gain the upper hand against Qilin. The pressure of cultivation was difficult to overcome. Even a genius like Butterfly couldn't overcome the gap of time. Boom! After 10 moves, Qilin used his finger to block the tip of Yen Su's saber. Around the two of them, their clothes fluttered in the wind and the air currents surged. The fiend race anomaly had nearly caused the extinction of the fiend race. He was the most terrifying existence among the fiend race. Even the previous fiend emperor was wary of him. Now that Qilin had appeared again, it was a disaster for both the fiend race and Butterfly. No wonder those fiend race idiots kept failing. You're not bad, human. Qilin blocked Butterfly's blade with a wave of his hand. He gathered energy in his palm and struck out with an earth-shattering force. Seeing this, Hudi's expression darkened. Unable to dodge, she gripped her saber with both hands and pushed her martial arts to the limit. She slashed her saber down to block the shocking palm. Boom! A deafening sound of collision rang out. The yen saber cut opened the palm power, but the remaining power was still hard to block. The butterfly took the shock of the palm power and flew out 1,000 feet away. The corners of her mouth were stained red. The difference in cultivation was difficult to make up for. After 10 moves, Butterfly's defeat was obvious. One more palm, Yellow Springs. Not wanting to show any mercy, Jilin King's body reappeared with blood-red light. Murky undercurrents surged violently as a terrifying power erupted, ready to kill his opponent. The butterfly focused and took a step forward. Butterfly shadows appeared around them again. If one looked closely, they would see thousands of blade lights rising up. It was a shocking sight. The 2 moves were about to clash, and the outcome of the collision would be decided. At this moment, the white-clothed woman, standing quietly in the small courtyard below, had disappeared without a trace. Above the void, a blood-red light filled the air as the Qi-Lin extreme technique was unleashed. Boom! At this moment, a white-haired woman appeared out of thin air in front of the butterfly. She raised her slender hand and blocked the apocalyptic demonic Qi. A violent shockwave shook the air, and the bloody light that filled the sky gradually dissipated. Within the bloody light, 2 figures appeared, and they were actually evenly matched. A look of surprise flashed across Jilin's face, but it quickly returned to normal. It turned out that this human girl was the real master. In front, the white-haired woman looked back at Butterfly behind her and said softly, "Butterfly, leave this person to me. You rest for a while." Butterfly nodded. She did not persist and descended from the sky. In the 10 years in the 10-mile maple forest, Butterfly had learned many things. However, the most important thing in the Knowing Destiny sect was to protect one's life. Even if one knew that it was impossible, one would persist when necessary and be a fool when not necessary. Butterfly was not a fool, so she retreated when necessary. Above the void, the white-haired woman looked at the beast race in front of her. She did not say anything and directly rushed out. Her speed was unbelievably fast. Jilin's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously raised his arm to block. Boom! A violent collision sounded, and Jilin's body was pushed back several feet. The corner of his mouth was red. What a shocking result! Jilin's eyes flashed with shock. In that instant, he did not notice it at all. In the void, the white-haired woman stood quietly. There was no fluctuation of true qi around her, as if she was immortal. However, only Jilin, who had fought her personally, knew how terrifying she was. That palm just now was only the power of her physical body, but it was enough to put him at a disadvantage. World-burning evil flame. The situation was unfavorable. Jilin flipped his palms, and the evil flame soared into the sky. A terrifying demonic aura swept out, causing people to shudder. The beast race was a monarch, and his strength was terrifying. For countless years, he was considered a taboo by the beast race and had been sealed at the bottom of the abyss. Now that Jilin had appeared, he displayed the most terrifying evil energy. Scarlet flames filled the air, forming a sky-burning terror. It was an indescribable scene. Flames surged in the sky above the great swamp, covering the sky and the sun. In the void, the white-haired woman stood quietly in the midst of the evil flame. Her expression did not change at all. The world-burning evil flame was shocking. With the support of the evil flame, Jilin's body emitted a demonic red light, causing people to feel fear. Jilin clenched his hands, and 2 linked evil weapons appeared. They looked like sabers and swords, but they were not swords. When the evil weapons appeared, the evil aura in the surroundings became even more shocking. It supported the evil flame, burning the sky and boiling the sea. In an instant, Jilin's body moved, and the two linked evil weapons in his hand slashed out. Immediately, two streaks of red light shot out, bringing with them a shocking evil aura that cut through the void. As the evil light neared, the white-haired woman moved at the same time, dodging the attack with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Jilin. It was an ordinary palm strike, but it contained the power to fight the heavens. With a boom, it landed on Jilin's chest. Jilin groaned and retreated several steps, the corners of his mouth turning red again. The incomparably powerful opponent did not show any mercy. In the midst of the evil flames, the white-haired woman did not wait for Jilin to stop and appeared behind him. Her palm was like a mountain that could be split open. Jilin staggered and almost fell to the ground. One attack after another landed on Jilin's body. The white-haired woman's speed was so fast that even lightning could not catch up to her. Even the butterflies below were shocked. She had only seen such a terrifying speed from one person before, and that was her master. Who would have thought that Big Sister Bai's speed was not inferior to her master's? After suffering countless attacks, Jilin's eyes blazed with a bloody light. With a roar, evil energy surged out from his body. In an instant, Jilin's body turned into a huge scarlet dragon that roared into the 9 heavens. The dragon's body was like a mountain range, and its head and tail could not be seen. In the horizon, the scarlet dragon breathed out a terrifying evil energy, wanting to destroy the entire lake. Below, the white-haired woman frowned slightly. She rushed into the sky and dispersed the evil energy with a palm strike. Above the 9 heavens, a white light flashed as the white-haired woman stepped on the air. She grabbed the scarlet dragon's tail and flung it towards the distant mountains. Boom! 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 Amidst the terrifying collision, thousands of miles of mountains collapsed and rocks fell like rain into the lake. Under the rain of rocks, Jilin reverted to his human form and staggered to his feet. His clothes were dyed red with blood. Chapter 1639. In Zhe country, above the Great Lake, Jilin of the monster race launched an attack and defeated Butterfly. At the critical moment, the white-haired woman stepped in and suppressed Jilin. The white-haired woman's astonishing ability, speed, and physical strength were incomparably tyrannical. Even someone as strong as the monster race anomaly was at a disadvantage. In the collapsed mountain range, Jilin stood up and transformed back into his human form, his body covered in blood. A powerful human shouldn't be unknown. "Who are you?" Jilin King asked, his handsome and bewitching face revealing a trace of crazed battle intent. "I forgot," the white-haired woman replied indifferently. Her silhouette flashed as she arrived at the collapsed mountain range and slapped Jilin King into the mountain range. Blood spurted out and dyed the mountain red. Jilin looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. Like a deranged monster race anomaly, the red light around his body became even more dazzling. He took a step forward and charged forward. Boom! Fist and palm collided, and an astonishing explosion sounded. The two's physical bodies clashed, returning to the most primitive state of battle. Jilin's injuries worsened under the clash of strength, and he was clearly at a disadvantage. In terms of speed, strength, physical strength, and even battle experience, the white-haired woman was extremely terrifying and flawless. If one had to point out the white-haired woman's weakness, it would be the lack of any true chi around her, as if she had lost all her cultivation. Butterfly also noticed this. She originally thought that Sister Bai had deliberately concealed her cultivation, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Sister Bai's cultivation might really have been lost. However, with elder Sister Bai's capabilities, who would be able to cripple her cultivation? Butterfly didn't know, and couldn't know, that the white-haired woman had already forgotten the past. The only person who knew about this had remained in 10 Miles Maple Forest, never telling anyone what had happened. Knowing destiny was ruthless, personally severing the white-haired woman's Tao bridge and crippling her foundation. The white-haired woman's injuries were severe. She was lucky enough to survive, but she had forgotten the past and her cultivation had been crippled. In the distant battlefield, the white-haired woman was dominating the monster race anomaly. Although she had lost her cultivation, she was once a peak existence in this world and was no match for a monarch. However, Qi Lin was not an ordinary person. His body was injured again and again, but he showed no signs of fear. The red light around his body was like a divine sun, so bright that people could not open their eyes. Qi Lin's injuries were healing at a visible rate. His regenerative ability was far superior to that of ordinary monarchs. Seeing this, the white-haired woman frowned. Her figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Jilin in an instant. She grabbed his throat, and her slender hand burst forth with astonishing strength, wanting to break his throat. At this critical moment, the evil weapon in Jilin's hands reappeared, and he launched a powerful counterattack. The white-haired woman released her hand and retreated 100 feet. She looked at the monster race divergent in front of her, and her eyes grew even colder. Again, Qi Lin stomped on the ground with his evil weapon and charged forward with a ferocious battle intent. The indestructible evil weapon tore through the void, leaving bloody scars in the world. It was a horrifying sight. Facing the berserk Qi Lin, the white-haired woman was extremely calm. She used her slender hand to block the evil weapon's attack. It was an astonishing battle. The two of them fought from the sky to the Great Lake. Mountains and rivers were shattered, and swamps were incinerated. The most terrifying evil might caused even the stars to tremble. Outside the battlefield, the butterfly watched the battle with a shocked expression. Too strong. There was no limit to how strong one could be. Boom! After an unknown number of moves, the white-haired woman in the sky sent Qi Lin flying again with a palm strike. With a boom, Qi Lin's body fell into the Great Lake, covered in blood. In the abyss, golden light flashed. A figure in a golden dragon robe stood in the air, watching the battle in the distance with a solemn expression. What a powerful human woman! Her strength is already close to the legendary Genesis tier. Qi Lin, don't disappoint me. In the distant battlefield, a blood-colored figure covered in evil flames rushed out from the Great Lake. Although he was injured again and again, his battle intent was still blazing. Deviants of the demonic race had extremely powerful bodies. Even after being sealed for tens of thousands of years, their vitality was still exuberant. In the sky, the white-haired woman was not anxious. Every time Qi Lin stood up, she would beat him down again. Again and again, she would injure her opponent. She believed that there was no such thing as an undying body in this world. As long as injuries continued to accumulate, even gods would fall. 10 moves, 100 moves. Blood splattered everywhere, but the demonic race was unyielding. Qi Lin's eyes had turned a bloody red. Like a mad demon, he charged forward again and again. The white-haired woman was unmoved. Her attacks were extremely calm, and she did her best to injure Qi Lin. After another 100 moves, all of Qi Lin's martial bones had cracked. No matter how strong his body was, it could not be repaired in time. Before he could react, the white-haired woman's figure flashed past, and her palm struck Qi Lin's chest again. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Qi Lin's chest caved in, and blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. Boom! Qi Lin crashed into the mountain, but the white-haired woman did not stop. She flashed in front of Qi Lin, picked him up, and plunged her slender hand into his chest. Blood gushed out, dyeing the white-haired woman's arm red. Qi Lin's body trembled, and the red in his eyes gradually receded. With his heart meridians destroyed, even someone as strong as Qi Lin was rapidly losing his vitality. His life was in danger. At this moment, a golden streak of light shot out from the abyss, slashing toward the white-haired woman from thousands of miles away. The sudden killing move came without warning. The white-haired woman turned around and raised her hand to meet the attack head-on. Boom! A shocking collision rang out. The golden streak of light shattered, and the white-haired woman came to her senses. Qi Lin had disappeared without her noticing. A demonic beast emperor. The white-haired woman looked at the distant abyss and narrowed her eyes. Only the demonic beast emperor could have such strength in Zhe country. He was at the peak of the monarch realm and was only a step away from the Genesis realm. Legend had it that the demonic beast emperor was a 5-clawed golden dragon. He was a peerless genius of the demonic beast race, and very likely to enter the Genesis realm. In the abyss, the void stirred and Qi Lin's body appeared. His body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. Qi Lin, you have disappointed me. The demonic beast emperor raised his hand, and golden light spread out, swallowing Qi Lin's body. In an instant, golden flames rose between heaven and earth, quickly burning Qi Lin's body to ashes. At the same time, the demonic beast emperor's aura grew stronger, and a blood-red color flashed across his eyes. Only Qing was left. As long as he devoured the last bloodline of the imperial family, he would be able to take that crucial step. In front of the wooden house in the 10-mile maple forest, Ning Chen seemed to have sensed something. He looked toward the horizon, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. This aura seemed to indicate that someone was about to enter the Genesis realm. However, the owner of this aura was mottled and did not seem to be human. Was it a demonic beast race? Ning Chen retracted his gaze and looked at Gue, who was practicing her swordsmanship. It was time to go out for a walk. Chapter 1640. In the abyss, dark clouds covered the sky. Heavy rain fell from Zhe country that had been gloomy for a few days without any signs of stopping. At the border of Zhe country, early in the morning, a white-haired woman finished dressing up and walked out of the wooden house. Outside the wooden house, heavy rain poured down and fog covered the world. At this moment, a green dragon flew out from under the lake and turned into a 10-year-old girl. Sister Bai. Qing went up and said innocently, "Can you teach me martial arts? I want to be as powerful as my sister." The white-haired woman smiled and said, Qing is already very powerful. Sister Bai has forgotten a lot of things and can't teach you. Qing pouted and said, "Sister, you're lying. Sister is so powerful." Your sister Bai didn't lie to you. Butterfly walked out of the house. After recuperating for a few days, she looked much better. Sister Butterfly, Qing called out obediently. Butterfly smiled and said, "Sister Bai is a human and Qing, you're a dragon. Dragons can't cultivate the cultivation techniques of humans. As long as Qing cultivates the secret techniques of the dragon race, she will be as powerful as Sister Bai in the future. Sister Butterfly is also very powerful." Qing said innocently, "Is Sister Butterfly's master even more powerful?" "Yes." Butterfly nodded and said with a longing look, "Sister Butterfly's master is the most powerful person in the world." "More powerful than Sister Bai?" Qing asked curiously. "Sister Bai is injured, so there's no way to compare." Butterfly smiled and said, Qing will know when I meet Sister Butterfly's master." Butterfly, the white-haired woman, suddenly said, Butterfly shifted her gaze with a questioning look on her face. The Demon King might be coming. The white-haired woman looked into the distance and said. Butterfly's expression froze and looked over as well. Above the abyss, a golden light rose and a figure in a golden dragon robe appeared. His powerful aura was shocking. The appearance of the Demon King shocked the world. Behind him, dragons roared. It was a terrifying scene. With 9 dragons guarding the Demon King, the entire Zhe country was shaken. At this moment, countless demons in Zhe country prostrated and trembled. The pressure from the bloodline was irresistible. The Dragon Clan had been the ruler of the Demon Clan since the beginning of time. Other than the Phoenix Clan, no other demon clan could resist them. "He's here." In front of the wooden house, the white-haired woman said calmly. In the sky above Zay country, golden light filled the air. Giant dragons pulled a dragon carriage over. On the dragon carriage, the demon emperor stood quietly, his aura frightening. Beside the white-haired woman, Ching Ching's eyes flashed with hatred and fear when she saw who it was. "Ching Ching, come back with me." On the dragon carriage, the demon emperor spoke with an indifferent expression. The startling dragon might press down from all directions. Huge waves immediately surged in the usually calm lake. The white-haired woman took a step forward and stood in front of Ching Ching, blocking the dragon might that covered the sky. In the void, the 9 mighty figures of dragons were standing quietly behind the demonic beast emperor, awaiting his orders at any time. The white-haired woman stood silently in front of Ching Ching. A moment later, she disappeared. The demon emperor's expression froze, and he subconsciously took half a step back. Boom! In front of the demon emperor, the white-haired woman appeared out of thin air. She struck out with her palm and tore the void apart. The demon emperor raised his palm and met the attack. The two of them clashed, and earth-shattering shockwaves spread out. The dark clouds in the sky were affected and directly dispersed. "Ching Ching, take care of yourself," Butterfly said from below, and a beautiful saber appeared in her hand. She stepped forward and joined the battle. The 9 demon clan elites immediately moved to stop her, and a great battle instantly erupted. It was an earth-shattering battle. The demon emperor, the white-haired woman, and Butterfly, the 9 demon clan elites, fought one after another, symbolizing the peak confrontation between the human and demon clans. The white-haired woman had lost her cultivation. However, as a former saint of the Great Path, her physical body and battle wisdom were unparalleled. Facing the demon emperor who was about to step into the Genesis tier, she was not at a disadvantage at all. On the other side, Butterfly and the 9 demon clan elites fought. They mainly fought as they did not fight head-on, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. The human race actually has an elite like you. After exchanging a dozen blows, the demon emperor felt the strength of the woman before him more and more, and his expression became more and more serious. The demon clan had been away from the human world for a long time, and did not know much about the elites of the human world. He knew that the ruler of the human world was extremely terrifying. Even though the demon clan was far away from the human world, they had heard of the power of the ruler of the human world. However, he did not expect that there would be such a powerful elite in the human world. In the battle, the white-haired woman did not reply. Her slender hands were like lightning, and she attacked with all her might. The two of them fought fiercely, shattering the void. The stars in the sky shook and fell one by one. 10 miles of maple forest, another winter in the divine prefecture. After the heavy snow, everywhere was covered in snow. In front of the wooden house, a figure in plain clothes stood quietly. As if she had felt the shock waves of the battle in the distance, she looked over. In the snow, Gui Gui was playing with a small calabash. Compared to 1,000 years ago, Gui Gui had not grown much. The growth of a saint fetus was much slower than that of ordinary humans. However, Ning Chin could see that the power in Gui Gui's body was getting stronger day by day. Perhaps one day, this power would change the face of heaven and earth. Boom! At this moment, above the starry sky, a terrifying tremor could be heard, affecting a few starfields. In the heavenly transcendence sacred city, in the god sealing array, a huge palm broke through the seal and reached out. The seal was about to break. On the array, cracks could be seen everywhere, as if it would collapse at any moment. In front of the wooden house, Ning Chen felt the changes in the starry sky and frowned. Gui Gui. Ning Chen collected his thoughts and called out, "Daddy." Hearing the call, Gue immediately ran back and asked in a childish voice, "What's wrong?" "Don't run around at home. Daddy is going out for a while," Ning Chin reminded. "Okay." Gue nodded obediently and said, "Daddy, come back soon." "Okay, Daddy will come back soon," Ning Chin said. Phoenix flames rose around him, and in an instant he turned into a fire phoenix and soared into the sky. In the starry sky, the fire phoenix flew past. Its speed was fast, and in an instant it was thousands of miles away. Boom! At this moment, in the starry sky, another tremor could be heard. In the god sealing array, the other hand of the chaos god fiend rushed out and shattered half of the seal. In the distance, Ning Chen felt it and sped up. Boom! The third tremor could be heard, followed by the fourth. The chaos god fiend broke through the seal bit by bit and was about to come out. At this moment, in the starry sky, phoenix flames spread out. In the phoenix flames, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out. Borrowing sword from the heavens, Ning Chin said. The three of them raised their Saint Chi at the same time. Suddenly, 3 worldly saint swords appeared in the starry sky. The boundless Saint Chi represented the different principles of the 3 grand Daos. Then, the 3 worldly saint swords merged and became one. In the next moment, a 10,000-mile saint sword formed, broke through the barrier of space, and fell from the sky. Boom! At the same time, the Chaos God Fiend broke through the seal. Before he could react, the worldly saint sword pierced through his body. Chapter 1641. In Heavenly Yu, Holy City, the golden seal was destroyed, and the Chaos God Fiend broke the seal. At the critical moment, knowing destiny rushed over and borrowed the sword from the heavens to display his strongest sword. The worldly saint sword pierced through the Chaos God Fiend's body. Blood splattered all over the sky and dyed the stars red. It was a shocking scene. After the seal was broken, Heavenly Yu, Holy City reappeared in the world. The broken city no longer had any signs of life. The Chaos God Fiend's blood splattered all over the city. 6 corpses fell on the ground, their auras completely gone. The 6 divine generals guarding Heavenly Yu, Holy City finally ended their mission when the Chaos God Fiend broke the seal. In the starry sky, the Chaos God Fiend stood in the air. Blood flowed from his chest and dyed his body red. The gigantic Chaos God Fiend was at least 1,000,000 feet tall. It looked like he could grab a star with one hand. Compared to him, Ning Chen's body was so small that it was almost undetectable. Even so, the Chaos God Fiend didn't dare to underestimate the human in front of him. "Human," the Chaos God Fiend said. Blood flowed from his body, and his injuries recovered quickly. Above the void, Ning Chen was not surprised at all when he saw this. The Chaos God Fiend was on the same level as the saints of the Great Path. The saints were immortal, and the Chaos God Fiend wasn't much different, other than the Netherworld King and the gods of the 8th heaven. This was his first time facing a Chaos God Fiend. He didn't know what the weaknesses of these God Fiends were. Heavenly Demon 9 transformations, Ning Chin shouted. Suddenly, demonic chi surged around him. His demonic body took the lead, and his body grew rapidly. His 1,000,000 feet tall demonic body was as big as the Chaos God Fiend. The battle between the Heavenly Demon and the God Fiend was on the verge of breaking out. The atmosphere was tense. Stars flashed past between the two of them, and in an instant they became eternal. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting. Their 1,000,000 feet tall bodies were extremely powerful, and the stars around them were shattered into pieces. The Chaos God Fiend and the Saints of the Great Path were both terrifying existences in the Genesis realm. They had the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth, and shouldn't have appeared in the world. Now the 2 Genesis realm existences were fighting, and their battle shook the entire galaxy. Countless stars were destroyed in this battle. Fortunately, The two of them were in a distant star field, so it did not affect the human world. Ning Chen transformed into a heavenly demon, and with his demonic body as the main body, he tried his best to kill the Chaos God-Fiend. After exchanging 100 moves, he shattered the Chaos God-Fiend's arm with one punch. At the same time, the palm of the chaotic divine demon tore Jiming's chest apart. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a tragic scene. A battle between Genesis tier cultivators had already surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. Both of them could be said to be old monsters that shouldn't exist in this world. This battle practically had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. In the 10-mile maple forest, Gui sat obediently in front of the wooden house, looking at the sky, waiting for her father's return. "Little Calabash, when do you think Daddy will be back?" Gui asked. "It should be soon," the little Calabash replied with uncertainty. "I miss Daddy." Gui opened her eyes wide and looked at the distant starry sky, waiting for her father to suddenly appear. At the end of the starry sky, the heavenly devil was fighting against the celestial devil. In an unknown world, the knowing destiny state was still fighting for the safety of the human world. The battle continued for 10 days and 10 nights. The surrounding starry sky was almost destroyed. Ning Chen destroyed the Chaos God-Fiend's body countless times, but the Chaos God-Fiend was able to quickly regenerate each time. Similarly, Ning Chen's body was destroyed under the attacks of the Chaos God-Fiend several times, but it quickly recovered with the support of the Great Tao. After 10 days and 10 nights, the battle at the edge of the starry sky stopped for some reason. Ning Chen and the Chaos God-Fiend both disappeared. In the 10-mile maple forest, Jiming returned, covered in blood. In front of a river outside the forest, he washed the blood off his clothes. "Daddy." In front of the wooden house, Gui saw her father return and immediately ran over. Ning Chen reached out and caught Gui. He smiled warmly and said, Gui, have you been practicing your swordsmanship these few days?" "Yes." Gui nodded vigorously. Gui is so obedient. Ning Chen smiled and led Gui to the wooden house. In Zhe country, the same battle was happening, but the results were different. After a few days of fighting, the white-haired woman and the demon emperor, who had the upper hand, suddenly changed. The white-haired woman's injuries that she had suppressed for a long time exploded. Her divine sense was in intense pain. Seeing this, the demon emperor did not hesitate and used all his strength to heavily injure the white-haired woman. In another battle far away, Butterfly was shocked. She wanted to help, but she was stopped by 9 demon race experts. The situation was hopeless. Ching, run. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Butterfly slashed her blade. The blade chi around her turned into thousands of butterflies and carried Ching away. Sister Butterfly. Ching, who was carried away by the butterflies, looked at the two in the battle far away. Tears flowed out of her eyes. "Go find my master." Butterfly's words echoed between heaven and earth. Ching's body disappeared into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. The demon emperor's expression darkened. He flashed and wanted to chase after her. At this moment, Butterfly let out a long whistle. Her true yuan rushed into the sky, and her hair danced wildly. Butterfly burial of flowers. Her beautiful blade shot into the sky and split the starry sky. It forced the 9 demon race great saints back and slashed at the demon emperor. The demon emperor turned around and slashed down with his palm. With a wave of his hand, earth-shattering vibrations shook everyone. In the starry sky, thousands of butterflies flew past with Ching. The collapsed starry sky seemed to have just experienced a great battle. Ching saw the most shocking scene in her eyes. On a huge star, an arm was nailed to it by a stone sword made of meteorites. Blood dyed the star red. However, after traveling for half a day, Ching saw another leg that had been nailed to another star by the stone sword. In the collapsed starry sky, on one star after another, huge arms, heads, bodies, and legs appeared one by one. Every limb was nailed to a huge stone sword, dripping with blood. It was a horrifying sight. It was an indescribable battle. The limbs and head of the huge god-fiend were cut off and nailed to different stars to prevent the god-fiend from being reborn. Ching looked at this shocking scene and was shocked. She couldn't imagine what kind of existence the owner of this huge body was and how powerful the person who killed this terrifying existence was. Thousands of butterflies flew around Ching and carried her toward the Ziwei starry sky. After an unknown amount of time, thousands of butterflies flew over from the inner realm. They didn't stop and flew toward the divine continent. In front of the wooden house in the 10-mile maple forest, Ning Chen sensed something and looked at the sky. It was the aura of butterflies. After a few breaths, thousands of butterflies appeared in the sky. Behind them, a little girl about 10 years old flew over. Chapter 1642. Butterflies flew over from the 10-mile maple forest. Behind them, a little girl about 10 years old followed. When she saw the white-haired man in front of the wooden house below, she was excited. They finally found him. In front of the wooden house, Ning Chen also saw the little girl flying in the sky. He was surprised. A demon? Say, Senior. Ching landed and looked at the white-haired man in front of her. She bowed nervously. Ning Chen looked at the little demon girl in front of him. Light flashed in his eyes. Cracks covered the little girl's body. She didn't look like she was injured. She looked more like she was dehydrated. "You're a dragon?" Ning Chen asked. He frowned again and said, "No, you haven't turned into a dragon. You should still be in your dragon form." "Senior, please save Sister Butterfly and Sister White," Ching said anxiously. After leaving the great swamp, she was severely dehydrated. Coupled with the many days of running, Ching's face was very pale. Ning Chen raised his hand. Water rippled and turned into spiritual qi that entered Ching's body. "Daddy, what happened to Sister?" Not far away, Gui heard the word butterfly and ran over. "Sister is fine. Let's go find her now." Ning Chen rubbed Gui's hair. He looked at the little dragon girl and said, "Lead the way." "Yes, Senior." After receiving spiritual qi to repair her body, the cracks on Ching's body disappeared. She immediately led the way. Gui, let's go." Ning Chen took hold of Gui's little hand and followed her. In the starry sky, the phoenix fire spread and rushed toward the end of the starry sky. In Zhe country, after the rainy season, it rained for several months. In the great swamp, Butterfly helped the white-haired woman hide in the mountains. They were covered in injuries. After fleeing for many days, their injuries were getting worse. "Butterfly, go on your own." "I'll only be a burden to you," the white-haired woman said with a tired expression. "Sister White, hang in there. My master should be here soon. As long as he arrives, we'll be safe." Butterfly looked at the powerful demon saints floating in the sky. She hid her aura and tried her best to delay being found. In the void, the 9 demon saints released their divine consciousness and tried their best to find the two's aura. After chasing them for many days, the 9 demon saints forced them into a desperate situation several times. However, they still managed to escape in the end. However, as Butterfly and the white-haired woman's injuries worsened, it became increasingly difficult for them to break free from the encirclement. In the sky above the abyss, the dragon carriage floated up and down. The demon emperor stood quietly on the dragon carriage. His powerful demon aura filled the entire swamp as he searched for the two of them. Suddenly, the demon emperor's eyes lit up, and he said, "It's on the heavenly fan peak 1,500 kilometers north of you." In the distance, the 9 great saints of the demon race immediately moved toward the heavenly fan peak in the north. On Tian Fan Peak, Hudi was supporting the severely injured, white-haired woman to stop and rest for a while. She looked exhausted and had obviously reached her limit. Cough, cough. The white-haired woman suddenly coughed violently. Blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth and seeped through her fingers. Sister Bai. Seeing this, Butterfly was shocked and immediately operated her body to heal the former. However, as soon as the true essence entered the white-haired woman's body, it immediately disappeared without causing any ripples. Butterfly sensed it, and her expression became heavier. Elder Sister Bai's body was too strange. Her true qi did not work at all. So you were hiding here. At this moment, demonic qi surged in the sky. 9 huge dragons coiled in the sky, and their terrifying aura made one's heart palpitate. Then the 9 great saints of the demon race appeared from the demonic clouds and descended from the sky. Butterfly's expression changed. She immediately got up and stood in front of the white-haired woman. At the same time, in the sky, wild winds howled and thunder rumbled. In the sky filled with golden light, a figure in a golden dragon robe walked out. His boundless demonic qi was terrifying. After many months, the demon emperor's aura was even more shocking. He was only a hair's breadth away from the Genesis tier. Kill! The demon emperor said coldly. Yes. The 9 great saints of the demon race accepted the order and attacked aggressively. Butterfly's expression darkened. She unsheathed her sword and fought the 9 great saints of the demon race again. Bang! Blood splattered on the heavenly fan peak. The severely injured Butterfly could not withstand the attacks of the 9 great saints. Behind her, the white-haired woman struggled to get up. However, she staggered again and almost fell. You're injured. Don't force yourself. The calm voice was so familiar. The white-haired woman trembled. She looked at the figure who had appeared beside her. The young man in plain clothes also had a head of white hair. However, the smile on his face was so warm. Master. Butterfly's face lit up when she saw the newcomer. You've grown up. Ning Qin smiled. He helped the woman sit down and said with a smile, All right, leave the rest to me. In the battle, the 9 great saints of the demon race looked at the man in plain clothes. Their expressions darkened. When did this person appear? In the sky. The demon emperor looked at the human man below. His expression also darkened. Big sister. Gue Gue appeared beside Butterfly. She tugged at Butterfly's sleeve and looked up. Gue Gue. Butterfly was even more surprised when she saw the little girl beside her. She hugged Gue Gue and said, Big sister missed you. Gue Gue missed Big sister too, Gue Gue said in a childish voice. The joy of reunion was so warm. Since Ning Chen appeared, Butterfly had let go of all her worries and nervousness. She had never felt so relaxed before. She knew that with Master here, she and Sister Bai would not be in any danger. Behind Gue Gue, Qing Qing ran to Mu Qingxue. Her eyes were filled with tears. Sister Bai, are you okay? I'm fine. Mu Qingxue smiled tiredly. Qing Qing, don't cry. So many people are bullying a junior of my family. Demon Emperor, you've gone too far. Ning Qin stepped forward and shielded Butterfly behind him. He looked at the Demon Emperor in the sky and said calmly, If you want to fight, I'll be the one to accompany you. Kill. In the sky, the Demon Emperor waved his hand and gave the order to kill. The 9 great saints of the demon race accepted the order and rushed forward. Ning Chen pointed his finger. His body did not move, but sword intent spread out. At that moment, the 9 great saints of the demon race trembled. Blood spurted out from their chests. Their bodies fell down powerlessly. The 9 great saints of the demon race died. The demon emperor's pupils shrank. Before he could react, a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared in the sky. Who are you? The demon emperor was shocked. Knowing destiny, Ning Chen said calmly. Hearing this name, the demon emperor was shocked. It was him, the ruler of the human world. I want your bloodline, Lin Feng said. Ning Chen said and pointed his finger at the demon emperor's chest. Instantly, blood spurted out and fell like rain. The dragon blood scattered. Ning Chen waved his hand and the blood rain flew down to Ching Ching, entering the little girl's body. In an instant, thunder rumbled in the sky. The green flood dragon turned into a dragon.